I'm going to start the recording.
Sure.
Okay, we are live now. Good morning, everyone. I'm very humbled that we have amazing speakers lined up today. And the first speaker, Shalaka, she's from Microsoft. She's a director in Microsoft and customer success, right? And Shalaka, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Aro, and thank you so much, everyone, for taking time on a Saturday morning to join in and listening to us very patiently. I will start with my session. It's going to be a talk track of, say, about 20 minutes, and then I'll take the questions, folks. So if you have questions, either start putting them on your live event Q&A, or ask your host towards the end. That's my sincere request. Let me know when you can see the screen, Arrow, and if you're able to get this live.
Yes, ma'am, I can see.
Yeah, it's live now?
Yes, slides as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So, folks, like I think the theme of this discussion was really about, in the context of women, we were going to be talking about gender equality and how the women's break norms every day. And I just wanted to sort of take a little bit time here to recontextualize the topic itself. And when we say women break norms every day, this is not really going to be about me calling out top women in the industry and giving you a motivational and inspirational picture of women. That's not going to be the agenda of this session. I would rather start taking time and reflecting upon where are the challenges and what is that women are facing every day when they come to the workplaces today, in the context where we are sitting, and also as a women leader, what are the additional reflections that I have in terms of accommodating or giving level playing field to women in the workplaces. I just hope that, if all of us who are listening to this session, if there are women in this call, they would probably have more self-awareness and confidence that it's not a challenge that they alone are thinking that they are facing, but it's more like a collective phenomena that we need to address. And if there is anyone else from any other identity, it just makes you more aware about how women feel in your because of the certain norms that we seem to have established, and hopefully your awareness of your unconscious bias will help us move forward more effectively. The focus of this conversation is going to be, first of all, about the sustainable development and how gender equality plays a massive role here. The second point I'll touch upon is the objective of gender equality really in the context of the workspaces. We'll just call out 3 invisible barriers. This is not an exhaustive list. 3 invisible barriers that women face in our everyday professional lives. And last but not the least, some of the ideas that I feel we could holistically take as at an enterprise as well as at an individual level. So just taking a step back, right? UN has declared for 2030 about 17 goals that as a planet, as Earth, as a civilization, we need to achieve for any sustainable development. What does sustainable development really mean, right? Now, definition of sustainable development is that the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of our future generation to meet their projected needs. And this is very important. Otherwise, what happens is, in a in a drive to meet success very quickly, practically, we end up taking shortcuts. We end up doing certain things, which in the long run, we believe that will hurt us as a civilization. And just take a look at the 17 goals. You could just Google search it. It's all available. For every goal, you could actually deep dive. And there would be some people here on this call who may not feel as strongly about gender equality, but you may probably feel strongly about other 16, any of other 16 goals. And there would be a lot of opportunities for you to really contribute meaningfully to any of those goals. Right? It starts with no poverty. It starts with zero hunger. The third one is the healthcare for everyone, education, and look at that. Gender equality sits right there with all of these global problems. This is just to get us a sense of the span of the problem and the complexity of the problem, right? Clear water, affordable energy for everyone, decent work for everyone, and hence the economic growth. Innovation, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, saving the resources underwater, saving the resources on land, peace and justice for everyone, and ability to partner globally across NGOs, institutes, industries, academia, and governments to achieve all of these goals. These are foundational sustainable goals for all of us if we were to progress holistically as a human civilization. For today's discussion, I'm just going to do a little bit deeper dive on goal number 5, which is gender inequality. Now, in gender equality, the goals are multifold. And I have called out the top criteria that UN has set globally for us. There are 6 goals, and 5 subtopics, 3 subtopics. The first and foremost goal is end of discrimination against women and girls. The second one is end of violence and exploitation against women and girls. The third one is elimination of forced marriages and genital mutilations. The fourth one is respecting the value of the unpaid care and promote shared domestic responsibilities. This is foundational for many of us who know the realities in India, especially the rural India for our country, right? The fifth goal, ensure full participation in leadership and decision making. And the sixth one is universal access to reproductive rights and health. And as much as it sounds cliche, this is a global problem for women to move forward in their lives, right? There are subcategories on goal 5.5, which is what going to be our focus of the conversation. It is really about getting full participation of women in leadership and decision making. 5A, equal rights to economic resources, ownerships, and financial services. This is key for women. It is key for women to be financially independent so that they can have equal voice at the table. The second, promote empowerment of women through technology. This is our strength, especially in India. I believe in the IT world, given our democratization and given the fact that most of the IT tech is now available online and there is no need for people to be concentrated in urban cities to gain that education, we are actually well placed to sort of take on this goal. And target 5.C is really adopting and strengthening the policies which enforce gender equality. This is foundational because as good as the intent may be, if we are not backing it up by the right kind of governance and policies and enforcement mechanisms, it won't move forward for us, folks, right? So I'm going to focus today a bit on 5.5 target, and we will do a deeper dive on what it really means and how does it really look. Yeah. Now, before I go there, while gender equality is being talked about, and again, I'm going to share the deck, you will be able to access the report. But there is a McKinsey report which talks about the differentiated challenges that women face in the workplace. And I'm just picking up one chart from that whole report, which talks to the physiological differences that the genders have, and which is very important for us to understand. What it really says is, for the same situation, the women may feel higher percentages of burnout uh, overall, but this is not just so higher percentages of burnout, higher percentages of chronic stress, or higher percentage of exhaustion in the similar scenarios. And this statement is valid not just at the low level professional strata, but equally applicable to your managers and senior leaders in the industry. And we will have to account for this while we are taking up, or while we are calling for a level playing field for women in tech, especially. So now I'm going to switch the gears. We have seen the global lookout on how the challenges look like, and we are going to come back into our context, right? A context where my experience is really in the IT industry, right? So I'm just going to get it back into the IT industry where women are working across, and there are a lot of new initiatives that you see by companies in terms of what how they are trying to make the workspaces adaptable for women, right? And you see HR doing a lot of interventions there. The question is, what is the objective of these interventions? What is that we are trying to achieve? You would hear people are trying to hire women, people are trying to hire women in leadership. There is flexible work policy that is being offered, flexible hours, flexible locations, so on and so forth, right? Childcare leaves, etc. Now, the question is, what is the objective of all of these interventions? And there is a beautiful book written by Michelle King. The name of the book is The Fix, and I really encourage all of you to read it once. The book really talks to the fundamental problem that we have here, right? All the workplace interventions today seem to be talking to make the work bearable for women, which we need to take out of the equation. It's not really about making the work bearable for women. It really has to be about fixing the work to make this productive and empowering for everyone, irrespective of the gender. And this is foundational for the way we are thinking about the interventions. And even we are thinking about how we communicate these interventions to people. So let's think about what are those conflicts that women really feel, even when they are offered a role, offered a leadership position. And then let's think through on how we could sort of make sure that everyone is coming to work with their 100% potential and nobody really has to hide or cover up anything to fit in, right? Now, the first problem that we face is identity conflict. What happens is, in the drive to hire more women, to give more percentage to the women, people have started doing something called as diversity hiring. It is required, right? Because we need to make sure that everyone has equal representation in the workforce. But the narrative of this post is diversity hiring should not necessarily land with the candidate. And I think that's a gap, because what happens is, when somebody makes you aware, and this is what I've heard women telling me, right? When somebody makes you aware that you're hiring for diversity, this gives a wrong message to people who are hired in the first place, because you are basically playing on their mind saying, was I not good enough? Did I got hired because I was a woman? At the same time, it gives a wrong message to their colleagues who tend to think that she's here because she was hired for diversity. So this really has to stop. And after you have hired women in the workplace, you have to set the norms where women can behave as women. Otherwise, you are ending up in a situation where the intent is to get women in, and then you have role models or success criteria defined by men, and so suddenly asking women to behave like men, right? So there are two aspects to how the identity conflicts get created for women. The second problem is, we as I mean, I don't think anybody intentionally wants to make women uncomfortable, but there are certain behaviors, and the lack of those behavior, the lack of awareness of those behaviors, might make women uncomfortable. Certain behaviors, like people tend to create an impromptu dinner meeting, right? Like a friends, like casually. But if your leader joining into that dinner meeting, uh, probably women feel compelled to join in, but they have different priorities at home, right? So as a leader, it's very important that you create environment where women are empowered to make the choice either, or you are giving them enough headway so that they can be fully participative. So I'm just calling out this one small behavior where women may feel compelled for doing something which probably is not really required. But there are a lot of other such behaviors. And as people, as colleagues, if you are sort of aware about what is happening, then I believe that some of these things can be taken off the table, because I don't think it is really intentional. Yeah. Then the third thing is the advice that comes for women professionals or women leaders. Like I have heard advice like, when you are at the table, you should lean in. When you're talking, you should take as much as physical space, because that sort of speaks to your executive presence. You should enforce, or you should repeat a point of view, but you should not sit silent in a meeting, and so on and so forth. So I've heard, and I think they probably come naturally for men. It's probably not going to be the same case for women. And some of those advices really ask you to question who you are as a woman versus what are you trying to achieve in that setting. And is your success dependent on really letting go of some of those scenarios, right? So that's really about the identity conflict. Now, the authenticity conflict. Now, you have heard people saying that bring your authentic self to the work, because if you're in harmony with who you are, it's very likely that you will be successful and you will be carry the energy through the day, and you would remain productive for a longer time. Unfortunately, in the workspaces today, the role models, the number of role models that women have to really think about, learn about how do I want to be as a leader, we lack those role models. We don't have enough. And so the challenge is we end up thinking about somebody else who's probably not of our gender, who is going to be our role model, and hence feel compelled to do something that we otherwise may not have done, because we have not seen people with our traits becoming successful so far. So as women leader, I think that it's my responsibility also that I showcase and show up as my authentic self, so that people who are coming up also see that an authentic women can be successful. But at the same time, overall, having more women in leadership probably is the key for other women to learn from. The second point is the identification of success with the manly. I've spoke about this a little bit. Are we identifying success or effectiveness with certain manly traits like aggression, like dominating voice, and so on and so forth? And if that's happening so, then it's going to be difficult for women to be their authentic self. Women, by definition, probably sometimes want to be quiet in a meeting if they do not have a value to add. Uh, Women do not probably sometimes do not connect a loud voice to the truth, right? And so on and so forth. I have also seen certain women leaders being more approachable than the counterparts, and it's probably very natural to them. But if we are trying to say that being carrying the executive aura or not being a lot approachable as leaders or not being too friendly, all of this is associated with power, is associated with success of a leader. Then I think women will have challenges in showing up in their true authentic self. The last one is most of our world is becoming very data driven. So we try and find the insights both on the behaviors, outcomes, actions in the data driven world in terms of what actions were taken, how was it successful, and so on and so forth. And that feeds back into how you want to coach, how you want to train your workforces. Unfortunately, again, today we have the same problem where most of that data is being created in a way where the dominant party is not women. And hence, I believe that some of that data carries inherent bias, and you're trying to find an insight from that data and accept this as a truth and feed it back into the cycle, which is not really going to work out. So, people who are working in IT field need to be really aware of this inherent bias and apply techniques to ensure that you're mitigating some of those biases right there, so that a bias-free information is getting fed into the system. The last one that I'm going to talk about, and Aro, keep me honest on the time here, yeah. The last one I'm going to talk about is the ideal worker image conflict. What does this really mean, right? So the way I'll call this out is there are a lot of flexibilities that are coming in the workspaces in terms of how you want to work, where you want to work, are you going to go home early, are you going to come in late, and so on and so forth. And most women predominantly tend to take them because they have more responsibilities either at home, which is the reality in India, or their perception of what is important and what is urgent is different from what our other genders might want to call out. And hence, there are women who probably are going to opt for those kind of flexibility offers. Now, at the workplace, if your definition of ideal worker is not changing, if your ideal worker is still the worker who is overworking, overachieving, over delivering, and so on and so forth, then just by saying try and balance your personal life with this bunch of flexibilities will end up landing as accommodations where you're saying, okay, you decided to prioritize these things. It is your call, but by doing that, you are no more fitting into the ideal worker image, and hence, unfortunately, you will have to pay a price in your career progression. And that just makes the whole thing as one accommodation rather than really trying to have a workplace intervention where everybody is very realistically balancing out their lives. Yeah. So this is very true, especially at the mid-career level for women, when most of the careers tend to take off on a very steep trajectory. Women actually carry a very disproportionately higher family responsibilities. And we really need to lay out an equal playing field for women at that stage in the career. Yeah, so that's it, folks. This is what I wanted to sort of leave you with certain reflections. And I'm just going to call out some of the things that I think would help us moving forward. The first one is we all need to remember that gender equality helps and should help not just women, but all genders. We should fix the ideal worker image first, so that in the first place, lesser accommodations are required and people are really making the choices based on their family needs. Burnout needs need to be addressed irrespective of the bias, but in women, that problem probably is going to be more aggravated, and hence better care, better attention is required. There are many types of aware microaggressions that happen in the workplace. Like, for example, we are getting spoken over, comments on emotional states, questioning your judgment because you are a woman, or assuming you may not know about certain topic because you're a woman, and so on and so forth. All of this makes women very uncomfortable in the workspace. So your awareness and hence your adjustment in the way you interact can be super helpful here. Uh, strong allies, strong allyship programs and inclusive workspaces, not just hiring women for diversity, but really nurturing that diverse point of view and that diverse working style is very important for us to gain full benefits of diversity at work. Prioritize and reward culture building. We need teams which are rooted in an inclusive culture so that we are future ready workforces. And last but not the least, I would like to call out that the pandemic has really given us an unprecedented opportunity to create the work culture shift, and we should take full advantage of these policies to ensure we are moving forward with a sustainable development. And with that, I'm going to take a pause. Thank you so much for listening in, and I'm sort of all happy to take any comments, folks. Can't hear you, Arun.
Sorry, sir. Yeah, I was on mute. Actually, I was mute because I was very enthused about what you presented, and I've seen many women in my life. Obviously, mother, daughter, everyone, but they make life easy for us to both in professional life and also in the personal life. So I can easily relate when you talk about the equality and all. So thanks for that. Anyone have any questions here? Shweta, Sneha, anyone who can just talk about that? But I find it's very insightful. Any questions you have? She can actually build answer.
So, Venkat, this side.
Hi,
there are
Venkat,
no,
yes.
yeah, there are no questions, but there are many of the important things that we need to consider at both the workplace and also at home. Okay, so yes, I will, as a lead, I will try to give more of these things to implement this. I am implementing few, but with this bucket list, I do have many of these things.
Sure. Thanks for your inputs, man. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Venkat.
Yeah, thank you, Venkat. Yeah. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your time and in the Saturday morning. I know it is very early for you, but thanks for chipping in, helping some very useful steps what we can do. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much. Bye, folks.
Thanks. Okay, so hi Shweta, how are you doing today?
Hi Aro, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm absolutely fine. How are things? Everything in US? Everything great there?
Yeah, like life is almost normal now. We are like out of COVID, you can say, because we got boosters, we got all the shots. Even kids also got now. So yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so you're going to office now, or you're still working from home?
It's like hybrid. You can choose any of the options, but there is no hard and fast rule that you have to be in office only.
Okay, good. Yeah. So guys, let me introduce Shweta. Shweta works in Microsoft and she's a C# corner. She's a data analyst and speak a lot in a lot of sessions. Even I've seen few of the sessions of her. So Shweta, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. I will quickly share my screen.
Yeah, but just before that, I just want to share with all the audience that we have amazing prizes from sponsored by Whizlabs, and top 3 prizes will be. I already shared that we have $150 for the Whizlabs a voucher you can go for. Then we have a $100 Amazon voucher and Eco $50 voucher you can go for. So you have to enter your forms, and then we have a quiz here, and then Shweta has some quiz as well. And you have to be very cognizant and careful what she is explaining, because we have put some 3 questions in in her session. So you have to be very careful and don't sleep. It's a Saturday. Just understand that you will win prizes. Thank you. Shweta, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah. So let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Yeah. So hello and welcome everybody. So today my topic is about creating personalized user experience using Azure Personalizer service. And before moving ahead, I would like to thank each and everyone who contributed towards this event. So our host, our wonderful speakers, as well as our attendees. So for attendees, along with my thanks, you do have a chance to win prizes, like as Aro mentioned. So stay tuned and make sure that you're watching all the sessions here. So at around 8 p.m. IST, we will be announcing the winners. So maybe you are the one who is going to grab the award. Coming back to my topic, so today I'm honored to speak on one of the Microsoft AI service, which is Personalizer service. It is based on the reinforcement learning, and we can use it to create a tailored user experience wherein user can have a look at their applications based on how they feel or how they want it to be. And we can use it for desktop applications, even web applications, as well as chatbots. So before moving ahead, here as my credentials, so I'm working in Microsoft as a software engineer as a V-Dash, and I'm C# Corner MVP from last 5 years. There I am holding global rank of 23 as of yesterday, and I have over more than 3 million readers for my articles till date. So I'm very much into community, so I'm speaker, mentor, as well as blogger. So you can read out my blogs at shwetalodha.in, and I have recently started my YouTube channel, which I would recommend you to go and watch it out. Its name is Shweta Lodha. So during this session, if I'm not able to answer anything due to time constraint or anything, or if you have anything more which you want me to answer, then feel free to shoot out your questions on my Twitter handle, which is mentioned on the screen. So for next 45 to 50 minutes, we will be learning together what is this Personalizer service. So here is the brief agenda. We'll see what is Personalizer service, why we should use it, and what are the challenges we can solve it, what are the problem areas we can sort out, so and how it works, what is the technology behind this which is making all these things possible. Then we will see how we can provision the resource in Azure. It will followed by demo, and at the end of the day we will have a look at 2-3 like best practices, you can say responsible AI practices, which we should follow. Okay, so the Personalizer service is the one of the service which falls under the umbrella of Azure Cognitive Services. So I will quickly touch upon all these 5 different categories. So the very first one is the speech category. So speech category deals with all the services related to speech, wherein you can convert speech to text, text to speech, as well as you can also integrate your language services with it. Second category is the language category, wherein you can work on translations, you can perform sentiment analysis, and it includes the services which like works towards extraction of meaningful data from the unstructured data. So there we can use the language service. The third one is the vision. So it holds all the services which are specifically for vision, and the most common one is the computer vision, which almost every one of us have heard. And the fourth category is the decision, which holds 3 different services: anomaly detector, content moderator, and the personalizer. So our today's topic, personalizer, falls under this particular category, which is decision category. And the last one is the OpenAI, which is still in preview, and it holds just one service as of today, which is OpenAI service, and it deals with the fine-tuning your models, language models, based on particular need to handle specific use cases. So thing is still going on in this side. So when I'm saying personalizer service, so it is mainly inclined towards how you can create customized experience for the user. So if 10 users, they can have their own opinion about your UI or how your application should treat. So the tailored experience, the term we are using, is very much suited for this particular service. Now, question is why to use such service? Why do we need all these services, which is mainly inclined towards our users? So the very first reason which comes into my mind is like you do not need ML expertise. So although it is a machine learning or AI based service, but still you need not to worry. Even if you are a fresher or a developer, having basic knowledge of coding, and if you know how to make a call to REST APIs, or if you know how to use SDKs to call certain methods, then you are good to go with this service. So basically you don't need any expertise. Even if you have never ever trained the model or you have never created the model, it's pretty okay. The only thing which we need is the basic programming knowledge, which you can get it in like .NET, Python, Go, JavaScript, and I think one more was there. So these are the languages which you can use it to work with this particular service. One is a great user experience with real-time learning. So basically when we are expecting some feedback from user, what we do is we used to provide them some feedback form, or particularly there is another stage altogether which is not directly related to the application. So we ask them to fill the form or provide their feedback in some other form. But when you are going with the personalizer service, we don't need the different stage altogether. Everything is captured and done when user is interacting with our application, and he or she may not be aware that where are we using this data, but actually things are handled automatically behind the scenes. And for that, we have automatic model optimization. So when user is providing feedback or when user is playing with your application, at that time we are sending data to the service, and service will automatically run or retrain the model. So nobody's sitting there to retrain it again and again or on a like scheduled basis. Everything will be done on real time based on certain configuration settings. Both one is better ROI. So we are talking that we are creating application for user. It's based on his or her taste, and we want him to attach to that application. All these things we are doing because we want to establish our own brand. We want a trust between user and our application so that he will come again and look at our application. He feel some kind of bonding. So if there is bonding, if user is able to understand that application, he's getting what he wants, then of course we are ultimately growing our business and it is leading to a better ROI. Now, where to use this? What are the different use cases we can think of? So this particular service based on the ranking mechanism. So you can think of any use case which works with the ranking could be the correct fit for this particular service. The very first one we can say is the content notifications. So here we can take, let's say an example that real estate site is there. You are creating an application which is holding sellers, buyers, some houses, listings and all those, just to bring everyone together on the single platform. Now, being a buyer, I'm interested in buying some house. So what I will do, I will go to that application and search. While registration, I will provide that I'm from Washington State, my name is this, and the basic information. But what if I'm going and using the site? Will the site show everything what I want? No, because initially it is not tailored. So what we can do, I'm interested mainly in the Redmond houses. So if there are any houses which are available for sale in Redmond area, then only I'm interested. So we will apply some filter and everything will be seen there. Now, next time when user is coming, he wants to see the same criteria rather than entire Washington states, all millions of houses. He wants to see only the area in which he is interested in. So whenever a new listing happens or new house comes in, we can use this personalizer service to send notification to the user that, hey, a new listing has happened. Just go and check the new house which is available. So in such cases, we can go and use this notification thing. Another is the content filtering. So this is very well known. We must be using, almost every one of our using the content filtering basically on e-commerce sites. So when we are buying any product, we see that we can use the service to show suggestions. So next time whenever his user is coming in, we will just show those suggestions. Let's say he's buying washing machine today. So tomorrow if he is using my application, I will show him other brands washing machine as well as some washer, dryers and all those things. So you can filter the content based on users' needs. So he need not to go ahead and again filter that I am looking for washing machine. Another example I can say is the news. So there could be many kind of news on any news website, the sports, money, finance related. Then again, we have political news, spiritual, but not everyone is interested in all these category. So specifically, if you will ask me if I'm interested in sports, then I want that only sports news should come on my page whenever I'm logging on to that website. So here you can use this content filtering feature. Another one is the menu suggestions. So you can think of either restaurant menu or you can think of a menu placed on your UI. So in any of these cases, we can easily use this particular service. So let's say you are ordering some breads. So you can utilize this service wherein it will list out all the possible breads or newly available breads which restaurants have recently introduced, so that it's easy for user to quickly hop onto that and select those items. Similarly, when coming on to our application level, so there are some users who would like to see suggestion box on the right hand side, whereas others wants to see on the left hand side. So user can drag it, place it, and next time whenever user is coming in, he wants to see that suggestion box on that particular location where he has placed. So all these things we can do it using this particular service. Okay, now we are talking about so much automations and what user wants. So how can we achieve this? So what are the possible solutions we have? The very first one, which is exists today also, and even before personalized service we have, was the manual approach. So in case of manual approach, we used to present some options to the user. Like let's say you are creating a new website and you are not sure whether the button circle would look good or the rectangle shape would look good. So what you can do, you can present both the buttons to the user and ask him to select at least one radio button, whichever he likes, and submit the feedback using the website. So what we are doing here is we just provided two options to the user and he is forced to select one of those. Because it's a radio button, let's say, so at least one of them would be always checked. And let's say if user is not interested in any of those buttons, he's looking for something oval shape or some other shape. So there is no option in this particular case if you are going with manual. And another thing is, like, let's say 80% users are saying we are good with rectangle, but 20% are saying no, we like circle more. So in that case, you cannot accommodate such requirements. The website owner or the developer will still go with the majority of decisions. So entire website will have rectangular shape buttons because 80% people are liking that. So it means the rest 20% people will have to go with whatever website is providing and his or her views doesn't matter. So to get rid of all these situations, we have another approach which we are calling is automated one. And this is based on the personalizer service. Now personalizer service is based on the machine learning. So whatever user is providing feedback, we are giving those inputs to the model. Model is retraining and giving some output to the user. So every user may have its different output at different time. And the only thing which we need here is the calling to REST API or using the SDK. Where in case of manual approach, there may be a little bit more coding, state management, and many things would come into the picture. Okay, so when we are saying machine learning, let's quickly have a walkthrough of what are the possible areas we can have. First one is the supervised learning. So as its name suggests, supervised learning means we are supervising the machine that what is what. So if you are going with the shape example, then you are already feeding the data or you are labeling or tagging the data that such kind of shape is known as rectangle or such kind of shape is circle. So next time whenever you are showing shape, then your application will say, oh, I know this, it's rectangle or it's a circle. So it is all planned, or you can say it is all based on the label data which machine is already having or your model is already having. So there is no extra intelligence, it can go out and do it for us. Another example is the unsupervised learning, wherein we are not training our model, we are leaving completely on it. So let's do whatever you want and provide us the output based on the algorithm which is used. And unsupervised learning is used when we are looking for patterns, when we are looking for many patterns in our data. So in that case, we can go for unsupervised learning. It doesn't require any labeling or tagging of the data initially. And the third one is the reinforcement learning, on which personalizer service works. So reinforcement learning works on the fundamental of loop, or you can say feedback loops. So user will use that service and we will provide feedback, and then again model will be trained, and then the updated output would be shown to the user. So let's have a more deeper look on actually how it works. So here you can see that first this one. First shape, it is saying that we need list of options, context, and the user profile. So list of options could be the options which you want to present it to the model. So in our case, it could be shapes, rectangle shape, circle shape, all those. And the context is something like additional information which you want to provide along with your list of options. So let's say if you are going with the news, then your context could be the news category, like political news or the sports news. If you are going with some restaurant website or application, then your context could be the timing, that user is exploring your website in the morning, so it means most probably he is looking for the breakfast. If he's exploring your website at night, it means most probably he is looking for dinner menu. So context is something like temperature, your timing, anything it could be which can support your query. And user profile, it could be age, gender, anything which is very specific to user, because there are some application which relies mainly on the user, and with certain age only you can go ahead and use it. So clubbing all these information, a package will be sent to the machine learning model. So model will process that input and will show the best possible output to the user. So user will have a look at the output and he will decide whether he likes it or not. If he is not liking, he will provide some feedback. If he's liking, then also he will provide some feedback. And this feedback is known as rewards. So reward is in the form of 0 and 1. So he can say, yes, I'm liking it, or no, I'm not liking it. But actually internally, when we are maintaining, it's a float number which lies between 0 and 1, inclusively both the limits. So now we have the user's feedback, you can say reward, and that reward is again sent to the model as an input. So now model is dealing with many things, list of options, context, user profile, as well as the rewards. Combining all this will be some better input every time, or the more you will play with model, the more better output you will get. In the context of personalizer, so this is the picture I have taken it from the document, Microsoft documentation itself. So here you can see user is interacting with the application, and here we have features, context, and all these things are packaged and sent to the personalizer service using the rank API. So rank API is the one which will make a call to personalizer service, and then personalizer service will decide whether to go with exploration technique or the exploitation. So these are the two terms which you need to understand. So in case of exploration, model will explore more options apart from what user is giving. Where in case of exploitation, the service will rely mainly on the user's reaction, or how he is treating with or how is he playing with your application. So it totally on the one who is creating the application, that how much he wants for exploitation and how much he wants for exploration. So once this is decided here, training will begin, model will be evaluated, and the output would be rendered to the user, which is the response of our rank API. User will have a look that whether he is okay with this shape or whatever the actions he was expecting, and accordingly he will provide the feedback. So here you can see that application is having 5 thumbs up, and user said, I am not on the excellent side, but yeah, I'm close to excellent. So he gave 4 thumbs up. It means we can give reward as 80%. So as it is a float number between 0 and, we marked it as 0.8. So now this 0.8, which is reward score, will be fed back to our personalizer service using the reward API. And model will again start evaluation, training, and everything. So whenever user is coming next time to use the application, he will get information or the output based on the most recent reward. So these are the 2 API which will be using rank API and the reward API. Okay, so enough of theory. Let's see how we can get started. So the very first thing we need is Azure subscription. So you should have an active Azure subscription. You can use, while creating the subscription, you can, for resource provisioning, you can either go with free tier or you can go for the standard one. For free tier, you may have some limitations on number of calls, how much you can make and all those. So definitely you can have a look at those points in the documentation. And the third thing we need is we need to integrate SDK or the REST API, whatever you would like to go for. And once this portion is decided, we will wire up our rank and the reward APIs, and we'll start running the app. So running the app will start training the model, and things will flow in a loop fashion. Now it's the demo time. Let's go and explore it. So I'm on my Azure portal. You can reach out to portal on portal.azure.com and log in it. And here you can search for personalizer service. So personalizers is the one. Click on it. So what we are doing here is we are trying to create resource of type personalizer. Click on create button here, and here you can select, the first thing is you need to select your subscription. Then either you can create the news resource group or you can go with the existing one. So for me, I'm going with the existing one. And region is the one which is very close to you. I'm going with West US. And here you need to specify some unique name for your instance. So I would say conference, then personalizer instance. Let's see if it's unique. So it's unique. We got the green tick mark here. Pricing tier, I'm going with the standard one, but you can of course go with free one also. It has the transaction limit of 50,000. Even you can have a look at more pricing details by clicking on this link. I will quickly go and click on review plus create. Validation pass, click on create. So it's gonna take some time. Let's give it a few seconds. Okay, meanwhile, I can brief you like what we are going to see in a demo. So demo I have planned is very simple. We will ask user that what all articles he's interested in, whether he's interested in Python, VS Code, or the Azure articles. And then we will ask him that what else, like is he interested in video or the text-based articles. So this is a simple app which we are trying to execute over here. Let's wait for a few more seconds. Or maybe if it's taking time, I can meanwhile walk you through the code itself. Okay, so this is the very simple code. I will tell you how I'm going to pull these details. But this is a console application, and here I am taking this Boolean variable because I want to keep running this application rather than restarting it every now and then. And here I am taking the list of actions, which you can also say features. So list of actions for me is like set of URLs, which I'm going to show it to the user or which user may be interested in. So in real examples or real application, you may be getting all these feeds from somewhere else. But for demo purpose, I have simply hard-coded these. And these are the URLs, and I have created a features wherein I'm saying technology and the tutorials. So technology side, I have given Python, VS Code, and Azure. These are the three categories. And then I have article and video. So here I just mentioned two categories. So this is the action. Then I have mentioned how we can create the client object. So client object requires the key and the endpoint, which we will see shortly. Then I have created two simple methods. So what I'm doing here is I've taken an array which is having these hard-coded values because these are the technologies which we are interested in right now. And whatever user is selecting, based on that, I'm just returning the value. Similarly, for my tutorial mode, whether he's interested in video or the article. So this piece of code is doing nothing much, just returning what user is selected. So till here, we haven't done anything fancy. Next is the creation of the context objects. So like for this particular example, my context is the technology and the tutorial. So what technology user is interested in and what tutorial he wants to watch or read. Then next is the exclude actions. So you may want to exclude something which you do not want to bring it onto the output for the user. So all these things you can feed here. For me, I have just taken handful of URLs, so I don't want to mention anyone here. Then this is the event ID I have generated, which is the unique GUID because I need to send unique value for my rank request. And this rank request is the one which we are going to make a call. So it is going to take a list of actions, which is nothing but list of all the possible URLs. Then the current context, which means the technology as well as the preferred mode of article, and exclude action, and this is the event ID. So whatever the response we are getting here, it is going to tell you that what is the ranking currently and what is the probability. So ranking is decided based on the probability. So what is the probability that particular URL would be selected by the end user. So this response I'm taking, and then I'm asking user whether he's happy with the response or not. So if user is saying yes, I'm happy, then I'm assigning reward as 1. If user is saying no, this is not what I was looking for, so in that case I am simply saying reward equal to 0. Now how to calculate this rewards values 1, 0, it's completely your business logic, your own. You can put any logic to calculate this reward. There is no hard and fast rule that you have to go with the one which I have shown over here. And then this is the ranking. So ranking, like I said, it's going to show you the probability for all the URLs which we have mentioned as an input. And then I'm passing the reward, whatever user is selected, whether it is yes or no, whatever the reward values I am getting here, I am going to make another call to my reward API. So here definitely it will take the event ID for which we are sending the reward as well as the reward values, which is float value. And that's it. So you can see that it's hardly 100 or 120 lines of code which is going to perform all these things. Let's see if okay, so instance is ready. Go back to Personalizer. And this is the one which we just created. So I'm going to grab, okay, meanwhile I can show you something. Okay, I will grab this keys and we'll praise it over here. So keys and the endpoint are the values which we will be getting it from the Azure portal. So you need to grab this one and place it over here. Save it and let's see first how it works. Then I will tell you more about what are the properties we need to set in our portal. So here it is asking, what do you want to learn? So I'm interested in Azure. What kind of tutorial do you want? So I'm interested in article. So now it will list down the articles. So here I'm getting creating and trainings. This is the article which is in Azure. So yes, I'm good. Like I'm liking it and this is what I'm expecting. So I will say yes. So it is saying great, enjoy our article. And the most important thing which I want to show you is here. So these are all the possible URLs. And after each URL, you can see a floating point number, which is nothing but the rank, or you can say the probabilities. So based on the probability, these are assigned. So let me try out a few more things. Let's say I'm saying 1. And again, I'm saying I want to go with article. So here you can see that this time you got different article, although for the same option. So earlier it was creating and training custom model. This time it is showing translate document. So this is also correct. I would say yes, but still, although ranking is going up and down, but my probabilities are still same. Let's try a few more things. This time I'm going to select Python and I'm saying I'm interested in video. So you can see that this is not we are expecting. Get notified via Azure is Azure article and neither it is video. So it means I would say no here, N. Because this is not what I was expecting as a user. I was expecting a URL like either this one or this one, whatever is for Python. And again, the problem is probability is still same. So what I'm trying to say here is training a model is not like a 5 minute or 10 minutes task that you will quickly go run the instance and will finish it off. It's not going to work like that. You may need thousands and thousands of tries to feed and train your model. So that's why I'm going to stop this demo here and will show you the same thing with the one which I have already trained. So let's quickly stop it. Okay, so I'm going to. So this model also I haven't trained very well, but I tried to do it till 30 instances. But here I can at least show you what are the probabilities and how different they are. So let's replace this thing and let's replace this thing. If I will run this, you will see there is some change, especially in the probabilities side. Okay, so let's say I'm going with Azure and I am going with article. So yeah, this is the correct one which I was expecting, and this time you can see that the probabilities are really different. So earlier everything was 0.9 or something, but this time you can see that the one is getting with 0.8, it means 82%, and rest all are like different than the one which we selected. So it clearly says that the more you will train, the ranking will change and the probabilities would also change. So, and all this is working because we are constantly providing the feedback to the model. Now, if I will try it again, here a few more things. Let's say if I'm saying Python and get me the video tutorial. So this time I got wrong. I would say no. One. This time again I got wrong. It means although I'm trying to train my model, but still it is not reflecting. And why it is not reflecting, that we can see it on the Azure portal. So let's stop this application. Go back to portal. Okay, so this is the very first thing, configuration, which you need to have a look before running your application. So here you can see two types of settings. The very first one is the reward. And here you can see reward wait time, which is default set to 10 minutes. And of course, you can set it to something else. So reward time means if user didn't provide any input within 10 minutes, yes or no, or he didn't react it to the what the screen is asking or the prompted, then in that case, it will by default send the 0 reward. But in our case, we responded on time, so that's not the case. So 10 minutes system will wait and then will automatically trigger default response, default reward point is 0. And here you can see two different settings, earliest and the sum. So there may be, there are cases wherein user will provide multiple rewards or multiple times he will provide the feedback for the same rank API. In that case, you have to make a call that which one you want to consider. Do you want to consider the most earliest one? And we used to go with earliest one because we want to avoid all the duplicates. Otherwise, you can also go with the sum. And then accordingly, you need to perform the calculation so that our reward point would be in the range. Here comes the exploration. So here we need to set that what percentage of call you want to use for exploration. So here what it is saying is, let's say I'm setting here as 20. It means 20% of the calls I wanted to set for exploration. It means 80% are still going with my exploitation. 20% of calls user can use randomly and use it to provide different kind of, or you can say random results. So you need to be very careful while doing this. There are some best practices which you can have a look at the documentation. I will definitely point out to those. So this is, and usually we keep it in 20 to 30 because we want users' response to be on priority. That's why we cannot go with a very high figure here like 80 or 70 because we want to still be driven by the user. Plus, we want some data to be considered by the model to come up with the new possibilities. And here we have the update frequency, which I have given it as 5. So although I provided response multiple times, still model didn't run because model frequency I'm setting is 5. So every 5 minutes only model will update itself. It means how many number of times I'm doing doesn't matter at all, because here restriction I have kept it as 5. You can of course get it in seconds. Next thing is the data retention. So data retention means the data on which your model is going to operate. So it's completely on you. How much do you want? So 90 is the default, which is given by the portal itself. But if you are putting more, I would say these days, more than a certain limit, I can't say the limit, it totally depends on the business. But if limit is more, you will have more data and model will take that much time to update itself. So it is always good to go with shorter limits so that we can go with the most recent instances of the user's feedback, because we are least bothered what happened 3 months back if user is using or giving response something different in last 1 month. So we will consider only last 1 month and we will quickly get rid of those rest of the data. So this thing you need to set it over here. So these are the main things. Another is the learning behavior. So how do you want to set this behavior though? Do you want the best action? You can go with this one, which will user will keep learning based on the model updation time what we have set. Another one is the apprentice mode, in which what we are saying is it is like an offline mode. We will let sit our data over there and model will, the model will be in the offline mode, and this case is usually preferred when you are in production ready application. So we will make the model sit over there and will it will monitor the user's input and out everything, but it will not react or it will not change the output to the user. But in offline mode, it is still working behind the scenes. So tomorrow, if you want, and if results are very good, you can go ahead and swap your current model with the one which is sitting in the offline mode. So that's the apprentice mode. And this one is don't learn or return the best action. So data about rank and rewards will be collected and it will just return the first action. It will not do much of learning here. Coming on to the model and the learning settings. Here you can export the model, you can export the learning settings, as well as you have an option to import and clear the data. And how many times you have optimized your model, you can see the logs over here. Coming on to the evaluations. So I think this we have already covered, so no need to go back. So that's all we have for this particular settings. But the main thing you need to remember is you need to make sure that you are working keenly on this particular window, which is for configuration. So that's all I have for demo, and next I will quickly talk about responsible use. So like we are talking about AI, when something has pros, it has cons also. So it is completely on us that how to use and till what level we should use this service. So the very first thing is you should be cautious that what use case you have and is it the right fit for you. So choosing the right use case is the most important thing, because you cannot go and take some mission critical use case and just apply ranking on it. For example, let's say you have application for pharmaceuticals or chemist related thing. 3 guys came and they all took the same medicine for headache. It doesn't mean that 4th one will also go with the same medicine. So what I'm trying to say is you should know that what is the impact of the wrong result in case if API is giving you delayed result or model is taking time to train, or if anything has happened, you should be very careful that it should not be like mission critical type of use case. Second one is you should focus on how to build your reward system. Like I said, it's completely on you, on your business model, or how you want to. If you are interested only in yes and no, you can simply say 0 and 1. But if you are expecting something in between, let's say apart from square and circle shapes, few users are interested in oval shape, then you should create your reward system in such a way that it can address such kind of possibilities also. And the third one is be mindful on which features to choose on which option. So this is again a very big step. So we should think about it and work closely towards this before actually using this particular service. Going on to my next slide. Okay, so we are almost done. So the summary, I can say that Personalizer helps you to build a highly personalized user experience that translates to better customer engagement and ultimately loyalty. And in simple terms, if I will say in a nutshell, so Personalizer allows you to retrain your model, everything on its own. So no human intervention, nothing. So it is always good to go with the application which are relying on ranking system, which are relying on user feedback, where we are, even if sometimes wrong results are appearing, it's okay to go with that. So in such scenarios, we can go with this particular personalizer service. So before I end, I would quickly show you. So you can go to your favorite search engine and just say Azure Personalizer service. So here you can find the official documentation. Click on documentation and okay, so here on the left hand side, you can see plenty of information. So there are some FAQs which I would highly recommend you to go through it. If you are doing it for the very first time, that what if your configuration settings are incorrect? What if your model is not training, even if you are doing it for the multiple times? So, and the most important thing is this one. See, so like I said, it's not a 5 or 10 minutes job to just train a model and show you. You may need thousands of instances sometimes, depending on how much data you are using for your model training and all those. So we have to be a bit patient, and initially it may take time to train the model, but gradually it will improve with time. As in when user is playing. So the more user is playing with it, the better results we can expect. And then we have references. So like I said, Node.js is also good, Python, Go, and .NET. So these are the languages which you can use it. And if you have any doubt, you can go through all these. There are how to do offline evaluations. So, and what if you want to go with apprentice mode? So all these things you can find it in the documentation itself, but make sure that you go and read this FAQ before actually using this particular service. So with that, I'm open to take questions.
Hi everyone, whether you are in Teams or in YouTube, you can ask questions from Shweta, and because after that we have a quiz, and this quiz will you stand a chance to win top 3 awards, which will be announcing at 8 p.m. IST. So, but that is a quite long time. But those quiz, right, will be actually, we have around 4 speakers who have provided the quiz questions, and then we collate, and at 8 p.m. All top 3 people will be giving an award. Which is which I already shared in my link as well. That one is the Whizlabs annual subscription. Second is a $100 Amazon voucher, and third one is the smart speaker, the Echo from Amazon as well. So let's see how we can actually get this. This is sponsored by Whizlabs. So before that, please ask any questions. If no questions, then we can just go to the quiz. Okay, so I give 30 seconds to people to ask questions, whether you are in Teams or in YouTube. Okay, so let's see. Again, first thing, Shweta, is very interesting. People are very, I also got excited because I've seen a couple of demos previously from other speakers and all. I mean, a couple of months back, and they have some chatbot, this the AI subscription, how it works, and all detail they mention about this thing. So I think we have another speaker talking about Priyanka from Singapore. She is speaking as well later on. But your question, I mean, the thing which you provided is a very simplified, and this shows that you are an expert speaker because you speak in such a calm way, so that at least people can understand the things. Because I know it's a bit complex, but the way you speak is much easier to understand because you go step by step. Very important to people, maybe the beginners, to how they can start getting started. So I will highly recommend all the audience that please see the resources which she sent. Shweta, is possible to send these links in Teams as well?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so that the people who are new or they have learned a couple of things, they can actually see how it works for them. They can practice it.
Sure.
Right. So again, 30 seconds is over. Now have something amazing stuff. We are doing a quiz, and each question you have to answer, and then Shweta will tell you what is the answer was correct or not. Okay, so I'm very excited about quiz because I'm going to the school time where we have quiz and all. So we are using. I put a link in Teams that how we can get started. Okay, so what you do, I put in the URL in Teams so you can get started. Where is the link? Okay, so what you do have to in your mobile phone or on your web, you can just go and click on this, a link. Okay, so thank you, Afreen, Sumit, and all. We are still, because a lot of people are joining, so I'll put same thing in YouTube as well. Okay, so guys, it's quiz time. Let's see. It's a quiz time. Okay, so what you will do, you have to enter the URL, whether you can use on the mobile phone or on the web browser, doesn't matter. Okay, and we'll see how you will do in your quiz, right? So let me go and let me go to the quiz. The quiz is here. Freen is here. Vaishnav is here. Sumit is here. What about only 3 people? Not possible. We need more people. Come on, guys, be sporty. You can't stand a chance to win some awards. Again, it's not a winning, but something to you can enhance your skills. So just not 3. We need at least 5 to hit people again. Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Be sporty. And again, after this session, you have to put all top 3. Give me an email address so that I can actually in the 8 p.m. IST we'll put the lucky winners. Right? Could be Sumit, Kafreen, Neeraj, anyone. So guys, please be sporty and show. Start 4. We can have more people, right? Okay. So I give some 1 minute again to get started. Okay, guys, please be sporty and then. Okay. So guys, what you do, have to click on the URL kahoot.it. Okay, and the password, the pin you have to use is this in the YouTube. Okay, guys. So let's see how it goes. I won't waste time and all because we have a lot of sessions coming up. So we start with 4 people. Doesn't matter. Okay. The first question, I'm going to read it. Okay, from Shweta, Azure Personalizer. Right. So 3 questions. Okay. The first question is where I can use the personalizer in my email campaigns, in my news content, and the online shopping, or all of the above. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting excited. What is the thing? Oh, all 4. Okay. Yeah, so I think everyone will be there. So again, any insight from Shweta that we can use for all 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
That is yeah. Thank you for your. I mean, this is one of the easiest one. I say that. Let's say thank you, everyone, participate in that. Second, again, it's if you know about KBC, right? It's a fastest finger. So Sumit is doing faster than other people. So Sumit is doing well. Okay, so again, we are using same concept of KBC. So Sumit is fastest in answering the first question. Let's go to the second question. Okay, now personalized service is based on which ML service, which ML area. Okay, it is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforced learning, or none of the above. Now, let's see. Is it tricky question, Shweta?
I mean, if you have seen this carefully, then it was in my slide.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have. I think. Again, Shweta, you can just just your inputs here. Why we use reinforced learning for this?
We cannot go for supervised learning because supervised learning requires retraining or pre-training the model before pushing it to the user. But in case of reinforcement learning, we are getting users input, then we are training our model. So initially, if you have seen in my demo, everything like all the probabilities were same, all the articles were of the same rank. So, and later on when we did again and again, you have seen that the probabilities were changed. It means in the looping fashion, we are changing and it's on constant feedback from the user. So it falls under the reinforcement learning.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks for your question, and also people who are able to answer. Let's see who was doing well. So Sumit, again, Neeraj is moving ahead. Okay, so Sumit and Neeraj are neck to neck now. Good to learn the new things. To whom I can add the personalizer. Okay, we can add in the web app. We can add in the chatbot. None of the above or all the above. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is good, right? This is the easy one, right, Shweta?
Yeah. Like, I believe that whenever you are in dilemma, just go for all of the above.
Yeah, yeah. That is the thing. I mean, even for the Microsoft exams, right? If everything looks similar, then you put all the above. I also go for that thing. Okay, good. So good. Thanks for replying. And I'll say, so we see who's on the podium, right? With Afreen, thanks Afreen, right? Thanks for your inputs. Neeraj, okay, we're doing good. And who's in the podium? I don't. Sumit, thank you, Sumit, right? So, guys, what we need from you, right? All three of you, Sumit, Neeraj, and Afreen, in your Teams chat, please enter your email address. Because we have a lucky draw. We see the maximum answer who are replied. We'll get a lucky draw. That is, we announce at 8 p.m. IST Indian time, right? So please enter your email address, and then we will wrap up. Thanks again, Sumit, Neeraj, and Afreen. And this very useful session from Shweta. I mean, I was amazed about how easy we can create this Azure services using different kind of AI services and make life easy for everyone. Now, Shweta will also provide some links to you later on because we have a lot of sessions happening. So we provide the links to you also. So don't worry, all the links will be there, and each session, all the speaker will provide their slide deck. Okay, so don't worry. All the information which we have seen in the demos will be recorded in YouTube, and the PPT also be shared with you, so that you won't be confused. Okay, how it worked and all. So all the detail will be shared with you. The PPT, the PowerPoint, and also the videos. So don't worry that. So thank you so much for your time, and let's see. Yeah. So thank you, Shweta. I mean, I was really now I want to ask you now. Me as a thank you, Neeraj. I want to ask you, the people who are go to Microsoft exam, right? Maybe Azure. So which exam they can start with, which is like AZ 900. Which exam they can start target if they want to get certifications and all. Any guidance you can provide to us then?
Actually, honestly speaking, I don't go with certifications because I have totally different lookout. So even if I will pass, unless I will have hands-on, it doesn't make sense. So I'm very less reluctant towards that.
Okay. Yeah.
And especially codes that I can't even remember the examples. Really sorry for that.
Yeah, no issue. I mean, just want to, because this is you have given different viewpoints here, but I have seen many people who want to learn and then want to get certified and all, and they want to get how getting started with the Azure. And for that matter, could be a Microsoft Teams, could be your SharePoint, anything for that matter. So don't worry, we have some links we will be providing to you we have as organizer. We put some links, and what I want to show you if you want to get started with Azure, start with the AZ900, which is a fundamental. You get a knowledge about how the PaaS and the IaaS and the SaaS application works. A lot of things we can work, and even have a touch base on the Azure as well about the machine learning. So very high level. If you want to go for AI, maybe AI 900 will give you a brief, because what Shweta touched, she talked about the personalizer, which is part of AI 900. So it will give you some inputs about how it works. So thank you, Shweta, your amazing presentation and better demo, because demo was like a really quick, and Don, you explained the concepts much easier for the users. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me for this platform.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was like, I know it's quite late. Maybe it's not late. It's 8 p.m. there, right? 8:30. Yeah.
8:30.
8:30. Yeah. So it's Friday is still there. But thank you, Shweta, for your time. And then I will really appreciate that all the speakers they're spending their time to give you enable all the users or the audience that how they can learn things. We talk about the breaking the bias with from working with 𝐸𝐳𝐵𝐞𝐿. Now we have an amazing session from Shweta. Now we have lined up many sessions. So again, Shweta, for your time, and then we really thank you for your amazing session and the demo today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye bye. Take care and be safe.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me start the recording again. And let me show my video also. Yes. Now we have a friend of mine. I would say her name is Priyanka. We do a lot of sessions together. How are you doing, Priyanka, today?
Hey, Aro.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm absolutely fine. Thank you so much for giving your time on Saturday morning. I know it's difficult these days, but thank you. And actually, it is for all the women all out that they are, and for the audience who will want to learn. Thank you for your time, Priyanka. I mean, really appreciate that you are spending. I know you have a family and all, but you still spending time with family and still share with the knowledge with audience. Okay, so again about Priyanka. Again, Priyanka is a Microsoft AI MVP. She's a speaker, blogger, and she works in Avanade. So again, before I speak, how's work in Avanade, Priyanka? Is it hectic? How it working there?
Yeah, so in Avanade, I work as the AI IoT offering lead, so which means I lead most of the AI pre-sales offerings for SIA, Southeast Asia region, okay, and growth markets, right? So yeah, it's fun being, seeing AI take shape in various forms. People actually enthusiastic to implement AI projects. People asking about AI helping for reducing carbon footprint, for environmental initiatives. Yep, so it's heartening to see the appetite for people to use AI for good, right? I mean, rather than looking at the as AI as your nemesis replacing humans and taking away your jobs. Yep, so it's a whole different angle. I have lots of fun interacting with various industries, various peoples, various cultures.
Yeah, that's really great to listen this thing, because AI, a lot of people, when I see about AI, I see the Terminator, right? And people think that they were replaced by the machines and all, but actually machines are there everywhere. You think about Google Assistant, talk about the Cortana, you talk about the AI. The AI is very generic, right? Now, Priyanka will talk about AI accessibility, right? And now,
sustainability.
Yes, yeah. So, Priyanka, the stage is all yours, and you can just start your session, right? I won't talk about now. Thank you for your.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Just let me know if you can see my screen. I'm going to share it out.
Sure.
Can you see it?
Yes, Priyanka, we can see it. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's begin. Let me begin. Okay. This is good, right? You can see, right?
Yes,
Aro?
Priyanka, we can see it. We can see
Okay,
it.
all right. Okay, fine, great. So let's start the session today, right? First of all, thank you to RO and organizers for having this event, especially right after International Women's Day. And it's heartening to see a lot of women speakers congregating on this platform for a day full of learnings. Okay, so with that, let's start our topic, which is AI for sustainability. So, I mean, the reason for doing this topic is normally I do a lot of technical topics on AI, which are centered around deep learning, machine learning, unsupervised, supervised learning, various AI algorithms, cognitive searches. But as I said, right, let us also get a peek behind the scenes where AI is being harnessed across different industries, across different initiatives, and how those initiatives are actually leveraging on the basic concepts which we usually learn about in AI. So today's session will be a lot less of slides and lot less of talking, and we'll have a lot of demos to see and a lot of concepts to explore. So yep, with that, let's delve head along. So about me, I'm the Microsoft MVP for AI. I'm the AI IoT offering lead for Southeast Asia, and the major reason for me choosing this topic, AI for sustainability, is along with my sister, we operate a website called 𝐬𝐢𝐳𝐷, wherein we give people bits and bytes about doing their bit for the society, for the environment, and that is what propelled me to choose this topic today. So let us briefly run through some of the AI misconceptions, the normal misconceptions we have, like AI will kill jobs, machines learn by themselves, then machines will surpass humans and there will be this robot uprising, and AI can be very used in very limited scenarios, like probably for rocket science, or only for very hi-fi sci-fi use cases and not in your usual day-to-day life. So these are some of the generic misconceptions, some of which have also changed for the better over the years, but most of them still persist. So people still have this conception that AI is coming after my job, it is going to replace me, or it is going to surpass human intelligence. So let me set all of these at rest. None of these are true. Machines do learn by themselves, but they learn only what they are taught. For example, if you teach a machine to play chess, then it knows only chess. It cannot play table tennis. Whereas you, as a human being, is equipped to do different things at a time, right? I mean, if I teach you that this is how you get sports scores, or this is how you learn about sports scores, using that same knowledge, you will still know how to use that context to probably learn about weather forecasts. Okay, but that is not true for machines. So if you teach a machine to learn about getting weather forecast, it will not know how to use the same knowledge and harness it for getting sports updates and sports scores. All right, so set your mind at rest. Machines are only as intelligent as we want them to be. Correct. That being said, with all this robot uprising and Skynet coming or not in the future, the industry viewpoint has drastically shifted for using AI to do what is humanly not possible, like doing predicting something which analyzing years of past data, which is humanly impossible for a normal computer or for a human to do, right? So using past data to forecast into the future, to see into the future, or to combine different streams or different ideas and create an unimaginable future, these kind of things. So AI is being harnessed to envision a better future. All right, so it is being used for earth, it is being used for preserving your cultural heritage, it is being used for planetary initiatives, it is being used for accessibility initiatives. Okay, so which means sign language to text to sign language, and then braille script for people who are blind, and lots of community initiatives. Okay, Also, apart from that, there have been some epic AI failures. So it's not all a rosy picture for AI. There have been scenarios where AI has fallen flat on its face, and these are all, huge names which you see on the screen here. Amazon AI, which was for recruitment, right? So the recruitment AI was supposed to make job easy for the human resource recruiter, HR guys, by giving them the best in market CVs for a particular job description. Now, whoever trained the AI forgot that there was a word for diversity and inclusion and fairness. And typically for each job description, the Amazon recruitment AI came up with a very, white male resume. I mean, out of 80 out of 100 times, it inadvertently gave out a CV of a white male person, which is the AI, the data used for training the AI was not very inclusive, was not very diverse, and which led to a total fiasco for this kind of initiative. Then second, let's come to our beloved Microsoft, which came up with a bot called as 𝐬𝐢𝐧𝐠, and 𝐬𝐢𝐧𝐠 was supposed to be a teenage bot, supposed to interact with teenagers and gather information and learn as it interacts with more teenagers, right? And it was supposed to be this hep bot with this modern lingo, and you're supposed to be very friendly. But what Microsoft did not see that the bot could be spammed with the absolutely rubbish garbage messages. So what people did, like as soon as the bot was released, within 24 hours they spammed it with anti-Semitic, racist, and absolutely those kind of homicidal messages, right? And within 24 hours the bot went from friendly to trying to exterminate the entire human race in flat in 24 hours. So that initiative also failed, like the bot learning over time by interaction, but they did not see that the interaction could also be for the worse, like interacting with wrong people or interacting or interpreting wrong messages. So that initiative, like fell flat in like 1 or 2 days. Then we had this Apple and Goldman Sachs card, right? For which your credit score was calculated for your eligibility, loan eligibility, and then that somehow was a very biased AI, meaning the female, your spouse, your wife was not eligible for a loan based on her point system. Okay, so this was a very biased AI. And then IBM Watson Medical AI also was a failure, meaning that it suggested sometimes, in many cases, wrong medication for patients, and then doctors were absolutely doctors were absolutely mad at the type of medication which was suggested to patients, and that was that. So that was the future for Watson in medical AI. And since then, Watson has undergone a lot of transformation, has undergone a lot of subtle changes, more cognition there. But yeah, I mean, when it came at that time, when it was supposed to be the revolution and supposed to break the bias for the future, all these initiatives went splat in like couple of months, or probably even in a day or two. Okay, so that brings us to the AI for good, right? So as I said, that not everything about AI is rosy. There were some failures, and here's one fact, right? AI is here to stay. Now it is up to us to reskill and adapt and use that AI for a better future, for a better visionary purpose. All right. So when we talk for AI for good, there are many initiatives. There is AI for Earth, there is AI for health, there is AI for accessibility, for humanitarian action, for cultural heritage, for sustainability. Okay. So AI for Earth and sustainability resonate with each other, because sustainability is all about building a sustainable future, right? Where you are talking of carbon footprints, and we are talking of water conservation, for harnessing renewable energy, okay, or even for discovering realms which were hitherto impossible. Right. So, for example, if I wanted to reduce the usage of paper, and instead of sending people flowers or bouquets in person, what if I could send them as as paintings or as Instagram messages from different Met galleries. Okay, so imagine that I want to send out a message, and that message has to be translated by AI into some classic piece of painting by some Renaissance artist or some Impressionism area artist. That kind of an amalgamation of something which you've not thought possible is also possible with the help of AI. So let us delve deep into some of these initiatives covering different areas. So for sustainability, we will see videos around AI for Earth, which is deforestation, land cover prediction. Okay. Then let us see about AI, how it predicts for decarbonization, or how it will predict that this machine should operate for these number of hours to operate at its optimum capacity and lowest carbon footprint. Then let us look at some of the Met initiatives where AI was used for for restoring or reinstating lost art. Okay, lost paintings, lost art. All right. Then let us look at some of the initiatives where AI is used for something unimaginable. Like I said, right, translating your messages, birthday wishes, and into some sculpture or into some painting for the day idea kind of thing, and sending them out as Instagram wishes on special occasions. So, yep. So let us look at few of the demos here. All right. So when we talk of sustainability, we talk of a greener, cleaner future. Right, so we have committed. So as AI enthusiasts and as a Microsoft Azure AI community, we have committed to put sustainable technologies at the forefront. So whatever innovation we do, sustainability and AI for fairness and responsible AI, these are the keywords which have been coined into the usage of AI. Right. So let us look at some of the global initiatives which is plugged into the Azure ecosystem, the Microsoft Azure AI ecosystem, for reducing the use of energy and transitioning into a more carbon neutral future. Okay. So that doesn't stop you from innovating, or that doesn't stop you from developing. It's just that development sustained by an environment which is protected and which is not impaired by your innovation. So it doesn't tell you that stop construction, but it tells you the deforestation rates your construction causes, and are there any alternate ways to plan your construction, more eco-friendly ways to plan areas where you can be planning your upcoming urban settlements and those kind of things. Okay. So some of the sustainable use cases is we have something called as a planetary computer. Okay, so this planetary computer, which is also an open source API on the Microsoft portal, which we'll definitely see in the next few minutes. Okay, so the planetary computer combines absolutely humongous amount of information, and it gives you APIs, okay, which you can then use for a harness, like for calculating the carbon footprint, and then using in other use cases like wildlife preservation or predicting the land forest cover, deforestation rates, and these kind of things. Okay, and these initiatives are absolutely live. So there's a project which I'm currently working on in Singapore, which for which we are actually helping the company to look at their machine output in kilowatts, so the powers which their machines are consuming, and then looking at the historical data for 2 or 3 years, we are actually telling them that this is the optimum setting and this is the output at this optimum setting, and that is actually helping them to plan their machine cleaning and starts and stops at a point of the day, so that the power consumption is the lowest and still the output is the most optimum. And that has really helped them to plan their carbon footprint, energy savings, and also plan for a more sustainable ecosystem across their factory. So this is something which people are looking to implement. This is not just a conceptual idea anymore. It is actually put into practice, and these things are ongoing, right? I mean, these APIs which are out there, which are available, open source, are being harnessed in these kind of scenarios. All right. So the focus areas for AI for Earth are, of course, carbon, water, waste ecosystems. Okay, so we have 100% renewable energy by 2025. That is one of the focus area. Water positive by 2030, meaning of course conservation of water. Zero waste certification by 2030, and net zero deforestation from new constructions. So very idealistic goals, of course, right? But two of them are absolutely achievable. 100% renewable energy achievable, yes. Water positive, yes. Why not? For zero waste certification, a bit difficult. Net zero deforestation, because given the population explosion and given the encroachment on forest lands for habitation or for grazing, right? This is really not a very, how should I say, idealist. This is very idealistic goal, not a very practical, pragmatic goal. But nonetheless, these are the focus areas for most of the cloud AI platforms out there, right? And they are encouraging people to put it into practice. How? Let us see. So now, having set the stage, right, we are just going to delve headalong into demos, and more demos. So let's begin our journey into the world of AI for sustainability. I am going to stop my sharing and reshare because I want to share the my computer voice as well while I play a video for AI for good. Okay, so let me do that. Let me share my computer audio as well. And let us start. All right. So let me play this video. Can you hear the? Let me know, Aro, if you can hear the voice, the sound.
Priyanka, right now we can't hear.
Okay, so
What you can do, you can put in the link.
No, that is actually cannot be played out in the link.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me, okay, include computer sound. Sorry, I didn't do that. Yeah, now it should be okay. So, sorry for the glitch. Yeah. So let us use. Let us look into a video for AI for Earth.
In every corner of the world, researchers and organizations face unprecedented challenges. To develop solutions that address climate change and a catastrophic loss of biodiversity, while sustainably feeding a growing population and protecting water supplies. Developing sustainable solutions to these challenges requires the rapid collection and analysis of diverse data sets. This is a daunting task for small organizations, preventing them from scaling their solutions and amplifying their impact. To bridge this gap, Microsoft is empowering people and organizations with AI and cloud tools to solve global environmental challenges. Through AI for Earth, individuals and organizations are now using AI to collect, process, and analyze data at a scale and speed previously unimaginable, growing more food while protecting our natural resources for future generations, turning information into insight to prevent and even predict environmental threats, and developing algorithms that enable smarter, tailored conservation solutions down to the individual animal. Microsoft is committed to accelerating innovative solutions and creating a more sustainable future, with new open source apps that anyone can use, partnerships to accelerate progress, and grants to empower organizations around the world so everyone can harness AI and together create a better future.
All right. So I will also paste this link out in the chat for you to be able to browse the API, some of the applications, school applications which were shown in the link, right? Yeah. So just feel free to browse this website AI for Earth, and you will absolutely come across a lot of mind-boggling initiatives for how AI is harnessed, the sort of APIs which are available out there, right? So as it was mentioned in the video, if you were able to catch most of it, so it was mentioned that there is a challenge when it comes to having data sets, right? So data sets of endangered species, data sets of your Amazon deforestation land, or calculating carbon footprints, or looking into the future that, given the deforestation rates, what would be the Amazon forest cover in the next 5 years, or by 2030, these kind of predictions, doing harnessing AI, correct? So for all of these things, the data sets, the APIs, the computation speeds, all these are should be available, right? So should be made available for people to use, for people to actually start partnering with Microsoft to partake into this kind of initiatives, correct? So as we said, right, so a lot of tools which Microsoft routinely releases. So let's talk about the cognitive services, the language studio. Microsoft currently, in the recent announcement, harnessing the OpenAI GPT-3 paradigm. So the OpenAI GPT-3 version into its language APIs for more semantic and correct language understanding, and robust entity relationship building between its data sets, these kind of things, custom text classification, so that it can recognize that this. So let's say, for example, someone snaps a picture of this frog which you see on the screen, and then how do I know that this is an endangered species or not, right? So this kind of custom classification of a species, of flora and fauna, these kind of things also are possible with the help of the new AI services which these platforms all across, like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, GCP, and IBM, all of these are releasing across, right? So AI for sustainability, AI for accessibility are buzzwords, and these giants are enabling us access these APIs to put this to put this sort of concept into reality, into action. And these are not done by them alone, right? So we are all citizen scientists who are partnering with them for these. So featured AI for Earth partners, as you can see, right, there is Ocean Data Platform wherein they track the ship emissions. There is Amazon, which uses the Azure service to prototype the deforestation risk into the future, okay? And then Thermify, which is analyzing heat patterns. So the data sets and APIs and the background infra is provided by Azure, but then there are companies individually partnering with Microsoft and other cloud platforms to make this a reality. All right. Okay. So let us look at few of these applications in action and see how they actually help us plan for a sustainable future. So when we are talking for sustainability, right, as I said, most of the sustainability revolves around optimizing water use, reforestation, communal water quality and availability, improving, especially in water parched areas, right, of desert areas, drought prone areas, improving the water quality and availability, urban area forestry, so planting trees while planning your urban landscapes, promoting energy efficiency. As I said, like, we are partnering with companies to actually analyze their equipment outputs and the optimum settings for operating their equipments at the lowest carbon footprint and still the highest efficiency. And then partnering with renewable energy projects, so alternative to your fossil fuels, correct? Okay, so let us look at some of the applications, right? And let us look at some of the applications in action. So not theoretically, but in action. Okay, so let us start with a project on the forest risks. Okay, so forest risks which are going to show that, in the past or in the future, you are going to to forecast. So this is AI, so demand forecasting or time series forecasting, right? So AI to forecast the risks of fire or drought or insect infestation to your biomass across your planet. Okay, so these are your biomass areas, okay, the green which you see, and then how much of them are impacted by these hazards into the future or into the past, right? So here, right now, here we are. So it starts from 2010, okay, to right into the year 2090. And as you can see, here we are. Here we should be in the year, the decade from 2010 to 2020, and then going forward from 2020 to 2030. And as you can see, the risks of fire is increasing, and that is evident. Like last year, we saw the Australian fire, the California forest fire, right, and how it set ablaze a decent amount of forest cover, right, and also brought in a lot of complications for smoke-related pollution. Okay, and then the warming scenarios you can see is low, medium, and high. So medium and high. So you can choose the scenarios also. Okay, so warming scenarios are with lower emissions, this would be your warming scenarios. With medium emissions, this would be your warming scenarios, and with high emissions, this would be your warming scenarios. So that's the way you can actually plan for reducing emissions and then calculate. So if my emission was low, then what would be the risk? If my emission was medium, what would be the risk? If my emissions continue to be high, what would be the risk and what would be the global temperatures? Okay, so as you can see here, the risks of drought. So you can, so drought is pink color, right? So you can actually look at the risk of, the risk of drought as well into the future. So as you can see that, all the mapped out areas here into the different parts of the globe are also having a drought related risk. And then if you look at insects, then apart from fire, drought, and insects, as you can see now, the biomass cover is dwindling. The green cover which you see is dwindling, and then a lot of the other things which you see like droughts and fires and insect infestations have drastically increased. And especially you can map it out, right, in certain parts of the world. So if you look at this in the African continent, in the Asian subcontinent, in the North American Atlantic subcontinent, so most of the biomass you see still preserved in the southern side of the hemisphere. Okay, and most of the the dwindling forest cover is again attributed to rest of the world. Okay, so there's still biomass in the southern, northern and northern hemisphere parts, but then most of the world you see the biomass cover has dwindled. And then if we continue at the current rate of our emissions, then we run a significant risk of fire, drought, and insect infestations into our forest land. Okay, and same way, like if you see that if I were to lower my emissions, then you can see the risks have significantly reduced. In fact, in insect infestations you see are negligible if you reduce your emissions. Let us see here, as you see, as when it is high, the blue infestation risk is much more, it is multitude. And if your emissions were low, it is gone, like it is quite narrowed, right? And then if you can forecast it into the future, as you can see into the future, into 2090, the temperatures are significantly higher, and if you don't keep our emission rate lower, okay, so let us try at high emissions, then all your biomass cover is gone. Okay, a very traces of green biomass is seen, and most of it is running into a risk of drought or fire or insect infestation and significantly higher global temperatures, right? So this paints a very bleak picture if we were to continue into the year 2090 with our current emission rates or even higher than current. And then it sort of helps you track how can I limit my emissions, and then what is the percentage of biomass I can still preserve, how can I reduce the risk of all these fire, drought, and insect related complications. All right. Okay, so I hope this sets a sort of perspective for how AI can help you look into the future or back into the past. So let us look at the past as well, right? So for the past, as you can see, the biomass is very, very evidently visible. All the green dots, you can see the biomass green cover, and whereas all of the drought and the emission, drought and fire and insect complications are to a minimum. All right, and then as you can see, and this is with low emissions, and then continuing the same trend, you can forecast into the future. All right. And same thing, you can experiment with your scenarios, low, medium, high, and can see, like, what is the impact if you continue to operate at the same level of brazen carbon emission which you continue to do right now. Okay, so this is one carbon footprint calculator for the entire globe based on certain biomass assumptions, right? So for the forest covers which we have, for the data of past fire and drought related or insect infestation related attacks which we have recorded into the past. So given that, and given the carbon emission history, the rising global temperatures, AI has come with a model which can forecast this right into the year 2090. All right. So this is one of the examples of how AI for sustainability comes into play, and it helps us to track our carbon footprint calculations. All right. Then there is pre-VCR. So pre-VCR is your Amazon area, okay, and then it is calculating the risk of deforestation, right? So in the Amazon states, right? So the Amazon states, it is calculating the risk of deforestation given the current rate at which encroachment is happening on forest lands for construction, for urban planning, right? For animal grazing, okay, pasture lands and those kind of things. And then given the current data, it is forecasting the risks of deforestation of the Amazonian forests. Okay, so as you can see here, right, the legend very high, high, medium, low, very low. Okay, so as you can see that currently, there are still, the risk is not very high. So there are very few areas at how should I say, very high and high risk. Okay, so I don't see a lot of bright red marks anywhere, demarcations anywhere. Most of them are in the medium and high range. But still, I mean, nonetheless, in the Amazonian forest, you can see that because the deforestation rate is so high, that there is significant area which is still under a very high to high risk of deforestation, right? And then then it also shows you that what is the land at risk, okay, and what are the conservation units, because not all the land can be officially or unofficially used for development. There are certain lands which are under conservation, are under wildlife sanctuaries, and those are sanctioned, like government sanctioned protected lands. And even for those, right, so illegal poaching or illegal encroachment, so how many of them are at risk, how many conservation units are at risk? So as you can see, right, and then rural settlements. What are the rural settlements? The ethnical settlements in the Amazonian forests or the lands around that, they are at risk. Okay, and so this is one way of looking at. I mean, one way of AI, able to map out the risks and then letting you have a bird's eye view and then plan your action items accordingly. Okay, and then as you can see, right, so these are the areas: Para Amazonas, then Amapa and Tocantins. These are the areas, and then it is giving you the deforestation risks, right? So very low, low, medium, high, very high. Okay, so it is giving you that, and it is giving you monitoring also. So from June 2021 to December 2021, and deforestation warning is SAD, SAD, deter, then wildfires warning. Okay, so all these also can be. So this is a deforestation related warning. Okay. And then you can also see that for the deforestation related warning, you can check if it is the different areas. Okay, wildfires warning. So based on your current deforestation rates and temperatures, what are the wildforest related warning? And you can have the date filters as well, like which is the date you are choosing. Accordingly, it will show you the yeah, accordingly it will show you the date ranges as well. Okay. So this is another application. Okay, another one which is used is for the planetary computer land cover mapping. Land cover mapping meaning currently how much of the percentage of Earth's land is available to us in the form of forests and usable land. Okay, so usable, so not like inaccessible terrain, but then livable and habitable terrain which is available to us, and how to better optimize it and use it without encroaching into forested lands or forested areas. Okay, so this is one of the use cases where we have to actually sign up. So there's an application, there are open APIs for this to actually start using the APIs and harnessing them for getting queries about available land covers in particular states, areas, latitude, longitudes. Okay. Right. I'll keep this my life, my met at the end. Yeah, so land cover mapping is also, it is partnered by a partner called as Development Seed along with Microsoft. They are using the Microsoft APIs and satellite images for faster creation of land cover maps, then easier question answer, okay, QA, and then also then it is it can be used to better plan your urban settlements, right? So if I want to plan a kind of sewage pipeline or a new upcoming condo or HDB in Singapore, then how to better plan it with the available habitable land without causing ecological balance, loss of ecological balance. All right. Okay. So now, having seen some of the sustainable like planetary initiatives, let us look at some of the bit divergent initiatives which are still talking of human and AI amalgamations, interactions, but in a different way, right? Like in a more artistic or more art preservation, art restoration sort of a way. Okay, all right. So let us look at few of these kind of things as well. Okay. One of such initiatives is the Gen Studio, right? So what does the Gen Studio do? Gen Studio is able to, it is an experimental collaboration basically, okay? It is an experimental collaboration across the Met, which is the, the museum, okay? The Met Museum in New York, Microsoft and the MIT. Okay, so what it basically does is it is able to, as a human, you are able to explore art without actually traveling to the location. So as a probably as a art curator, as a museum curator, or as an art enthusiast, or as an art connoisseur, I would want to have a look into different galleries. But instead of incurring cost and sending my representatives all across the globe, traveling and stuff like that, if I were to access all these pieces in 3D and get all information about them in one go, then why not, right? I mean, that again saves my transportation costs and my fuel costs, and I can sit at my home and optimize my time and do the same work in a lesser amount of time basically. So let us look at what the Gen Studio can do. So let us select an image and enter the AI Studio, right? So, okay, let me select these armor, this knight armor, and then I'm going to click on generate. Okay. So basically what it is going to do is then this AI Studio is going to generate an image out of the actual picture which I have selected, right? So based on the given artwork from the museum's collection, a generative adversarial network. So this is a form of computer vision. Okay, this is a form of deep neural network. So it allows you to explore and visualize the spaces in between those pieces, right? So this was a breastplate. This is a knight armor which in the yesteryears the soldiers used to wear, and then using the AI adversarial network generation, I can able to probably see that, this piece, how similar it is to other pieces in the lab, okay, or not in the lab, in the museum. Okay, so if I say explore similar, then it will show me that yeah, for example, similar to the armor, what all other pieces I have in the museum which are of interest to me. Okay, so I had like corsets, I had pieces of jewelry, I mean pieces of cloth which were worn that time, and then how similar this particular image is to the other image. Okay, so if I want to make it similar to, for example, this, right, then it will kind of create a amalgamation of these two images and show that if a vase were to mix into an armor plate or into a breastplate, how it would look like, right? Or if were to amalgamate into a kettle, how it would look like. So this is all AI created simulations which can also be then used to create new art. So if I were to see that what would happen if Picasso and Leonardo da Vinci styles were to come together, then what would the painting look like, or how would that painting with the Leonardo da Vinci art of painting and Picasso art of painting, what would those two styles come together and give it to me. So these kind of imaginations or this kind of simulations which are impossible otherwise to create, AI should be able to do that, right? So creating a future which is hitherto just imaginary or in our thoughts, and then AI can actually put it down on paper. So you can see, right, I mean AI has created a kind of unison of how this breastplate, the armor, the soldier's armor would look like when it was combined with other images, okay, other images together. And then okay, and then yeah, yeah, we saw explore similar. Okay, it will show you the, like, and then you can, yeah, sorry, I forgot to show you this. You can also combine features, right? So what if, I mean, if I were to combine the features of different things together, right? So this was a armor, this was some another, protection cover worn during wars, and this was a vase, this was some type of painting. So what happens if, I want my current image to be more like some other image? So as you can see, the image here is changing. If I want my generated image to look, to look more closely or like match closely to another image, I can also do that. And you can see the image morphing. Okay, you can see the image morphing here. And you can see the different creations which are generated by the adversarial networks, like how combination of two pictures were to look like if they were made to more similar to each other or more divergent from each other. So these kind of absolutely unthinkable things are possible with the help of AI, and these techniques are, as outlandish as they sound, they are actually used for restoring artworks. So if you see a lot of like now in Notre Dame, the Parisian building, right, it got burnt down. So there was a lot of artwork which was lost. Then how would you restore this artwork? So you find a part of painting there, you want to restore it, right? So you don't know the other half of the painting, so you know that this is one half of the painting, but you know that this painting depicts a church piece, or this depicts something, the gods and goddesses, one half of the picture. So the other half can be reimagined by making it look similar to some other themes which you have, and this is possible with the help of AI, like computer vision AI and generative adversarial networks, the deep neural network application. All right, okay. So this is one of the applications, and I will absolutely put down the link here for you to go and explore this stupendous piece of AI. Okay. All right, moving on. Let us move on to some of the other art related things. So this is again the Met itself. So this is one big initiative which we are talking of, where it lets me explore arts from the museum itself, right? So if I were to probably look at Okay. Okay. So if I were to look at Van Gogh paintings, or if I were to look at Impressionism, okay, then you can see, right, impressionism related paintings are all displayed, and then you can actually see that, tags when women, landscapes, painting, illustration, engraving, animal print, and you can see the periods also, like, Joseon period, King dynasty, Ming dynasty, then what is the medium, whether it is oil or canvas, oil on wood, then etching, right, whether it was zincograph, and you can see the departments, like where you can find these paintings, and then you can also see the artist, right? Paul Gauguin and Camille, and then William Merritt Chase. All these were Impressionism area artists, Impressionism type of artist. And then you can also see like Romantic period or oil on canvas or Renaissance period, right? So this helps you explore the paintings and sitting right at in the comfort of your home through websites, and then get the same information that otherwise you could have by directly visiting the museum itself. All right. So this is developed in Azure, as you can see, Azure websites, and this is live for us to be able to see the Met collections and quickly explore them. Okay. All right. Let's move on to again AI for sustainability, where we are going to have the machine help us guide into building models for autonomous systems. Okay. So, for example, let's say if I wanted to plan a factory. Okay, so this is the futuristic factory, right? A factory which optimizes manufacturing processes with AI powered automation. So what happens when you want to optimize a factory, meaning you want to optimize the emissions, you want to optimize the output, you want to keep it green and clean, you want to be able to manage the factory wastage, and then for this kind of a specification which you have developed, AI will give me the specifications. Okay, so AI will give me the foundations for how would I build my factory of the future, right? And then it actually gives me all the processes, right? So if I see that, see, it actually plans the entire ecosystem for me, correct? So if I see this is the, I mean, if the conveyor belts, okay, so this is precision joining, and then it can actually tell me that, how you, if this is the precision joining, then how can I optimize it, and then how will you you useful links, so who all were able to optimize this, and from where I can seek guidance. This is plastic recycling. In plastic recycling, what all you can do, like, waste arrives and is sorted, clean, turned into plastic pellets. The system uses AI to optimize water pressure to achieve the quality required at maximum speed. The goal is to clean and process waste as quickly as possible by adjusting water levels and pressures. Okay, so this is plastic recycling, then this is plastic forming, then this is thermo storage, and this is precision joining. So in each of this, if you had a plastic recycling ecosystem, then in each of the constituent processes, you can actually click and have the AI plan out the most efficient procedure for you, keeping in mind your goal. So here our goal was like, I want to have plastic recycled at the lowest possible water pressure. So I want to minimize the water wastage, and then still also have my goal of producing plastic pellets. Here in the plastic forming, the factory is using solar energy, so renewable energy. Here was energy conservation, here was actually using recyclable energy. Okay, and then here it is in the thermo storage, it is intelligent automation to optimize the location, so that we are using the temperature optimally for cooling down process. All right, so as you can see, this AI is actually able to give you suggestions, like how to have solar energy in what sort of a scenario, how to have optimal settings for reducing water consumptions, or for using your electricity for cooling processes. Something similar like what I told you, right? What we are already doing with one of our clients in Singapore. So we are actually telling them the optimum settings for their machines at where they consume the least power and still have a substantial output. Okay, then let's go back. Let's look at So let's look at, no, this is oil drill. Yeah, let us look at how a smart building would look like, correct? So smart building for temperature control, air quality, energy cost, right? So how are you going to place solar panels? How are they going to power your systems, like your electric systems? And what happens at night? I mean, when the sun is not there, so how to make use of the sun's power in the to the maximum when it is available? Okay, so all these kind of things it will tell you. Okay, so I rushed through the demo here, right? So you can see here next step. Okay, so then you can see that how the air is circulating, what should be the vent location, so that you have cleaner air and optimum usage of your location of your furniture. Okay, settings of your furniture, correct? And then to make the most possible use of your solar energy and your wind energy, these kind of things, right? And then they have also given you that energy consumptions for each of your electrical settings which you have, correct? So this is how AI is being used for creating the sustainable future, smart buildings, smart factories. So I'll also let you browse through this link here. Sorry. All right. So, yep. So a lot of information, a lot of demos, right? I would love to personally walk you all through each of them, each of the intricacies there, but due to the keeping in mind respecting the time limit which we have, I'm trying to cover as best as possible, trying to give you all the scenarios for AI for sustainability, and I welcome you all to please go and look at all these wonderful APIs, websites, concepts out there, and see what best you can leverage on them. Right. That being said, we come to the very last part, one of the very last demos, where which is what I was saying, that my life, my met. Correct. This sort of an initiative, what this does is basically it uses our messages and it tries to use them. I mean, it tries to fuse them into some classic artwork, right? And then come up with imagery for my messages. So meaning, I'm just typing I'm just typing a message here, Instagram message, and the AI, the Met AI has transferred this message into something like classic collection art piece which I had. So looking at my messages, transforming them into something which is similar to classic collection which I have across galleries or across museums there, and so kind of interpreting messages and converting them into images. All of this time we were conversant with AI coming up with captions for images, but the other way around, like turning your text into, or your captions into images, is something which this is the future of AI, right? So for example, if Nat Geo came with this sort of a piece for underground, marine life, right? Not underground, underwater marine life. And then this was translated into something which was matching with the Met collection. So this is all AI doing, AI interpreting your messages and trying to map it into images, right? So again, something which is under how should I say, under exploration, under development. A lot of people partnering with this to come up with sort of an AI for future, okay, for exploring art or for transferring your imagery, your messages into a classic imagery, right? So not related to really AI for sustainable, but this is more of a parting note for possibilities of AI. So like, unthinkable things which AI can do if harnessed the right way. Okay, so with that, I come to the end of my session, and I would love to have any questions, love to answer any questions, or basically, anything under the sun which you might want to talk about.
Hi, Priyanka. It's an amazing session. I was really enthused by the so many new things which are happening from AI fields, right? So if you have any questions, you can ask Priyanka. She is an expert in AI, and I give 30 seconds. And we also just want to share that we have a quiz happening. So they have one speaker already done. Shweta did the quiz, and we got good feedback. But again, I need be sporty. Please participate in the quiz, and you can stand a chance to win amazing awards at which will be released at 8 p.m. To in LinkedIn and also in Whizlabs sites as well. So let's. I think we just start with the quiz. But any questions so far from Priyanka? Okay, no questions. Then it's a quiz time. Okay, I'm going to start the quiz now. All right, it's for Priyanka. And again, we do the same drill. We go to the 𝐤𝐢𝐧𝐿, and this is the pin. I think you guys can copy. I sent in the Teams as well. Let's go to the Teams. So this is the 𝐤𝐢𝐧𝐿, and the pin. You can go to the pin which is in the screen. That again, Sumit is here. Always want to win. It's a good thing. And we have a 6250, right? It is a pin. So I just do the same thing on the YouTube as well. Yeah. So Avneet is also here. Good. Yeah. Let me do the same thing for the our YouTube as well, right? So this is the URL, and what you need is a password, which is like the pin. Put the pin. So guys in YouTube, please be sporty and participate, right? It's not like just we're doing sessions. So again, recap that we have I give 10 seconds more for people to join, and then after each question, Priyanka will reply to you whether your question was correct or not. Okay. So okay, let's start the quiz, right? Let me go to quiz. The Priyanka AI for accessibility, right? Let's go on the quiz. So again, we put a very simple quiz. Again, it's not a rocket science, simple quiz we're doing. Now, what is LUIS? Okay, language understanding, right? So what is LUIS? Is a cloud-based conversation AI. It's a custom machine learning tool. It can do machine learning tests to predict the overall meaning or all above. Wow, that is super easy. So Priyanka, is it all correct, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yes, yeah. So it's one of the simplest. I think we are very. I think Priyanka is very nice to give. This is almost a throwaway question. So let's go let's go to some tricky one now. Okay, let's see. Afreen is doing well. Thank you, Afreen. And let's do other people, right? Y and Sumit. Guys, buckle up. The second question is coming soon. What does custom text classification do? Okay, we have a few questions. Classify the text into custom categories with the predefined by the user, and also enable built-in models. None of the above or all of the above? Okay, so it's a mixed questions now. Okay. Why? Okay. So Priyanka, anything you to say here?
Yeah, correct. So it's like both. It enables you to all of the above. So
Okay, yeah. Simple, right? Okay, yeah. Thank you. Let's go to the next one, which is called as next third one, which is recent API. If you are observant, Priyanka has mentioned at least 2-3 times here. What is the recent API? Recent API for GTP, right? Is it GTP 1, 2, 3, or 5? Sorry, 4. Wow, yeah. So this is one of the easiest, and even I know this is a simple one. Yeah, so it's good, right? Let's see. And we see who's in the podium, right? So, Y, thank you for participating. Y, again, I need your email address. Sumit, again, I know your email address. And Afreen, I know your email address. So, only the person left is Y. Please, Y, please put your email address, and we will do the next topic, right? So, Afreen, first one, thank you for participating. We have Sumit, thank you for participating, and last is a Y, right? So please, Y, please put an email address, and you can start chance in our 8 p.m. IST. We will announce it who will be the winner. So we have two quizzes gone, and again, I want to just thank you from my bottom of my heart to Priyanka, spending time with us, sharing the information with the audience, and thanks, Priyanka, for your time. Okay.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to stop the recording. Thank you, Vaishnavi. I will just note your email address. Okay, let us start. Now, I want to present another one of the amazing speaker, which I've seen many presentations in a. The good thing about this speaker, she always have something unique content, always new, and I just love her content. Okay, so I'm talking about the her name is Shrushti, and she is again a C# Corner MVP, and is a cloud consultant. Okay, Priyanka, how are you doing today? Sorry, not Priyanka, Shrushti. Yeah. Yeah.
No worries, Aro.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yes. How are you doing today?
Yes, I am doing pretty good and always excited. When you are hosting the event, I would love to be a part of it.
Yeah. I'm because I love it, because so you always have a I pick you because you always have new sessions, everything, new topics, which I always learn. I used to in my organization and also use in my demos as well. So thanks for your enabling us with the new sessions. And today, what are you talking about?
Yes. So, firstly, thank you, Aro, Dhruvin, and Abhinav for organizing this event for all the women, especially women in tech. And being part of women in tech, I just love playing with new technologies, as you might all know now. And today, I will be majorly talking about a scenario which can be used in many custom solutions. So basically, it might look quite easy. Like if I go to Teams and we have multiple applications, right? We can just add that application as a tab, or we can have a standalone personal app in Teams. But how you can do that using Graph API, using Power Automate? This might sound like people might say, okay, I have an app, I can add it as a tab right from the Teams. Why do I need Power Automate solution? Why would I use Graph API to leverage the same thing which can be done through Portal, which can be done through Teams? But the different and distinguishing factor is when you are creating custom solutions, that time, for example, if you have a custom template requirement, if you want it to be hosted into your Teams, and then if you want to add it, then how would you do? So this is what I'm going to talk about in the session.
Sure. This is something which is very exciting, because even I have not seen this thing. So again, there's a unique thing which you always share. So let's, the stage is all yours. Shrushti, you can start your session, please.
I'll just share my screen. You can see the screen?
I can see, guys and boys and girls, we have a quiz as well. So be ready. Don't go outside, because there's some questions we might come. Shrushti has to give some questions. So you please note that we have a quiz here also.
Yes, thank you, Aro, and welcoming you all. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are attending from. So just my slides will be very small. I don't have any slides for a slide deck for you all today. I'll be directly dirting my hands right into the demo. So let's just start with today's agenda. So today I mentioned that we will be talking about how you can, forms is just an example of adding your into your teams as a tab, but any website or any application you can add it as a tab into your teams, right? So we will just restrict today to forms, which is a website type of app tab. Let's just go ahead and so a small introduction about me, as Aro mentioned. Yeah, so I am a C# Corner MVP, and I write couple of blogs over Microsoft PNP community as well, and also on the C# Corner. Apart from that, I work at Rapid Circle as a cloud consultant. So majorly coming from SharePoint, Teams, Power Platform background, and now to Azure as well. So it's been great. Keeping the agenda quite simple. So this all we will be doing right inside this meeting or this session itself. So what we will be doing is we'll just quickly create a sample Microsoft Forms form. Also, we'll create an Azure AD application, which will be using that Graph API permissions. We will look into all of these, and then so basically, just to make it simple and understandable, Microsoft Power Automate flow is just a normal automation flow, right? For that, you need few of the ingredients ready. It is just like a recipe. You need a few of the things ready before making your flow work. So before creating and jumping to Power Automate flow, you will need all these simple ingredients, which is like creating a forms, getting the forms URL, creating an Azure AD application with that Graph API, and then just getting few of the IDs from that app registered, and then using that Graph API as an HTTP trigger into your Microsoft Power Automate flow. So it might sound a bit heavy right now, but it is very simple when I'll just demo. And yes, this is exactly what I wanted to say. It's better to stop talking and start doing. So let's just do together. So I'll quickly jump to my portal, right? So let's just go to Office portal and create a sample form. Let me just quickly give a name. Global community demo, and quickly we will just add a simple question. So I just quickly save this and share. This will be automatically saved, so you don't have to worry about it. All we need is this URL. So I'll quickly copy this URL and I'll open a notepad for me, and I'll quickly just save my work, because these are all the ingredients which we'll need. So let's just quickly save this forms URL. So this is a simple form which is now ready. We will not deep dive much into Microsoft Forms. Now the second part is, which Graph API should I use if I want to post tabs into Teams? So basically, let me just go to my Teams, and I already have created this previously, so just wanted to demo before creating it live. So as you can see from the screen that this is a Microsoft team, and these are all the tabs, right? And these are all the applications. So these tabs, you can add it into your channels. And if I can directly add forms, so this is how you can add forms directly from Microsoft Teams portal. But what we are going to do today is we are going to add a tab through our Power Automate flow, right? So now what you have to do is you just have to refer Microsoft Graph API documentation. I'll share this link with you. So this is the API which we are going to use. So what this API does is this will add any kind of tab into your channel. So there are few type of tabs supported right now, not each and every type of tab. So what I mean by that is, if you just click on this add button, right, you see a variety and different types of applications which you can add it as a tab. So what all you see here, almost majority of them you can do via Graph API as well, but not all of them. Okay, so we will just check into the API documentation. So from the API documentation, I can see that I will need few API permissions, delegated permission, application permission, and let's just quickly see the API. So this is the API HTTP trigger. This is a post API, which will post your app, which is which as a tab, to your channel, to your teams. So this will be added to that particular channel into your teams. And we will just quickly, these are all the examples. You can refer all the documentation here without any issues. So this is quite simple in understanding. So we will just go to Azure portal now, and I will quickly open Azure Active Directory, wherein we'll register a new app. Yeah, I can see here. And now what you have to do is you just have to go to app registrations. You just have to create a new registration. I will say demo forms app. So this is a name I will give, and I just want it for single tenant right now. I don't want multi-tenancy because I'll be utilizing that in the same tenant. Now I have registered my app, and as you can see from the overview tab, you will be able to see client ID, tenant ID, and these are all the things. This is a OAuth authentic. This is these things will be needed for your Graph API to authenticate, right? So you just have to keep this handy. I'll just quickly go to API permissions. Now here is a key point which probably you should not miss. So whenever you go to the documentation and you see two type of permissions, which is delegated permission and application permissions. While if you want to run your Graph API into your Power Automate flow, you have to keep in mind that you register your app with the application API permission, not with a delegated one. If you want to use delegated API permission, then you will have to create a custom connector, but you can't use it with the out-of-the-box connector which Microsoft provides. So this is a key highlighting point, which probably many times we tend to miss. So just keep this in mind. If you want to use this into your Power Automate flow, don't forget to use application permission. So what we will do is we will just go to our app registered app, and I'll quickly add API permissions and application permission. And let's just see which all application permissions I need. So right now, you can see I need permission called as I can create group. Like this is teams tab.create group permission, and these all different type of permission. And also don't forget to read about this asterisk. So basically, if you see double asterisk, that means that permissions marked with double asterisk are supported only for backward compatibility, and with single asterisk, it is kind of, it uses resource specific concern. So these is don't forget to read the specific documentation. I'll quickly add all the required APIs. Let's just go and select Teams tab and check again which all. Teams tab creation, select Teams tab read write for team all, select Teams tab read write all, and this was write for team all, and this is read write all. Done. This is a group one, this is a directory one, and Teams tab create is done. Teams tab, is there anything left? I can only see this one, so we'll just quickly, oops, I'll also add another APIs which I left. Group permission, and it was Teams tab create group. I didn't see that. Group read write all. We will select, and directory read write all. So I have added all the permissions, and I'll have to grant consent as well. So yes, now what you can see is all the permissions has been added, but the consent is not yet granted. So what we will do is we'll quickly grant admin consent. So for granting admin consent, you have to be admin for that particular tenant. Only admins can grant consent. Otherwise, if you have limited permissions, then you have to inform your admin so that they can grant consent on your behalf. So this is done. Now we will take these things into our notepad. So what I will need for OAuth authentication is client ID. So let's just quickly grab client ID. Or you can also save all of your this values to key vault and then leverage it from there. But right now, just to keep it simple for the start, I'll be not using key vault. You just keep handy this tenant ID. Also, we'll have to create a client secret. So let's just create a new client secret for the demo. And I don't want to change. You can change the time limitation. So when you want your secret to expire, you can also give custom time, and you can select any of the populated from drop down. So I'll right now keep it for 6 months, and I grab this value, and you have to save client secret value. So it is better to use Key Vault for maintaining your client secrets. So right now I have created, so what we have done till now is we are just grabbing all the ingredients needed for Power Automate flow to create, right? So we created a form, we have now forms URL. We created an Azure AD application for Graph API, and with all the required API permissions, grabbed few of the keys like authentication, which is needed for authentication, like client ID, client secret, tenant ID. So now we have almost everything required. Another part is just refer this documentation and go through few of the examples. So whenever you will use this Graph API, you'll also need few of the inputs, right? This is the body of the Graph API, correct? So there is a key thing. I am not sure whether how it is visible there, but let me just zoom it a bit. Yeah. So if I use this Graph API, I'll have to give body. So what this Graph API body expects, like these are the key value. This is the key value pair JSON format, and I need a display name. So basically, whenever I'll host this API, whenever I'll post this API, how it will be posted. So this is the display name. So you can give any name. I will give it Microsoft Forms because that is what I am hosting right now. Teams app OData bind. So basically, this is just a Graph API URL, and what it will do is it will also host. Here you'll have to give what kind of tab you are hosting, whether it is some kind of application like OneNote, any document, be it PowerPoint or Word document, or it is kind of a website. So now when you see forms, right? So this forms has a URL. So it will be hosted as a website. So that ID we will need, which will append at the end of this Teams app OData bind. And these are the configurations. So entity ID will remain the same, while content URL will be your form URL, website URL will also be your form URL, which we have. And this is fine if you don't use remove URL parameter. So this is exact same this is the response of this API. So you can just refer. And what we will do is we'll quickly now go to the Power Automate and let's just create. So right now I'll be creating a manual trigger flow, but this can be used in a use case like if you have if your organization demands that I don't want standard team to be created, I want templatized teams to be created. So what do I mean by that is if you go to create teams option, you see create teams templates, right? So if you have some unique custom template for your organization and you want that template to already have few of the tabs, so how would you do that? So this is one of the way you can add it as a tab, right? So this is that use case where you can use it. And I'll just quickly create an instant cloud flow. I'll give a name for my flow. And I will manually be triggering this flow. I'm not scheduling this right now. So this will be, we'll have to manually trigger right now. And what we will do is we will save all these values to variables because we are going to use this in the API, right? So let's just initialize a variable. Initialize. And for of now, we will have forms URL. This will be a string, and I'll give this value. Similarly, you can also rename your connectors. So this is for forms URL. I'll again initialize a variable. So we'll do this for all the inputs which we have right now. So I'll do it for client ID, which is a string type, and I'll quickly save this value and rename this as to client ID so that it is readable for others, that what exactly this variable is storing. Again, I'll initialize and storing tenant ID, string type, and let's just grab this value. And client secret. Again, this will be a string type, and just store it. Okay, so let me just quickly rename to be readable. And this will be client secret. Okay, so now, okay, I have all the ingredients. I have forms URL, client ID, tenant ID, client secret. Now, where do I want to post my tab, right? To a particular team, correct? So what we will do is we will quickly grab get teams. So what this connector will do is we will be posting forms tab into a particular team. So I can select any of the existing team, and let me just quickly check if I let me just quickly create a sample team. Public team, sample form team, and yep, I don't want to add any members right now. Yeah, so I'll quickly pull this team up, and let me just go to my Power Automate. It might need a refresh. Yeah, so here it is. What was the name? Sample form team. Okay. So let's just quickly. It might not reflect right now because we just created. Let's just get team again and see if it reflects. Yep. Yeah, here it is. So I have a team, and where, as you can see in the documentation, we are going to use the API which will add the tab to channel, right? So what I will need now is channel. So I will be pulling up, sorry, this. I will get channels. So list channels will list all the channels from this particular team. Okay, so right now, as we only have one general channel, let me just pull up the same. So it just needs the team name, and then it will hold all the parameters, all the channels in this, right? So if you want, we can quickly check the response, and then we will be using HTTP trigger. So let's just test and see what all values we get. Okay, because these values we are going to use in the HTTP request. So let's just test. and see the response of these connectors. So for this API, we know, right, what we need? We need Teams ID, we need channel ID, correct? So let's just see if we can grab that from these connectors. And these are just the variables, so it will store the values. So we don't need to see the output of it, but get a team. So yeah, let's just check things here. So I just gave the team name, and in output, you can check what exactly it is giving. It is giving the team ID. So yeah, we need this, right? We need Teams ID for our API. So a good work here. We grabbed team ID as well from the team by just giving team name. Now, what are other parameters it gives? It gives display name, all the team's properties it will give. Display name, description of that team. This is the internal ID. So don't worry about this. We are not going to use it. And this is the URL of the team. So if you just grab this URL and put it in your browser, the team will open up for you. If you want, you can check. It should open that team. So got it? I hope this is, yeah. So this is what the details and the properties of that team. Once this is done, just let's go ahead and check what list channels gives into the output. So I just gave the team name, and this is the output which it is giving it to me. So let's just quickly check this JSON output. I now need channel ID as well. And as you can see, I am getting the channel ID, right? So this is the channel ID which we will be using it into our Graph API HTTP trigger request. So now we have team ID, we have channel ID, and all the other things required. So let's just go ahead and add an HTTP trigger. Okay, so coming to this section, we will be posting our request, correct? So we are going to use post type of API as mentioned in the Microsoft documentation. So this is a post request, and this is how the request URL is. So coming to our Power Automate flow, what I'll be doing is I'll be creating that URL, which I've already kept handy here. So this is the request URL. Let me just quickly pull up this URL. Yeah. So what I'll be doing is I'll just explain you all. Yep. So this is https.graph.microsoft.com, and we are using version 1.0 Graph API. So this is production ready Graph API. Then we have this thing, right? Teams ID /channels /channel ID and /tabs. So teams ID. Now, how would we get teams ID? Just search into this dynamic content, and as we saw, get team connector holds the output which is teams ID. So we will use this here. Similarly, channel /channel ID, get channels like list channels also holds an ID which is channel ID. And now you would wonder why this apply to each suddenly popped up, right? So what happens is basically whenever you create a team, right now we only have one channel which is general channel, but in few of the use cases you might have multiple channels as well, multiple public channels or mixture of public and private channels. So this HTTP trigger, because we are listing channels, we are not just listing a particular channel, and it will hold an array of all the channels. So that is the reason it went to apply for each, so that this HTTP trigger will run for all the channels present in this particular team. Got it? You can add your conditions and expressions for only listing it to one particular or targeting it to one particular channel as well. But right now, I have kept this to all the channels. Now we have the API. We are done writing this request URL. What next, right? So coming to this section, we'll have to add the body for this post API as we saw in the example as well, correct? So I have picked up the exact body, but with few tweaks and tricks. So let me just pull this up. Okay. So I just got this array. This is a key value pair. I just picked up the wrong set. Sorry. So this is my body, JSON body. And here I'll highlight a important thing. So let's just, yeah. So basically my display name will be Microsoft Forms. Teams app OData bind. I explained it, right? So let's just, if you can see this URL in, I'm not sure if I can highlight it more. Yeah. So if you go through this Teams app OData bind URL, you will see this beta version used for hosting your Teams app, and slash this com.microsoft.teamspace.tab.web. So from where I'm getting this value, you all would be wondered. So we'll quickly check configure Teams tab. So this is mentioned in Microsoft documentation. So wherever you want to host any of your tabs, because I mentioned tabs can be of multiple types. It is not just website type of tab. So you need that ID to be added here. So this is what I've got from Microsoft documentation. And I'll have to quickly check, but I'll come back after creating this flow, because this is very important part, that how you can fetch this IDs, Teams app ID, and then you can use it here. So this is the team app ID used, and in the content this entity ID will remain the same. You don't have to change that. Content URL will be our forms URL, which we already have saved in a variable, and even my website URL will be a forms URL. Now I am done adding the body for that API. Now I will want this API to be authenticated. So authentication will be Active Directory OAuth authentication, and I will we have everything ready, right? Tenant ID, client secret. For this reason, I saved it to a variable so that we don't expose it right here. So let's just quickly add tenant ID, client ID, and the secret type is client secret. And also you can see there is one more required parameter called as audience. So this we will just add a graph URL as an audience right now, because we are using Graph API. You can just grab this graph URL. Great. So now we are almost done with our Power Automate flow. So we have used, just to recap, a small recap before we start testing this out. We created a form. We saved this form's URL. We created an Azure Active Directory app with the required API permissions, and we saved those into a variable. And at the last, we used an HTTP trigger to post your tab into the Teams channel, sorry. And we added a JSON body with all the required key values, and we are authenticating this Graph API using Azure Active Directory OAuth authentication. Now it's time to test this. And once we are done testing this, I'll quickly go to the documentation wherein you can grab app ID of the Teams, so that you can add multiple type of tabs as well, not just website. So we'll go through that as well. So let's just quickly check these till here we were done, right? And now it is a time to check. So as you can see, this list channels only has one channel. That is why this loop only ran once. Okay. And this is that URL with the channel ID, team ID, and the body which we gave. And you can also check the outputs. Let us just go and check to our team which we created. This is the sample form team which we created, and it doesn't had that any of the Microsoft Form tabs, right? And wow, I can see this form into my team, and you can just fill up. I am doing awesome, and you can submit, and you can also submit another response. So this is how we hosted forms into teams, and you can also get all the responses and everything. You can also have your forms, this exact form which you will find into your portal as well. So nothing new, but yes, this covers whole in all only Microsoft Forms, hosting it as a tab into your Teams channel. And let me just quickly, in the meantime, if you have any questions, I'll just pull up a documentation to grab the Teams ID, Teams app ID required. So let me just quickly check that. I already have pinned it, but I'm not finding right now. Yeah, I put it. So this is a documentation. So this documentation is for when you configure built-in type of tabs in Teams using this Graph API and everything. So it contains every detail of what we used in the request body. So this is entity ID, content URL, remove URL. So don't forget to read this, and it also has documentation for custom tabs along with this. This is what I used, website tab, and in Teams app ID, if you remembered, we appended this into the URL. So that is why it is hosting as a website. Like, you are not able to create form, right? You can't create forms right inside your tab. And if you guys just go ahead and check to the out of the box behavior, let's just check. See, you can add an existing form right from this, or this is a create. This is right now not possible through API, but this is on the way. But if you just create any test thing and save, from API you can only add forms as a website tab. But yeah, out of the box one provides both editing, creating your forms, and also hosting it as a website. So you can find every detail for website tab, or if you want to add Word, Excel, PowerPoint as a tab, or Planner as a tab, Stream, Forms. So this is what I use for forms. This is the Teams app ID. Because I wanted to host it as a website, I have appended this to the URL. So yeah, so this documentation, you can't miss this. This contains how you can create a body and everything. So I will have this in my slides as well. Let me just pull that up if you want. So yeah, you can refer that. But this is what it takes it to create a tab through your Power Automate flow using your HTTP request trigger and just creating an app, registering it with the required API permissions. And this was just restricted today till forms, but as I mentioned, you just need the API permissions and this documentation, and you can add any type of application as a tab, which is mentioned in the documentation. Definitely. So yes, I hope this clears many questions, but let me just quickly check if there are any questions in the Teams. I don't think so. Yeah, there are no questions right now. So before just closing this slide, I will quickly we just saw this flow. It ran very fine, and it is just posting this forms as a tab into your team's channel, right? You can also do the same thing for OneNote. So I have personally tried OneNote Planner and Word, PowerPoint for Word file, Excel files as well. So definitely these are good to go. I have tried it myself. So you can also post these all type of files as well to directly to your teams. You can also create planners, not just from here, but from using Graph APIs. Yeah, I hope that was a really good custom solution. It might be useful in your organization, and where you can use it, I explained that you can just quickly have your custom template. If you are creating a custom template using some run book or automation, and probably your logic app or power automate flow, and if you want to add predefined tabs to that template, then you can definitely use a solution. It will add this as a predefined tab as well. And if you want, I can just quickly share that how you can do. Let's just go to Teams Admin Center, because we have some time left. I can quickly show that. Why don't I see admin? Yeah, here. So right now, I'm not creating custom templates from Power Automate or Logic app, but I will quickly go to Teams Admin Center, and we can just check the templates with predefined tabs and apps, so that you can have a good understanding of what I am talking about. So we'll just go to Teams, and we will see your Teams templates, right? So right now, if you check any of the out of the box team templates, be it manager store, just taking any of the out of the box one, and you will see the default tabs, right? So these are the default tabs added to this particular template. So this is the out of the box one, but if you have your custom template, you can also leverage your custom tabs. This is out of the box tab into your templates as well. And then you can, whenever a user wants to create a team using that template, already that tab will be added whenever a team will be created. So this is just a small test template, and it comes with these two applications. If you create a team demo, you can customize the channels. I don't want to right now. And this will grab all the predefined things along with apps and all the channels whenever a team will be provisioned. So this is a use case scenario wherein you can create use this particular custom solution which I created. Let's just wait for a minute for this to provision. It might take some time, but
yeah, when you create the template, it takes at least 2-3 minutes.
2-3 minutes, yes.
Yes, yeah. If you use a standard, it's much faster.
Yes, that is the reason, because standard team only provisions, it only has a general channel. It doesn't come with the additional
channels and apps.
Apps, yes. Yeah. So that weightage is more, and that is why it takes probably more time.
Yeah, but just want to ask you one question. You mentioned about when you use delegation and the application in the Azure AD, right? Yes. So I know that we can use for custom connector, we can use delegation, but the application standpoint, right? You mentioned standpoint. How we can show me that? Can you show me that how application app interface it works? So I can go to access review. What to be done on this on the application side?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this application permissions that I have to assign the specific rights. Is it?
Yes. Yes. So basically, when I talk about graph, like authenticating or requesting API permissions can be of two types, as you mentioned, delegated permission and application permission. Yeah. But whenever I want to use these roles, these permissions into my, because I'm going to leverage this Azure AD app to my Power Automate, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to use this. So I will always need application permission. Right now, if I use HTTP trigger with delegated permission, it will throw me an error. It won't allow me to use with out of the box one. If you have custom connector created, if you have custom connector which will host this API, custom connectors is like anything you can do it from scratch for yourself.
Yes.
And then you can use delegated permissions, and you can refer which all delegated permissions are required from this documentation.
Okay. So use the application so that you can call HTTP from the Power Automate. Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
For using HTTP trigger, you will need application permission. Always.
Okay. Understand.
Yes.
Yeah. If I want to use custom connector, then I have to use delegate one.
Delegated permission. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And this will take time because I had 2 to 3 applications and 2-3 channels. So let's just wait. But yes, this was a good point, Aro, for everyone to remember, because while I was struggling or I was trying out few things myself, even I faced the same issue, and then I referred Microsoft documentation, and they mentioned that delegated permission is right now not supported for using out of the box HTTP. So this is a good point to remember for everyone.
Yeah. Because I have written some custom applications for the using delegate, but I'm not using the application which you mentioned using the which means I can use the HTTP action to call, right? Then
yes, exactly. And this is the simplest way to create your custom solution with something which is already available out of the box, but which Microsoft tells you that you can configure using Graph API. So this all type of tabs. So it is really a good way to post it into your channels.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this is very useful. I mean, I will actually why I'm asking, because I'll be using in my demos and all. I will always customize it, but at least I get the concept. I have used Postman and used to show, but at least this is a very useful feature which I can use in my organization, and then I can use it in the webinars which I use it. So it's very, very useful the way you implement it. But again, best thing you explain step by step, which is people won't be lost, because you put please help to put the documentation in the Teams chat as well, so that the user can refer it. But it's really, really good way, at least we can have an interaction with the Microsoft Teams, with the Power Automate, Microsoft Forms, with the one custom solution, which is very useful. It's simple but very powerful.
Yes, exactly. Why this idea occurred was mainly whenever we just go to Teams, everything is done in quick. Like this is almost done. Let me just skip this. Yeah. So whenever you go to Teams, you can do everything quickly, right?
Yeah.
But whenever you want to create something custom solution for Teams, then the problem arises, right? So if I want to, I can just create Power App, right? And okay, so thank you, Aro, for just I forgot one point here. So Power App is also a website. Like if you just go to Power App, and you would have multiple Power Apps, right? And let me just quickly touch base that point. I have time, right? Yeah.
Yes, still have time. Yeah, still have 6 minutes.
Great. So just before I miss out, I will go to all the applications, and I'll quickly pull up Power App. Why don't I see? Yes, here. So what we did right now is for creating website tab, we need a URL, if you just got my point. So we just grabbed this URL, correct? Even I can use the exact same Power Automate flow, and I can host my Power App as well. So I'll just quickly grab this Power App URL. Just forget what the content here is. It might be any just random thing, but I will edit, and I'll just change it to Power App URL just for my reference, and I'll pull up the Power App value. And you might not need to change this, but I always prefer to update my connectors. It is not at all needed because we are using it that connector updates the values, but it is good to
Now,
be.
I have the same habit. I actually replace it just to be safe that they work or not.
What we did is we updated the name of the variable, so we'll have to update it. Otherwise, we could have kept it same. So I'll just quickly add Power App URL, and we just what we do is we always try to find a consistent solution which can be used. This should be recursive thing, right? But it should be one single Power Automate flow can do multiple things. So this is what a good example is. Let us just quickly check if it hosts that Power App as well. So this would be a very good scenario to show it to you all, because this is a website. Power App has a URL, and I am pretty much sure it should work. Let's just see. It ran fine, and we will check to our teams. Oh, we forgot to change the name, but wow, I have my Power App as well. Right inside my Teams is a tab. So you saw, right, how easily you just need a URL for your website, and then you can post your tab, because this was an example of website type of tab. Only that is why. Otherwise, I mentioned there are multiple document type of tabs as well, planners, streams, etc. So this was a reusable one. You can definitely go ahead and try out the solution.
Sure. I think you explained the concept so beautifully and crystal clear. I don't think that the other people have doubts, but again, I will ask the audience, whether people in Teams or in YouTube, you can shoot any questions to Shrushti, and then I give 30 seconds.
Yep,
at least
sure.
you can have an idea. Vaishnavi, you spoke something, no? Anyone, I'm asking. I'm not putting any names, but I saw somebody actually unmute his mic. That's why. Okay, yeah. So that is the beauty of your sessions, because you put everything so clearly. But again, let's go to the quiz. We have quiz as well now. So guys, please. I think live. I love quiz because. Remind of my school time, right? So again, guys, just for to put in Teams, this is again, guys, be sporty. We have only very less people are contributing, and you will have some, you'll winning, right? So please be participate. It's nothing to lose. Yeah. So you just put the URL, and the pin which I'm showing you is here. 704. I'm not sharing my screen, I think. Sorry. Let me share my screen first. Yeah. Okay, so this is the pin. I just close my other browser, so which is 7043112, which I put in Teams as well. Okay. So I will do the same thing for in YouTube. People who are in YouTube, they can also participate. And guys, I know it's a long session, but at least something you can win, right? I want to win. I never won anything in my life, but at least we can win. Yeah, so good thing, right? Like I want to get the voucher and from the 1 year subscription. Yeah,
it's always exciting to see people responding to quiz.
yeah. I mean, the quiz is fun. I mean, like people. We have same people, but at least they are good things. So, guys, Sumit, Afrin, Vanessa, we have new people joining, right? So, this is a good thing. We have so again, let's start the quiz. From Shrushti, Graph API and Power Automate. And again, quiz are simple. It's not very complex. So let me read. Uh, which connector we should use for using Graph API in Power Automate? Okay, so there are a couple of questions. You can use HTTP webhook. We can use HTTP, HTTP Swagger, all above. Okay, maybe tricky, maybe not tricky. Simple. Okay, so 3 people said yes, 3 people 2 with no. Okay, so 3 are answered well. So Shrushti, what is the right? Says HTTP is right?
It is HTTP request, yes.
Yes, yeah. So this is a good thing. Let me see who is winning. Okay, so Sumit again is doing well, and Vaya and Avneet, Afreen, Vanessa. Yes, you can do better. Yeah, I know you can do this. So let's go to the next one, which is what type of authentication used for Graph API in Power Automate? It's client certificate, active authentication, basic, all above. Which one you can use? Okay, so the answer is all above. Any insights you want to say, Shrushti?
Yeah, so basically, whenever you add HTTP trigger to your Power Automate flow, you can have all this type of authentication right inside. Like I personally chose Active Directory OAuth, but you can select client certificate or basic authentication as well from the drop down. So it is a very good job that all of the above people were very much attentive, even though I didn't mention this.
Yeah, but I think people again mentioned to that your demo and the things were so clear, so people grasp the idea. I want to highlight something here from the real life scenario. Always use OAuth. Okay.
Yes.
It's one of the best practice that OAuth is slightly more secure than other one. You can use basic. Obviously, you can use client certificate, no issue. But from the industry perspective, what I've seen so far, again, it's my personal opinion that the OAuth is slightly more secure than others.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So something which we have seen so far. Let's go to the last question and see. Let's see people are. So Sumit is doing well. Neeraj is picking up very good. Okay. And the last question we have is which tabs is not to be added for by default in Teams channel when you use Microsoft Teams when it's created. So which tab is not added? Again, not right. With its files, wiki, lists, or none of the above. Okay, yes, yeah. As people have used Teams, they know that files and wikis are default, and list is not there. But again, the speaker, anything you want to say on this?
Yes, so this is only when you provision a team and you have a general channel provision, right? Just now what I did was I created a team from template, be it anything. Just this is not for Teams template perspective. This was when you create a standard team and when it creates a general channel. So by default, you will always have files and wiki as added, but list is it is from the user's point of view. If you want to add, you can add. Otherwise, it is just for user's sake. But wiki and files are default tabs added.
Yeah, so just want to reiterate that the question was not tricky, but something if you have not used Teams that frequent, then you might maybe lost in on that. So by default, when you create in new Microsoft Teams, by default you have files, right? And the wiki, this is default, right? We're not talking about the custom connector and all other things, but default, right? This is something. So let's see who is winning and other things, and let me see who is doing. So Afreen is doing good. So I have an email address of Afreen, and Y. Okay, Y is doing good. I have the email address for her also, and then we have Sumit. Yeah,
awesome.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm very, very excited. And thanks, Avneet and Neeraj, for participating. And I'm really grateful that you guys are participating and actually winning also, right? Something which is we've seen that in last time Afreen was doing very well. And so very good that we are able to share the knowledge and have some fun element as well, right? So thank you so much, people who are attending it, and I have to say thank you for your amazing session, Shrushti, and it's really good fun. I mean, I will always look forward to your sessions because I always learn new things from that. So
Thank you so much, Aro. And I will always be very much happy to present to whenever you're hosting or organizing an event.
sure.
Thank you so much for having
Yeah.
all the women and other
Yeah.
women as well. All the very best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I'm really appreciate all the speakers and also the people who are attending. This is we are giving the sessions, bigger sessions for your own knowledge, right?
Yes.
And it's something which you can try on your tenants and try something. If you don't use Office 65, try on the developer, but it's for 90 minutes, 90 days. So it's very good that you can try at least, and you can file. You can see how you can use Microsoft tools without any kind of hiccups. Very all the Microsoft tools which we use are simple. You know about Windows applications, the Teams, Office applications, very simple, right? So thank you, Shrushti, for your time.
Thank you, Aro. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you all the attendees as well for listening it peacefully. Bye.
Bye. See you. Okay, so I just want to say thank you for everyone. It's not a break time. I just want to say something for all the attendees that this event actually is sponsored by Whizlabs, and something which I want to share that I do a lot of certifications, right? And what I found that there are a couple of certifications which we can go for. We can use for Microsoft Learns, right? But at times, what I also did that I want to see the video content and also some tactics papers, right? So what we will see is that Sneha from Whizlabs talking about all the things what Whizlabs can offer, right? So hi Sneha, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I hope you are enjoying the session so far.
It was a great session. In fact, this last session that Shruti conducted was amazing. The way she conducted it was truly flawless.
Yeah. So that is something which is I always appreciate. I mean, for all the speakers, which I've not chosen because I know there's a very good speakers. So it's very important that we give enable the audience that what is possible with Microsoft tools. Okay, now we can share a screen about what Whizlabs can help to empower the audience.
Thank you so much, Aru. So I would like to first of all thank all the attendees for joining this event. And yes, as you asked me to share my screen, I am not going to share my screen. This is not going to be a presentation or any sort of that I'm going to share and bore the attendees. Not like that. This is just going to be a small introduction of Whizlabs that I'm going to tell all the attendees. So first of all, I'm thrilled to see the entire lineup of speakers for today, and we're so proud to sponsor this event celebrating the women in tech. Now, when we talk about technology, we know how frequently technologies are being introduced to us, right? So in that, upskilling yourself as an IT professional, it becomes a necessity, right? It's not just a choice; it becomes a necessity for IT professionals to upskill themselves from time to time. So, may I know how many of us, how many of all the attendees agree with me on this? Can I have a quick yes or no in the chat box? How many of you agree that upskilling yourself, especially in the technology field, is necessary, not just a choice? Okay, Afrin has raised her hand. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you. So that is where Whizlabs comes into the picture. Whizlabs can find a plethora of training video courses, practice exams, and not just that. We also have hands-on labs. So you can learn from video courses, you can test your knowledge from practice tests. But what happens when you actually jump into the ground, when you actually jump into the real real environment where you have to actually showcase your skills. So for that, we also have hands-on labs. So I would like to ask a question to all of you. How many of you have prepared or are preparing or even planning to prepare for the certification exam? Okay. Yes, I said that. Yes, many of us, right? Exactly. So, certifications not only help you upgrade your skills, but it is also a validation of what you are capable of, right? So today, Whizlabs has more than 8 million happy learners on our platform, and we transform the careers with the help of Whizlabs training material. So I invite you all to browse through the Whizlabs training library and explore our training courses on Microsoft Azure, Power Platform, Microsoft Dynamics, and a lot of other cloud providers as well. So make sure you're browsing through the training library and choosing a course that you are more interested in. So before I wrap up, since this was a quick introduction, I don't want to take much of your time. So before I wrap up, I would like to highlight the rewards again that Whizlabs is sponsoring for this event. So the first reward is Whizlabs premium subscription worth $149. So what do you exactly get with this premium subscription? You get the entire training library. So we have more than 250 courses, video. So you get the entire thing for 1 year for free as the first reward. Now, what is the second reward? It is an Amazon gift voucher worth $100. The third reward is an electronic worth $49. So not just this, every single attendee from today's event, they will receive a free practice test or video course from Whizlabs for free. So it will be completely your choice. As I asked you to I invited you to explore the training library. So pick your course and you will have it after this event. So do participate in all the sessions and quizzes. The top 3 winners will be announced at 8 IST on Whizlabs social media channels. So make sure you are following us on LinkedIn or Twitter or any social platform that you find exciting. So make sure you are following us. And at sharp 8 p.m. IST, we will announce top. So yes, I wish you all the best quizzes, and I'm sure you all will have a great time attending all the remaining sessions of the event. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Over to you, Aro.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to also highlight. I for the certifications, right? There are a lot of things we can go for, and I'm using a lot because. Let me share my screen to you. That what I use mostly. I mostly are into Power Platform things. So this is a Whizlabs screen. I had to go here and this is my account, and there are a lot of things you can go for. So I'm not preparing, but just want to show that a lot of courses which I subscribe to. I want to subscribe to Power Automator, PL100, PL200. So these are the courses which I have done and part of that. So I get certificate and all. So give you, and just because it give you a promotion that in next 2-3 months I will finish my course. So they give you a momentum, right? So this is one thing which is I go for, because everyone agrees that Microsoft, for that matter, technology changes very frequently. So it's best to go for renowned partner like Whizlabs, which will give you better practice papers and their videos as well. So one of the courses which I was listening or watching was PL400. So I have a lot of videos at the free test and all. So you can go and test the things. So I'm into Power Platform, so I go for that. But people who are into Azure or anything, you can search anything. So I have a lot of courses. I search in Microsoft. I will find, okay, so spelling mistake here. Let's go to Microsoft, and you can see all the courses, AZ 900, whatever it is. So a lot of courses you can go for. So it depends on your use case. I'm into Power Platform, so I go for that. Okay, so something which I'm part of that. I go for this. Yes. Anyone? Somebody ask some questions here.
Yes. Any questions regarding the rewards, regarding Whizlabs? Please feel free to let us know. And thank you for a nice visual presentation. And it's nice experts like you are also in Whizlabs to watch the videos and prepare for the certification. So it is really an honor, I would say.
No, I use a lot. I mean, last couple of months I'm using it because the practice papers will enhance the capability that how much I have to improve on, rather than just going for test and then getting failed. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see these certification exams, the registration is so high. I mean, it is actually very expensive, so you can't really afford to fail and give the exam again. So it's better to go well prepared.
Well prepared, yeah. So this I just want to share that something which I use at my personal thing that I because I'm the Microsoft partner, and if I don't clear my certifications, we have to show that what we have certification done so far from Microsoft standpoint. So again, guys, it's up to you. You can going for, so it's just not Power Platform. You can go for Power BI, go for Microsoft Azure Teams and all. There are a lot of courses you can go for, and is what Microsoft, Whizlabs is doing, even for not top 3 will anyways will win, but even for each person who's attending, they will also get one free course. You can choose anyone, right? And then Whizlabs will help you on that to getting a free course for 1 year. So something which is I am also, I think, like if I win it, at least I can move on.
I would like to correct you here. It's the free. You can choose, or if anyone wants, they can choose the practice test also. So, and it will be a lifetime access.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, thanks for sharing this thing. So guys, if you have anything, so you can just buzz Sneha. She's still in Teams. She will message you if you need any help in that. So thanks, Shalinee, Sneha, for your time. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Aro. I'll be sharing the training library link and links,
because
so that you follow us and when the prizes are announced, you can know. Go and follow platforms. Yes.
Somebody in YouTube asked about the link, so I just shared the link as well. So maybe you can put in Teams as well the link. Okay.
Yes, we'll put the training library link shortly. Yes.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's go for the next topic, right? So I have another amazing speaker. Her name is Shalinee, right? How are you doing, Shalinee, today?
Hey, Aro, I'm doing good. How about you? I'm
absolutely fine. Thanks for asking. Great to that you are doing good. So what are you sharing today? The topic is about top 10 tips, right? But what tips will be sharing to it? Just in a brief.
Okay, yes. So today I'm bringing the top 10 tips in Power Automate as the title suggests. So the tip over here is I'm bringing it with a demo. So if I say something, I'll be bringing it with a live demo so you can see, take from your eyes that what difference it makes or what tips are there. So today's session is all about demos along with the tips. So it's just not theory. We'll also have practical sessions with it.
Great. Yeah, I think Deepesh Somani is also here. Thanks, Deepesh, to joining in. Right, I've seen one of the sessions of yours maybe many years back in Singapore. So thanks for joining as well, Deepesh. Okay, thanks. I think the stage is all yours, Shalinee.
Great. I'll quickly share my screen. Let me know if my screen is visible.
Sure.
So yes, is my screen visible?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. I'll start in that case.
Yes, yeah, of course. Thank you.
Great. So hello everyone. Happy International Women's Day to all the lovely ladies present across the globe. I'm Shani Goel and I'm here to present the top 10 tips on Power Automate. Let's start. A little about myself. As I said, my name is Shalinee. I'm the Brief 5 Champs lead. I'm a techno-functional consultant with 5+ years of experience in Power Platform and Dynamics 365. I'm a Power Automate SME. I'm a blogger. You can find my blogs at powermelange by shani.in. Apart from that, I'm a dancer and a foodie. You can follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter if you have any doubts, and we can connect over there. So what is the content for today? So as Aru was just asking, so what are the 10 tips actually which I'm going to give? So here's a brief about it. So what's the wait? Let's ready, steady, and flow. What is Power Automate? So Power Automate is a service that helps you create automated workflows between your favorite apps and services to synchronize files, get notification, collect data, and more. Power Automate is one of the pillars of Power Platform. It provides a low-code platform for workflow and process automation and a lot of connectors to connect to. So yes, let's start the tips. I'll switch off my video so that I have a better bandwidth. So the first tip for today is always give proper names and comments and notes to your action. There's nothing worse than leaving your default names for all your actions. This can be confusing, which can cause errors which could have been avoided. Thus, always rename your actions and rename them right away after creating them. I feel this tip is not just for beginners. This tip would be there at least in my list from the start and maybe 10 years down the line. So this tip is actually very important. We should always rename our actions. This is important because the dependent actions we might add later with reference to these names behind the scene. And if you rename them later, the dependencies might not always update. For a while now, Power Automate had a limitation with renaming actions that were being referenced in other places. That has since changed. We can now rename actions that are being referenced in other actions, but limitations still exist. The reference will not be updated if the action is in an expression or inside a loop and will throw an error of template validation failed. So it's always best to rename your actions right away and keep your names as short and descriptive as possible. Coming next to the comments and notes. So notes we really had from the beginning, but comments is somewhat which is newly introduced. So for example, if I'm using any complex expression, I like to copy that expression and put it in the comment or the note. And if anyone else later comes at that point of time, he or she would be able to see those very nicely. Let's quickly see how to go about it. So let me just open one of the flows. Say I'm opening this particular one. So this flow is really short, but what happens if we have large flows? I have renamed this particular, so this is the compose action. I've renamed it as current date time in UTC. Then I have renamed another action where I'm converting it to particular current time in IST. And then I have formatted the date time. What happens if I am choosing a value over here? You see that the outputs from the above step are just named as outputs. What if I haven't named the actions properly? Because right now, I'll just maximize my screen so that you have a better look. So right now, I'm able to see distinctly that I have to select the output from either IST or either UTC. Had I not renamed my actions, it would have been very confusing and very cumbersome. That's why always rename your actions and rename them right away, because as I said, if you don't rename them right away and you should add, like when you add the dynamic elements later, these won't be referenced. As you can see, it says that this particular uses the outputs of the current date time in IST. So those, if you rename it, suppose from current date time in IST to something else, in most cases it does. But in cases of loops, and when I'm using it in expression, it will not update over there. We haven't still reached that level that it will update there. So that's why you have to rename your actions as soon as you create them. Next is we should introduce notes. So over here, we have an option of add a note. We can give in a note that what this particular step is doing. If you're using a complex expression in one of your steps, you can add the complex expression there. And that's one of the tips which comes from me, because I always add those complex expression over here, because many a times it's difficult to again obtain them back. So for better clarity, I do it over here. What another thing we have is to add comments. So this is relatively a new feature which has been added, and it stores who has added that comment and what comments are added over here. I can also mention my other users in the same platform. So I can mention them and then I can give in my comments and save. Let's just give me a test comment and I'll save it. So as you can see, this comment is being saved. And we'll have a blue icon in this particular action over here once this comment is saved. It's taking a bit of a time. Okay, so yes, this blue icon came here, and if anytime I click over here, this will come again. I can remove it from the screen whenever I want, if I don't want my screen to be cluttered. And yes, if you just click on it, it will come back again. And you can even keep adding your new comments. Maybe it could be like you're asking your colleague something and your colleague replies. So you can have, for this particular flow, you can have the comment section over there. So it's like a good feature to use. Next, I'll move to my slide once more. So the next is to add trigger conditions to your flow. Well, we all write a lot of flows in our project with triggers and then check for certain conditions. If it meets, well and good. If not, we either terminate it or do nothing. But the fact is, the flow still runs and is counted as an API call. So when it goes to the actual production with real-time number of flows, often we have seen that the flows are running and spending the quota very quickly. This is because of the unnecessary runs which were triggered without delivering any value. Trigger conditions protect us from that. Using trigger conditions, one can control the flow to execute or not. This also prevents generating unnecessary entries in the history. Thus, we should use trigger conditions for sure. Unfortunately, though, there's no expression builder in the trigger settings as of yet. So it's best to use a compose action after your trigger to build your expression. The way you will have to access to the expression IntelliSense and the dynamic content menu. Then you can copy and paste the same into the trigger conditions with the prefix @. This is required in the trigger condition to tell the Power Automate that this text is an expression. Let's see a demo on it. So basically, in this particular example, I'll take you to the leads entity, where I'll open any one of the records. Brief date time format. So whenever we use this expression format date and time, the date time stamp would be the date or the date time stamp which we really want to convert, and then within single quotes we'll give in the format which we want. Say if we just want in the days, month, year, we'll just put D hyphen. You can use any special character like hyphens, you can use front slash, so you can just do a DD hyphen MM hyphen YYYY, and these are the small abbreviations for that which you can use in your formula. So yes, let's go to the demo now. Over here, I have taken the example where we are formatting both the number and date time. So as this flow dealt with both the formatting numbers and formatting date type, what I have done is I've put in scope. So when I deal with this particular scope, I can minimize the rest of the ones so that my screen is not cluttered. Also, using scopes are handy because we can use it as a try-catch method. In the try, we'll just give in our logic and functions. And in the catch, as I said, there is a thing called as configure run after, where I can actually mention that if my previous action was successful, has failed, is skipped, or was timed out, I will have a definite way of reporting that. So for flows which should have failed, I would maybe make a separate log for that, or maybe create a field for that to note the particular flow URL so that I can inspect it at a later point of time. So this is the use of scope. Now let's just see how a particular number is formatted. say I initialize my Aadhaar number. So Aadhaar number, for people who are not from India, this is basically like our unique identification number. So this, I have taken it static over here, but this can be fetched from Dataverse. So say if it comes dynamically and we have this number stored as an integer in our Dataverse, what we can do is we can use the format number action, and the number would be formatted in the way you give it. So over here, the numbers are represented by hash. So I'll give hash 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 hyphen in the format in which Aadhaar card really is, and then I'll give the locale which is there. I have selected the invariant language for now. We can also format decimal numbers, like this is a particular number 98.8635, which I just want to be formatted to be two decimal places, so which I have selected in one of the existing formats from here. You can see I can make the formats in the currency style, in the integer style. You can even use expressions and round these numbers if you want. So yes, this is all about format numbers. Let me go to the format date time ones. So the current date time, as I mentioned, the date time doesn't have a dedicated action, but what we can use are expressions. So this represents the current date time. This is the format date time. So what I'm doing is I'm converting my current date time to DD, MM, YY, YY. Then what I have done is I have formatted the same date time with a predefined format which is available in this Power Automate, and you can you just use an uppercase D. So there are a lot of methods, there are a lot of these formats available in MS Docs, so you can utilize those. Next, which I said, there is just one action for time zone, which is the convert time zone. So the base time you can keep. If you don't want to change the time zone, you just want to change the format, even you can use this one. In that case, what you do is you can keep the source time zone and the destination time zone as same, and in the format string you can either select from the list given, or from the you can enter a custom value. So yes, let's go ahead and run this flow. So as you can see, the flow ran successfully. The Aadhaar card number was this, but when we formatted it, it became in the format which we specified. The format decimal numbers was given as 4 decimal places, but it was done to 2. As you can see, the format used was #.00. So anything before the dot is represented by a hash, and anything after the decimal place is represented by a null sign. Coming to the date time, so this is the current date time in UTC, and that's the way when we are fetching from Dataverse. It's humongous and ugly to read, right? So what we can do actually is, I just wanted to convert to DD, MM, YY, YY. You can even add the time part to it, and this is the same time which is being represented over here. Next, I use one of the predefined formats, which is a long date format over here. So it told me the day today and the March 12th. Next, in the convert time zone, so my base time zone was UTC and my current time zone is IST. So as you can see, from it's 12:31, and when the flow ran, it was 12:30. So this particular function was converted. So yes, let's move to the next one. Step 5, apply to each concurrency control and parallel branches. I'm very sure that you'd have a very good demo for this. So by default, loops run one after another. Concurrency can make loops run in parallel. To make you understand this, we can think about a grocery store. So suppose we have all gone shopping and we are standing in just one queue and there's just one cashier. It takes a lot of time, right? But when there are 5 cashiers and when we are in 5 queues, the process is really fast. In the similar way, the apply to each actions allow you to perform actions for each item in an array. By default, this is done sequentially for the items in your array. You can speed this run up quite significantly by running these actions concurrently. So what we have to do is, I'll just quickly move to the demo so that I can do the voiceover real quick and you will have a look. So over here, I'll just explain this flow. What I have done is I've initialized a counter with 0 and I've declared a string which will store basically the sequence. Then I'm listing all the contacts having company names in it, and I'm doing an apply to each for each one, where I'm implementing the flag counter from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, and appending that particular thing to a sequence, to the string variable basically, and finally I'll view that variable. So right now, let's run this flow and have a look. What happens and how much time it takes. So as you can see in the apply to each section, we basically have to monitor this one, that how much of time it really takes for this step or action to run. It will take a while, but let's wait and see what difference it really makes. So as you can see, it took 26 seconds for this one. And let me see the number of rows. So we just had 117 rows over here, and it took 26 seconds. What will happen in cases when I have thousands of rows? And over here, we can see that the final sequence which comes up, this is an order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Now, let us do something. In the apply to each, there is a setting area over here. Let's go to the setting area. Let's enable the concurrency control. And this is the degree of parallelism. The degree of parallelism means how many steps will run at the same time. You can set this to a maximum of 50 runs. You might not be able to always crank up this up to the minimum of 50 because of underlying API limits of the actions inside the apply to each step. But if your flow logic requires items to be processed in order, then enabling concurrency might not be feasible. Let me just show it to you. Let me just set the degree of parallelism to 30. And yes, now let's test this flow once again. So as you can see, this flow just ran in 13 seconds, which is half of the 26 seconds which really took place in the beginning. But the thing to note over here is the sequence. So this flow, when we apply the concurrency, when we switch on that particular toggle, this basically generates the data in a random order. And as you can see, the output which has come over here is like 2, 5, 6, 67, 89. And it has come in a random order. So if your flow needs your items to be required in a processed order, then definitely you should not go for this one. But this will increase your throughput, basically the number of seconds. The process will be really fast if you just do a apply to each and increase the concurrency control. So yes, this is one of the method. Also, all fronts, like all flows, run from top to bottom. They follow a sequential method. So if we split the actions to run side by side, this would drastically improve performance. Thus, you can build flows with branches of actions that run in parallel when those actions are not dependent on each other. This can greatly decrease the runtime of your flows. So also another way of decreasing the runtime of your flows is, suppose if you have actions in the flow which are not dependent on each other, and say they are line by line and each one of them took 5 seconds. Say I'm listing the contacts, then I'm listing the accounts. And if both of them are not dependent on each other, what I can do is I can just click over here. I'll just go and edit the flow. I'll click over here. I'll do add a parallel branch, and then I can add, say, I can do a list actions where I'll be listing all the accounts over here. So if I had actually put this action over here, then say it would have taken 26 seconds to list down all the actions and another 25 minutes to list down all the accounts. In total, it would have taken 50 seconds to complete both these actions. But when I do it simultaneously, say within 25 seconds only, both would be generated. And that is one of the speed performances of Power Automate. So yes, there are two ways, either For expressions like apply to each, you can do a concurrency method, or you can have parallel branches. But in both the cases, you should know the actions should not be dependent on each other. So yes, this is one of the tips. Let me just go back to my slide. So yes, the next tip is terminate your flows. So Aro, are we taking any questions in between, or will we take everything at the end? I'm in between.
Yeah, what we do right right now, there is no questions, but I don't want to derail your presentation, which is going so well. So any questions come and I will just stop you. But you just continue. It's okay, right? Towards the end, we can have a session for the Q&A. I have a couple of questions as well. That's why. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. So yes, next we move on to our tip 6, where we should always terminate our flows. So if the flow doesn't meet the conditions, we should terminate it. If we want to test a certain part of a flow, say our flow is having 10 actions in it, but I just want to first check the first 5 actions. So what I can do is, after the first 5 actions, I can put the terminate action over there, and whatever rest of the flow says, those won't execute. And we should always end our flows irrespective. Like suppose if we are checking a condition, say if the condition is X, do this. If no, we don't do anything. We just leave the flow as it is. We should never do that. We should always end our flows with a proper status, because that is what will make a difference in the run history of that flow. Because really, if we didn't use that flow, we can give in the run history, we can give the end user, basically the one who is monitoring all the flows, we can give him or she a overview that this flow didn't run for any specific reason. We can give in the expression also for that. So let me just move to the flows once so that I can show you. Let's say if I wanted just wanted to see if the list contacts happened really. So what I could just tell over here and then not do the apply to each option. So I'll just use the terminate over here. Over here in terminate, we see we have 4 options which can be set as failed, cancelled, succeeded, and custom value. So if we selected succeeded or cancelled, it's just a straightforward simple status which we give. But if we select it as failed, they can actually enter a code and an error message to it. Like suppose the email is not present or something like that, the company name is not present. If we have any such conditions over here, so we can give that error message over here and it will show as failed in the run history of that. It's important that this terminate will terminate the entire flow. So recently I just told you that we can have say 2 branches. We can have list contacts and list accounts in 2 branches side by side. But if I use terminate in any one of the branch, it will actually terminate the entire flow and not just that branch. So this is a very important point to note. Also for actions like apply to each, we will not be able to use terminate inside it. So I'll just tell you why. Because this is actually taking each item. So when I actually go and try to add a terminate operation inside an apply to each, it tells me that the operation terminate cannot be used inside a for each. So we cannot use these terminates over here. Given I have already told you, we can have different statuses. So when we actually go to the run history of this particular flow, as you can see, it will tell me if it has succeeded, if it's failed. But if we don't put a particular status to it, it will definitely not reflect in the run history and it will be counted as one of the successful flows only. So yes, let me just move to my next slide. Next is equals versus empty. So yes, this is quite interesting. Say we have a scenario where we are updating a row in Dataverse with certain dynamic values. But what if those dynamic values are not present in the table itself? Like we don't know that, like suppose when we are listing down all the contacts and we are taking the company name from the contact and we are storing it somewhere else, but we never know if the contact name would be there or not. And this is just not for one field values, but this would be like we are updating a lot of values, a lot of dynamic values for a table. And if those values are not present, then what will happen actually is that step will fail entirely. We don't want that step to fail entirely. Suppose if a particular field is not there, we'll just not add it, but the rest of the fields should be added. So these Thus, we should always have null or empty checks when we are updating a value, but which one to use and what is the difference? So yeah, let's. Just for the demo purpose, I have taken one specific account. So yes, I'll go ahead and take one of the specific accounts over here. I'll just fill in the GUID for that one. I'll click on save. What I've done over here is initially I have listed down a variable for account. I've got a get record by ID, and then I am checking if this is just a compose action, which is one of my next tips basically. So when I'm either checking a value or doing something, I can do a compose before it. Like suppose if a condition, I just write, say if the rating is 1, and that particular thing just tells me true or false. It doesn't tell me what my rating actually was. So if I want to cross check and do error handling, I can use these checkpoints at the onset of such conditions or such branches. So what I have done over here in one of my branches is I have created a task. So I've set the subject as follow up with the related account, and if this contact had a related account which we don't have currently basically over here. Let me just give in a contact account over here. Yes, so this will basically take that particular account name and it will create a task, attach it in the regarding of contacts, and over here in this task there is a field called as accounts. So over here, basically I have done that if I've used the equals function over here, that if the output of get contact from my previous one, if it is null, let me just maximize my screen so that we'll be able to look at it better. Yeah. So if the output of the previous one is null, meaning to say if the account is not present, then fill this particular field with null, or else concatenate it with, as we give the plural name of the lookup, which is / contacts, and then give the particular customer ID to it. So yes, I have used equals in this particular branch. Next, what I have done is in a lot of our flows, what will happen is I will store that particular variable which I want as a string variable somewhere, and I would be willing to add that string variable over here. So it's the same add task which I have done, but over here in the accounts part, I have basically added if equals that variable is equal to null, we'll put as null. Otherwise, we'll concatenate it with the account and then the variable name, which is basically storing the GUID. But in this case, we are taking the value not dynamically, but from a variable. In the third and the last way, I have basically added the particular one straightforward as it is. I've given the GUID which came. So yes, let's run this flow and test it, that how it behaves. So it says the flow ran successfully, and yes, in this case, because the company name was there, all the 3 tasks are created and I can see them on my timeline here. Let me just do a refresh. So as you can see at 12:46, 3 tasks are created. Let me open any one of them. And you can see this account is being auto-populated over here and the regarding is filled. But what if there were cases when for such a contact record, because I'll be doing a list contact records and then I'll be adding the names of the required companies. What if the account name is not there? Let's see what happens then. So if the account name is not there and I run this flow again, So my last step, where I used directly, this will ultimately fail because the thing was not there. But I didn't wanted that. I actually wanted the task to be created, though the lookup would not be filled. The equals, as you can see, where I did equals dynamic value, that handled this particular thing. But when even I was using the string variable, it couldn't handle this one. This is because one of the things which Power Automate does at the back end, even whenever we are using the variable, string variable, Power Automate basically converts it to an empty string and not just a null value. So what will happen in such cases, what we should do when we are using string variables, when we are actually adding, we should use the empty function. So now, instead of equals, I'll just copy, as you can see, I've copied down all my expressions and notes over here. So instead of equals, what I can do is I can basically use the function empty. As you can see, I am using the function empty over here. I'll just click, okay, just give me a second. I have to check this expression. That's one thing I copied it. So over here, I'm doing the same thing. Basically, I'm copying the variables account and I'm setting it as null, or else I'm concatenating it. Let me see if there is any error in the expression, then no worries, we'll resolve it right away. Okay, I didn't copy it properly the last time. Let's save it and let's run this flow now. So as you can see now, the first action was successful even at the end last time. The second action is also successful now. So what's the conundrum over here? So whenever we are using string variables and we are using them to add task, basically we should use the empty function, and when we are using it dynamically, we can use the equals functions. Though empty will work for both the cases, so it's up to you. The last one, where we were directly adding the values, we should never do that because you'd never know which fields, and this was just one accounts field. What if we are actually adding a new row, which is task in this case, and we are having multiple fields there. So if any one of the field would not present, the entire action would fail. So that's why this is one of the most important tips which I feel everyone should follow. Next, we are moving almost to the end of the tips. So use compose instead of variables. This I already told you. So whenever we are having conditions, we should add a compose action before it, because these are great for doing expressions. We can add a compose actions and do expressions in the input instead of writing the expressions directly inside another actions. Because when we are doing the error handling, we will know what value it is exactly is. Coming to my tip 9, so use connection reference in your solutions. So keep all the cloud flows under one solutions with the connection reference as part of that solutions pointing to only one. Under my flows, we can have at max 600 flows. So we can't have anything more than 600, and those flows then we have to share it. But then when we're migrating it into environments, we really can't do that. So from the onset, it's a good practice where we should have all the cloud flows under one solution and using one connection reference only. What is the benefit of this, and what connection which is basically a simple concat option. And now let me run the flow once again. So let me go to leads. Or what I can do is I can show you the existing run, which I actually ran today. So as you can see, this is a long 28-day data history, and I'll just scroll down, and maybe if I want to find something 7-8 days down the line, I can't really do over here. But if we have the dates as separate columns in Dynamics, we can easily navigate to that particular day. So let me open the one which I ran today. So as you can see in this workflow, this is basically telling us the run ID, the workflow ID, the environment name, and all the information is right over here. We can utilize this one and we can say, we can get I'll show this to you on the record. Let me get to the lead. I'll open this particular lead over here. It was Gabriel Kannada. So as you can see, the flow URL is over here. And if I'll just have to click on this URL, just give me a second. Yeah. So as you can see, that link flow has come over here directly, and we can obviously hide that field at the front end, but someone who is monitoring, we can have separate forms for them, and they can see if this, suppose if this flow failed and I wanted to have a log, I want to have to check that why this flow failed, then I can have all such error logs over here. So yes, you can save all your flow runs links very quickly. Moving to my last tip of the day, because we are nearing the end of the session. So my tip of the day is that hover to see underlying expressions and check the output of the previous step to find out certain values. So there are a lot of times in Power Automate that we can't find those values, but we are very well sure that those are coming in the output of the previous step. So just run that flow, check the output of the previous step, and you can use that question mark and the bracket section where it's actually coming as a JSON format, and you can go to a certain property, use those things. You can any expression which you are taking dynamically, hover around that expression, see that what expression is there and how it's built, because if you write something manually, you have to build it in that particular way itself. So seeing the output and checking the output of the previous step is very important, and it has been very handy to me in the journey of learning Power Automate itself. So yes, today's Power Quote of the day is be it mother, father, brother, there's a bit of her in everyone. And yes, happy International Women's Day once again. Thank you. RO, yes, we can have the QA if we have anything.
First thing was a roller coaster ride for me. I think for everyone as well, I think. Venkat, Deepesh also said, in such a short time, we covered one of the amazing tips, which even I never knew that I can use in my solution for my customers. Okay, I really need a request for you. Can you please prepare a PDF document or PPT for this so that we can, all audience can see it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to grab everything. I took screenshots, but I was so engrossed seeing the tips. No way I can find what is the best way to find the things and all. So if you can help me to get the PDF or PPT, and I can share in LinkedIn and out my social network so that people can get benefit. It's impossible to carry everything here.
Definitely, I'll do that. Thanks, Abhinav.
So it's amazing, actually. Shalinee, points that you covered are what a Power Platform architect needs to look for when they are, prepping for a new solution. These are the things that leave loopholes, and in the longer term, you get defects around your projects, and then it becomes difficult from maintainability perspective. And I'm pretty sure if we garner all these points that you said at the time of design and consider them while in our development, it will make a robust architecture in place, and which will be sustainable as well as with a very low maintenance, I'll say. So definitely everything worth noticing, and that's how you progress from a citizen developer to a architect, right? So these are the things that will distinguish you. So definitely amazing session.
Yeah, I mean, in the short time, even had been my role, I can just cover only 5. You covered 10, and also with the demos, it was like something. If actually I learned from you few things I already know, but the compose field for the breaking the things and all, which actually things, and we should not avoid so many variables and that, which is I've never seen that, how I can improve my solution for that. So what Abhinav said is maintainability is very important. Second thing is about when we send a customer, then they hands off, right? After 6 or 7 months, they should not come to us, okay, it is not working. Right. So something which is, I've seen a few of my customers that after 7 or 8 months, they've mentioned that it doesn't work. So we have to, what Abhishek said, we have to guard it so that our solutions enough robust so that whether it's 2 years, 3 years, the solution should work. Right. I think is one of the, again, I have no words, but one of the most exciting sessions I've seen in the dream. I think all women have done amazing thing, but something which is from the Power Platform perspective, I have not seen such a amazing crisp and also covered in on time, I would say.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad all of you liked the session. So it's the second session I'm giving. The first was at Reactive Champs, and this next one is here. I'm really glad that you really liked it. It really means a lot. Yeah. I mean, something which is me and Abhinav, everyone is a consultant field, right? But we also didn't check those things that the one which you mentioned, right? So that's why I'm asking that. Can you give the PDF document so that I can share with the community and also with my own consulting firm, that I can also share that, okay, this is also things which we can actually take note. Definitely, I'll do. Okay. Perfect. So thank you so much. I'm really grateful that you took time, and then on the Saturday, although it was a off day, but you took some time. Then again, Deepesh, please, really grateful that you're working with her. You work with him, Deepesh, is it?
Yeah. So I just wanted to share some views. That's why I had a raised hand arrow, right? So
yes. Yeah.
It's today. I think we witnessed the bullet train of Power Automate session, right? Yeah. I cannot express it in a lower way. Hailing from India, we call it Rajdhani Express, but yes, it was kind of a bullet train of Power Automate session, and I'm really glad to see the journey. Shalinee works very closely at D365 Champs, as Aro, you might be aware, in the organizer capacity. Yeah. But these are coming to the session and summarizing it in a matter of an hour, less than an hour, and hands-on demo. I have seen, we see a lot of sessions, but this was not full of videos. You're going live and doing it is always challenging, right? It is always challenging. Sometimes the demo gods are not with us, for example, but going neck and neck on time, hitting the dots and talking about things that matter. Like one of the things I also learned today was, which I've seen it in her blog like few weeks back, about, you don't need to even do the run, right? That most of the customers are looking for not getting their flows counted. Like I also used to recommend that we can go inside the condition, and there's an arsenal of knowledge out there, and we cannot know everything. But summarizing it so well, as that example, which saves such a huge licensing cost to the customer, to all the other hands-on tips, right? It is really great, right? So I'm really great to see the journey and you guys arranging it. We have interacted in the past in different sessions and been present, but I really wanted to be vocal. I was really glad to see this summarized, and yes, a PDF does make sense, right, for all of us. Yeah. I mean, I'm really I'm by requesting because I can use in my solutions. That is the main thing. I'm being selfish also, but I mean thing is good for the community to know that this girl has done amazing stuff, and then how is sharing with the community. So something which we can use it. Thanks, Arrow. Yes, and Dipesh is like my mentor. So I started my Power Platform journey under his guidance only. So I always look up to him, and whatever I've learned is basically all what he has taught me. So yes, he's my mentor, and I always look up to him, and I thank him for everything he has taught us. Yes, and he's still here on the journey. I did remember that up in couple of years back, not months, years back in Microsoft Office in Singapore, he mentioned one of the Power Platform thing and all. I can't relate because it's more your dynamics part. I'm not your dynamics, but the he presented, I was like totally taken aback that how they presented and all. So I always look up to the presentation standpoint, right? Everyone speaks, but the way to speaking in an engaging way, that is actually make it more worthwhile for the audience rather than just listening. So I want to thank to Dipesh that I still remember in Microsoft Office in Singapore, you were speaking, and then I said, oh,
this guy is good. But the way, I mean, good and as in technically also good, but in presentations way also you are so good. So yeah. So
thank you for all the kind words. It's just community works together. I learned a lot of things myself. Shalinee, thank you for all the great words, and Aro, and you share a lot of good, great content and organize the things. We support each other. I'm also a learner. The number one tip I can give above all the other tips is be a learner every day in your work life, right? It is very important in this cloud world, Microsoft cloud world, to be always learning. So I'm still a learner, and I'm really glad that now I'm learning from all of you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I never knew that she's part of the community. That one she mentioned she's you are the mentor, but when I heard this name, it popped that Deepesh. That okay, this guy is already here, which means I have to be more cautious. Yeah, so I mean, like so I can't be some fun thing and all, but it was good session. I think I overshoot by some units, but something But thanks for a real lovely session. Please send the PDF document. Please.
Definitely. Yes, I
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So thanks everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Now I have to look for my PPT. Okay. So next speaker. She's already here. Chandni, right? You here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's Chandni or Chandani? Chandni, right?
Chandni.
Yes, yeah. It's can't be Chandani. I know the movie, Sri Devi movie, Chandni, right? Yeah. So remember that name and the dance which she did. Okay. Sorry about that. And I think I forgot that Shalinee also mentioned about dance, and I was a dancer as well, so I could not relate to that answer. But again, congrats to become MVP.
Thank you so much.
And I was like so glad that you and Kat again another MVP will be coming. I mean, in evening she'll be doing it. So you become MVP, and how you feel it after you become MVP?
Yeah, I can't express my feelings. I was extremely happy, and still.
Okay, good, yeah. So guys, Chandni is a Microsoft MVP, a newbie MVP, C# MVP as well, developer, and she's an MVP in Office development, and she's talking about Office thing, right? The shape and framework stuff, right? So
Yes.
again, stage is all yours. I won't talk about everything, but you just can have a session. The session is recorded as well.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Got it.
Now?
Now we can see. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So first of all, thanks to organizer for inviting me. So today we will discuss about some advanced property SPFX topics. So before we go ahead, let me introduce myself. So myself Chandni Prajapati. I'm currently working as a cloud consultant at Rapid Circle, and I'm Microsoft MVP for Office development and C# Corner MVP as well. And I am a blogger and writing blogs at C# Corner and my personal website and the Microsoft 365 PNP community. And I'm also maintainer of the SPFX Women Generator library. And here there are some social media handlers, so you can reach out to me if you have any doubts. So today's agenda will be some basics of SPFX. Then we will see how we can create and install the SPFX tops. And then we will understand SPFX webpart property pane with some advanced topics. So first of all, let's go with basic of SPFX. So SPFX means SharePoint framework. So when we can use SPFX, right? So when we want to do some customization in SharePoint page, then we can use SPFX. So SPFX is a very powerful and useful feature in modern SharePoint application development. And SPFX is a page and web part model that provides full support for the client-side SharePoint development. So in SPFX, we can use client-side languages like JavaScript, React, Angular, and so on. And in SPFX, we can easily integrate SharePoint as well as another data source. And it supports the open source tooling like Node.js, Gulp, Yeoman, right? And yeah, we can use, as I mentioned, we can use any framework in which we are comfortable, like we can use React, Angular, and so on. And yeah, current SPFX version is 1.14.0. So this is some basic information about the SPFX. Now let's see how we can start with SPFX, right? So first of all, that we need Node.js. So you can download Node.js version from its official website, and then we need some 𝐬𝐢 generator, Gulp, and SharePoint generator. So for that, how we can install it? So
Chandni, I think some issue with your audio settings. Guys, I think she has some issue with her audio. I think we just wait for she will join again. It could be some audio settings, some issue with the computer.
hello.
Yeah, we can hear now.
Oh, sorry, Aro. There is network issue and as well as power cut.
Oh, okay. No,
So sorry for that.
no problem. Yeah, we can continue. Can you still continue?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So let me share screen again.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So so we have to install Yeoman, Gulp, and SharePoint generator. So for that, we have to execute some commands in the command prompt, right? So if we want to use like install 𝐬𝐢, then you have to execute command npm install, then -g for the global, then 𝐬𝐢. So it will install the 𝐬𝐢, and then we will install the Gulp, right? So for that, we have to execute same command, but instead of 𝐬𝐢, we will add Gulp. So it will install the 𝐬𝐢 and Gulp, right? And then we will install the SharePoint generator. So for that, we will execute command npm install, then -g for the global, and then @Microsoft/generator-SharePoint. So it will install the SharePoint generator. And after that, we can use like create the web part, right? So this is some basic of installation. Then now let's see how we can create a new web part, right? So after all the installation, first of all, we will move to the directory where we want to create a web part, right? So in that, first of all, we create one folder. And after creation of folder, we will execute command @Microsoft/SharePoint. So it will ask some question like what is your solution name, which type of client-side component you want to create, like web part, adaptive card extension, library, and so on. So you can choose as per your requirement. Then it will ask for the web part name. Then it will ask for the language like React, no JavaScript framework, and so on. So after all of these questions, it will create the web part, and it will install the node modules. right? So it may take like 4 to 5 minutes to install all the dependencies. So after installation of this web part, we can open it in any code editor. So here I'm using VS Code to like modify my my web part, right? So first of all, let me show like some basic folder structure of SPFX. So here I have already created some web parts. So after creation of web part, I have open it in a VS Code. So you can see some folder like config, dist folder, then source. We will not much go ahead in this, but I just want to show you some folder structure. Yeah. So this is all about like a creation of new web part, right? Now, yeah. SPFX web part property pane. So what is a web part property pane? So property pane means we can customize our web part, right? So it allows to controlling the behavior and appearance of the web part, and it provides user to configure the several properties, right? So it contains the 3 key metadata: pages, header, and groups. So what is the pages? So pages means it is a collection of header and group. Then what is the header? So header means title of the property pane. So we can configure it by the headers. Then there is a group. So group means it is a collection of field sets. So here we can add multiple fields to configure our web parts, right? So pages. So pages provides flexibility to separate complex interaction and put them into one or more pages. So here we can create multiple pages as well. It is like depending on our requirement. Then header. Header allows you to define the title of the property pane. And there is a group. So groups allows you to define the various section or fields for the property pane through which you want to group your field sets. So let's see in the example. So first of all, we will see the demo. So yeah, let me add one web part here. Property pane, yeah. So when you add web, you are adding web part, it will show one edit web part pencil icon. So when you click on this, it will open a panel. So it's called a property pane, right? So here you can see this is a title, this is a group field, and this whole panel called the pages, right? So now let's see the code how we can do this. So yeah. So when you create a web part, it will create a one file, webpart.ts file, right? So here I have created multiple web parts for the different demos. So yeah, first like let me show you basic. So here you can see webpart.ts file, right? So in this file we can configure our web part property pane. So at here you can find get property pane configuration method. So here we have to like configure our web part property pane. So as I have mentioned, there are 3 key metadata: metadata, pages, header, and group, right? So yeah. So in pages we have to set title, right? So in header object there is a one key description. So in description we can set the our property pane title, right? Yeah. And as we have seen, there is a like in groups there is a multiple collection of fields. So here in groups we have to set 2 property. One is the group name and second one is a group fields. So in group fields we can declare the different property fields, right? So here I have added 3 property fields. One is property pane text field, another one is for the multi-line, and another one is for the slider. So this is like some basic get property pane configuration where we can configure our SPFX web part property pane, right? Yeah. This is all about basic of SPFX web part property pane. Now property pane field types. So which type of field we can use in the SPFX web part property pane, right? So there are many fields like text field, slider, choice, drop down, toggle, and so on. And yeah, there is one PNP library as well, and it provides some advanced property pane controls like list picker, site picker, field picker, and so on. So you can check out in the Google, there is a PNP SPFX web part property pane control, and you can use it as well, right? And if you are not satisfied with it, then you can create your custom control as well. So if you want to use Microsoft property pane control, then you have to use this module @Microsoft/sp property pane, and inside this we can add the controls which we want to use. So let me show you an example. Yeah. So here I have added 3: property pane text field, then slider, and this is multi-line, but I have used property pane text field. So first of all, we have to import all the controls in this module from this module, right? Then we can use this. So like first one is property pane text field. So yeah. So now if I want to add some properties, right? So how I can check the properties? So on this property pane text field, when you click on control click, it open one files and you can see properties for the particular field. So here I want to check the property pane text field properties. So here you can see property pane text field props. So you have to click on this, then you can see all the properties, which properties are available for the text fields, and you can use it as per your requirement, right? So here there is a for the property pane text field, there is a multi-line property, resizable property, underline, and so on. So you can explore all the controls like this, so you can like use its property. Yeah. So this is all about like how these property field types are available for in the Microsoft SV property pane. Yeah. Then types of property pane. So there are 3 types of property pane. One is single pane, second one is accordion pane, and third one is steps pane. So first one is single pane. So single pane means there is all without grouping. Single pane means without any grouping. So used for simple web parts with a few properties to configure. And as the name implies, there is only one single pane without any grouping. So as we have seen example before, so it's called a single pane property, right? Property pane. Then second one is accordion. Accordion means there is a grouping. So here you can see list configuration and search and sorting. So like I have many properties, right? 8 to 10 properties, like select a list, select a field, then searching, then sorting. And if I want to do grouping, right? I want to like grouping by list configuration, searching and sorting, then I can use accordion pane. So first of all, let me show you example. So yeah, here I have created one web part. So yeah, here you can see this is a accordion pane. So we can expand and collapse it as well. So yeah, now let's see the code how we can configure it. So yeah, so here as we have seen, there is a like collection of group, right? So there is a pages array. Inside we already configure header. Then there is a collection of groups, right? So first of all, we have to set display group as accordion as a true. Then we can like create it as a accordion, right? So first of all, we have to set this property. Then inside the groups array, we will create a multiple object for the grouping. So there is a like I have created multiple grouping for the demo. Suppose there is a group 1. And in group 1, I want to show 2 property pane field, right? So for that, I have to set group name. Then there is another property is collapse. So if you want to collapse by default, then you have to set true. Otherwise, you can set as a false. Then there is a group fields array. So inside this, we can add our property pane field controls, right? So this is a group 1 object. Same for the group 2, same for the group 3, right? So we can create a multiple group like this. So let me show that example. So here you can see there is a group 1, right? Group 2 and group 3 with the multiple properties. So in group 1, you can see property 1 and property 2. in group 2 you can see group property 3 and property 4, right? So yeah, this is a accordion property pane. Then next one is a step pane. Step pane means, as I already mentioned, we can create a multiple pages in property pane, right? So using steps pane we can create a multiple pages. So it groups the property in the multiple step or pages. And yeah, it also provides the back button, next button, then like number of pages and current pages indicator and so on. So the property pane will show a back and next button at the bottom of the pane along with an indication of how many steps are there and which step is currently displayed. So yeah, first of all, let's see example. So yeah, so in this example you can see there is a back, next and like pagination. So this is a step pane, so you can like do previous and next, right? So there are 2 pages. So yeah, now let's see how we can implement this. So yeah, as we have seen, there are multiple pages, right? So here we have to create a object of pages, multiple pages. Other thing will be remain the same like as a accordion, right? But here we will create a multiple object of pages. So for example, here I have created 3 pages for the demo purpose. So yeah, inside first object you, as like we are setting header, then yeah, and accordion is like depends on your choice. If you want to make it like collapsible, then you can use accordion, otherwise you can skip it. Then there is a group array, and here I have created multiple groups because I made it like as a accordion, right? So yeah, so same thing we will do for the another pages. So yeah, here there is another page, and in this page there are multiple groups, and this is also I'm also using accordion. And there is another page, page 3, with multiple properties, header, groups and group fields and so on. So yeah, let me add web part here. Yeah, so here you can see 3 pages, right? Because I have created 3 pages. So first of 3, then next, here you can see second page, and here you can see third page. Yeah. So yeah, I forgot one thing. If you want to run the web part, you have to execute 𝐸𝐷𝐄 command. So it will open the local workbench, and we can test the web part at that local environment. Yeah, so this is all about steps pane, accordion pane and single pane. Now let's go ahead. Yeah, now reactive and non-reactive web parts. So what is the reactive and non-reactive? So first of all, reactive. So reactive means if like you are doing any changes in property pane and you want to like automatically update the user interface. User interface means the page. Then you have to use reactive web parts. And if you don't want to automatically update unless and until user confirm the changes, then you have to use non-reactive web part. So SPFX web parts are by default reactive, right? So first of all, let me show you example like, yeah, suppose this is a web part title and here I am rendering web part title. So yeah, you can see if I am updating at property pane, it's automatically update the user interface. So it's called a reactive web part. But if I want to make it a non-reactive, right? So what I have to do? So in SPFX, there is one method available, disable reactive property pane change. So if I want to make a non-reactive web part, then I have to just add these 3 lines. There is one method, disable reactive property pane change, and then I have to return true in this method. So what it will do? It will add one button in the property pane, right? So let me show you. Yeah. So So here you can see apply button, but it is disabled. So if I will update something, yeah. So here you can see it's not updating the value, right? Here I have added property pane advanced 1, but it's not updating the value. So when I will click on this apply button, it will update the value to the page, right? Suppose I am updating this slider value, but I have to click on this apply button to render the changes. So this is called the non-reactive web parts.
Rumors that she had a romance with Tom.
Now, how to show icon or image in the property pane. So sometimes like we want to show some image and icon with the property pane control for the better user experience. For example, I am using like here there are two property pane choices, column chart and pie chart. I am rendering like chart as per the selection, but I want to add icon or image in this property pane, right? So how we can do this? So first of all, let me show you example. Yeah. So here you can see this column chart and pie chart have images, and here this is icons, right? And these both are the choice groups. So let's see how we can implement it. So so here I'm using choice group, right? So first of all, I have to add this property pane choice group, right, at here. Okay. So first of all, let's see how to add icons. So there is a property pane choice group, and here we have to use unique ID. So we can use this ID to render the item. Using this ID, we can render the like data in our component. So here I have used icon chart type key. Then I am using label, right? And as we know, in drop down we have to set key and text, right? So there is a options. So in this option we have to set key and text value, right? But now if we want to add the icon, so there is one properties, icon props. So in icon props we can set our icon. So for that we have to use Office UI Fabric icon. So you can find Office UI Fabric icons in its official website, and you can use the icon name as per your requirement, right? So here there is one option for the column chart and another option for the pie chart. So for the column chart, I am using bar chart for icon, and for the pie chart, I am using pie double icon. So it will render the Office UI Fabric icon with its text, right? So this is all about icon. Now let's see how we can add the image. So if you want to use some external image, so first of all, what we have to do, we have to download all the required images. Then we have to put in one assets inside the web part. So here there is I have created one assets web folder, and I have added two images at here, bar chart and pie chart.svg. Right now I want to use this image in our web part property pane. So here I have created in this method, I have created two variable, right? So first one is image bar chart and second one is image pie chart. And in the this both variable, I am fetching the image. So for that I have used require method, and then inside this we will set the path for the bar chart and pie chart, right? So path should be like as per your location where you have adding your image in the web part, right? Yeah. So after that we have to add this variable in the image source. So for that I have used same the choice group. Then this is one key image chart type. Then I have added one label to identify this is image or icon. Then there is an option, right? So we have to set key and text. Then there is one property, image source. So in this image source, we will use this both variables, right? So if there is a column chart, then we will use column chart variable, and if there is a pie chart, then we will use this pie chart variable. So it will render the image with the text. So this is all about how to add image and icon in property pane, right? Yeah. So that's all about icon and image. Yeah. Now next, yeah, conditional property pane. So how we can create a conditional property pane? So for example, like I have one radio button, and in this radio button there are two options. If I'm selecting text, then it should render the text field property pane control, and if I'm selecting image, then it should render the file picker property pane control, right? So we can create this thing as well. So first of all, let me show you demo. So here I already added the web part in the page, and yeah, so here already selected image, so it allows to add image using file picker control. So here you can select image as well, right? If I'm selecting text, then it will shows the text field, right? And here you can update your text and it will render it here. So this is called a dynamic property pane. So yeah, now let's see the implementation. So yeah, so for the text field, I have used the text field, and for the image, I have used property field file picker. But before that, let me show you. Yeah, so for that I have used choice group, right? For the image and text. So here key is text and here key is image, and default is a text. So yeah, now what we want to do, on the change of this field, we want to render the dynamic controls, right? So yeah, so before that, yeah, so for that file picker, I have used PNP property pane control property field file picker, and for the text field I am using property pane text field. So first of all, what we will do, here I have created two variables to add the text control, to add the property pane text field control, and image control to add the image property pane control. So first of all, we have to check one condition, right? So here there is a property pane choice group and its key is a text or image type. So what we will do here, we will add one condition. If this dot properties dot text or image type is equal to text, text means this key, we will use this key. So it will be text, then we want to render the text field. So yeah, so we will add same the field like property pane text field with its properties, but we will assign it in one variable. So we can use this variable in the property pane, right? So I have set this property pane text field control in text control variable, and otherwise means else we want to render the property field file picker, right? So for that I have added this property field file picker, and there are some its properties like label, key, then on change, on save, and so on. And yeah, so for that I have used this variable to set this control, right? So if this condition will becomes true, it will render the text control, otherwise it will render the image control, right? So yeah, so after this choice group, we just have to add these two variables. So it will render dynamically as per the condition, right? So this is all about the dynamic property pane. Yeah. Now, yeah, what is the cascading property pane? Cascading means if you want to do, like we have a like list of countries and state, right? And I want to filter the state based on the selection of country. So it's called the cascading, right? That means we want to filter the value based on previous selection. So yeah, cascading drop-down are a set of drop-down that shows the value based on the previous selection of hierarchy. So here in this demo, what we will do, there are two control, one for the list and second for the list field. So in the list, I am rendering list of the SharePoint site, right? And the selection of the SharePoint list, I want to get the fields and I want to render in the multi-choice, right? So first of all, let me show you one demo. Yeah. So here there is a cascading drop-down demo. So there is a, here you can select your list, right? Suppose I am selecting PNP community contributor and I want to render the fields based on this selection, right? So it will render the fields selection of this list, right? Suppose I am selecting another list like travel request. So it will render all the related fields for this selected list, right? Yeah. So now let's see the implementation, how we can do this. So yeah, cascading demo. So here I have used property field list picker. This is a PNP SPFX React Webpack property pane control. So and second one is property field multi select, right? So first of all, before that, let me show you one service. Yeah. So I have created one service to get the SharePoint list field based on selection of list, right? So here I have created one service and here I am using PNP.js to get the fields based on selected list, right? So this is a dynamic. I have just added one parameter. So whenever we are using this method to get fields, we will use the selected list property, right? So okay. So yeah. So for that, there are two property. I have created two property pane, as I already mentioned, list and fields. So first of all, we will create one method to get the list field, right? So we will fetch the fields based on selected list. So here I am calling the service which I have shown you, get fields, right? And here we have to pass the dynamic selected list. So we are using this dot properties dot list. So it will fetch all the fields based on selected list, and then it will it will render different object, but we need this in a key and a text format, right? So here I am mapping it in a key and text format, right? So before that, I have created one variable list fields, and after mapping, I am pushing this value in these fields. So we can use this option in the field. So yeah, so after this mapping, we will use this list field in the multi-selected field, right, to render the option. Yeah, so it will render the data based on the selected list. But what if I am changing the list and it will automatically reflect the fields, right? So for that, we have to override the property pane field change method. So for that, I have created one method, list configuration chain, and it allows three parameter, property path, old value and new value, right? So in this, first of all, what we will do, we have to check if property path is list, that means list is selected and there is a new value, then we will override the value and refresh the property pane. So it will automatically update the fields value based on selection, right? So there is one condition, if property path is equal to list and there is a new value, then we will empty the field value, right? And then we are overriding this property pane field change method, and then we have to refresh the property pane. So it will automatically update the value, right? Fields value based on the selection of list. So yeah, this is all about cascading property pane. And yeah, so that's all from me, and there are some resources, so you can refer it, like for the SPFX web part, then there are some blogs which I have written related to property pane, and there are 3 blogs for the property pane design series by 𝐬𝐲𝐳. So you can refer it from these links. And yeah, thank you everyone, and thanks the organizer. So that's all from me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was really, really great. It was something which is we can learn. Just want to get people who are, I know you are expert, but people who want to learn the shape and framework, the very basic one, step by step, right?
Yes.
Any kind of resources you can give to that? Because I think you shared some resources for people who are expert, but for the beginner's perspective, you have anything which we can?
Yeah, I have already my blog, so I can share it.
Okay, yeah. So one more thing, Chandni, that again, can you send the entire thing into PDF?
Okay.
So that what we do, right? Now, not everyone able to see the videos, right? Maybe today's session, right? Maybe you're busy and all, but maybe on the later stage you can see the videos, and we can also supply the PDF document so that they can refer to the video. So it's much easier. They can relate that video is there, but there's no content. So
yes, right.
Yeah,
sure, definitely. And really so sorry for that.
No issue. I do understand. One of my other sessions, one of my friends in India, I think Delhi, it was there was a power breakdown, and then he can't do a session completely because there's no laptop also, because they don't do electricity. So I have to swap his session. But I do agree, there's no issue with that. You don't be sorry for that. We do understand, right? I'm from India also, and we see many major power cuts. So we totally relate, no issue with this, no problem. But really a very interesting session. At least we gave a gist of that, how the shape and framework can work, and give some different kind of samples which we can start with.
Actually, this is a basic, but I think it's informative for everyone.
Yes,
right?
Very informative, very informative. I mean, I also started with the shape and framework when it came couple of years back, but then I moved to other things and all. But I have still having a knack to learn the shape and framework, which I'm not expert yet, but at least I know people from you and other people, I can get some knowledge on how we can get started. Thank you so much, Chandni.
Thank you.
Okay.
Over.
Yeah, and let me see whether
Actually, Aroh, I have this Tanmay this side.
Hi, Tanmay. Yes.
Yeah, I have one question for Chandni.
Yeah, Chandni. Chandni, you're still here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So you were talking about web part property pane, right? So in the context of SharePoint, if we bind this property pane to the current set of lists, say if in a drop down you were populating the list, right? Or list.
Yes.
So these lists belong to the same site collection, right? Or subsite. So say if I have a requirement that I need to have a web part property pane populating all the lists from the subsite instead of a site collection. I'm into the site collection, and those set of lists should be populated from a subsite instead of a site collection.
Yes.
So how should I achieve it?
Okay, so actually I think in the SharePoint, this list picker field, we can set like current context for the site collection, but I think we can create a custom control, and we have to like call some services, and then we can bind in drop down, right? Because
So those should be custom coded. In which site collection, or I need to point out the subsite URL to get that list.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Sabin, for chipping in some questions and all. I have no idea about what this thing means, but at least I have an idea that Chandni, one thing, right? This is shape and framework, right? Works both on classic and modern, which I know. But what about any guidance from Microsoft that they are stopping the the classic side which has subsites and all?
Actually, now SPFX removed the support for the classic. Now they are supporting for SharePoint Online only from SPFX
only,
1.
right?
From SPFX 1.13.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
So what for the just want to help Tanmay, right? Is still able to fetch the details from the subsites which is from classic? Because you mentioned to me, right, from the SharePoint framework earlier, they can support both classic and modern.
Yeah.
But if modern just supporting the SharePoint framework and not classic, how we can actually get the details from the classic sites because it's not supporting? Is it possible way to some money custom code you have to write for that? Is it?
Actually, I'm not sure about this because I haven't worked with like on premises. I mean classic with SPFX.
Yeah. So I think Tanmay, I think obviously it will be a custom code, but I think we'll be needing some kind of a lot of coding required for that. Yeah. It's not because it's not too straightforward because what Chandni mentioned, right? The SharePoint framework. Earlier, I know that I write some code with that. I mean, simple code where the you can use SharePoint framework both for classic and also for modern. Now, because in the new version they remove support, and I think also that they will in maybe not 1 year, 2 years they will remove the support for classic soon. So it will be very difficult for to migrate. I think they're not even just like InfoPath, right? They never put any timeline, and then after 2 months, 6 months, you have to go to.
SPFX is backward compatible, so it is compatible with all earlier versions of SharePoint as well. So it will work both in classic as well as modern. So SPFX is taking care of it. Nowadays, maybe the version upgrade is little more.
You can work on like yes. Before
maybe the previous version might supporting where but I mentioned, right, the previous version of SharePoint framework where there was support both classic and modern. It may work, but not the new version. I guess
you can't get chance to like latest updates, right?
Okay, so in that context, maybe Tanmay, if you're using the older version for SharePoint framework, it might help in that.
Correct. So because in the older the on-prem side, in the classic versions, this is also a limitation that if you were adding some web part, it is populating all the list belonging to the same context. Like if you are under a site collection, it will this property pane will allow you to have all the list available inside that site collection, not on the subsites.
Understand? Yes.
Correct. So that is a limitation of classic which is overcome by SPFX.
Okay. Maybe you have to use the older version of SharePoint framework. That will make help in that. But thanks Chandni for chipping and answer the question from Tanmay. I really appreciate your time here.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks to all attendees as well.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day and good weekend as well.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay. So again, we have a lot of speakers still left here, and I want just to say thanks to the audience who are still sticking with us. And it's a long day, but I want to share with you that all the sessions we have seen that it's a long day for me also because and they from 8:30 it's almost 2:30 p.m. almost 6 hours, 7 hours. But I was so engrossed in the sessions by all the people from Priyanka, from other people, from Shalinee, from Chandni and all. Gives so much excitement to me that great work is done by the community people and the speakers who can actually share the knowledge. So thank you so much for that. Now we have another speaker who is from Sri Lanka. Her name is Samudra. Are you here, Samudra?
Yes, Aro.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
Doing good. And how are you?
I'm absolutely fine. Yeah, I'm really, really excited about your session. Yeah. I'm really excited, and I want to see that what you have in your session, right? So just want to share with you that uh, she works for a company called as Wele. Wele, right?
Wiley.
Wiley, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Wiley.
this is a few of the college books which I learned
Yes.
my advanced calculus, and also all the Wiley books I actually learned from all my the linear algebra and all. So when I saw that, okay, oh, this girl is from yeah, so I can relate to my college times and all. But thank you so much for your time, and really appreciate your coming and the stage is all yours. And in just brief, you can just share with us in a nutshell what you're covering for us today.
First of all, I would like to thank Aro to inviting me to do a session here. So basically, in this session, I'm going to cover about the real-time streaming analytics, and there are two demos. I'm getting data using the API, and I'm creating real-time dashboard in Power BI service. Hope if most of you all are having an idea about the Power BI, especially Power BI service. And the second demo I am doing, I'm creating a stream analytics job in Azure environment, and if I have time, I'm creating a dashboard in the Power BI service. So those are the things I'm covering here today, Aro.
Sure, looks very exciting for all the audience. Yeah, so stage is all yours. So you can just share your PowerPoint and demo.
Okay, so let me share my screen. I think you can see my screen, right?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Okay, I'll share my. I'll start my session. So, okay. Hi everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to my session. Today we are going to talk about getting started with real-time streaming analytics. Okay, so this is my profile. I'm working as a senior data analyst at Wiley, and here you can see I have put my Twitter, LinkedIn, and blog, and here I put my Gmail as well. If you have any questions or inquiries, you can contact me through these links. Okay, let's see today's agenda. First, I'll describe about what is streaming data and what is streaming analytics. And actually, there are three types of real-time data sets. So I'll briefly explain about those, and after that, I'm talking about how to push that those three data sets into the Power BI service. And like I said earlier, I am doing two demos. And finally, I am giving a brief description about the real-time benefits of real-time streaming analytics. So that is the today's agenda. And let's talk about what is streaming analytics. Streaming data. Streaming data is a continuous flow of data which comes from a variety of sources. Some of the examples for streaming data are log files, e-commerce purchases, weather events, IoT, and there are many more. So let's see what is streaming analytics. So actually, it is the process of processing and analysis of data records continuously. So here you are able to get a constant stream of data gathered from different sources, and you can analyze those data and generate real-time insights proactively. So the insights are generated while the data is in the stream instead of being stored. So usually what happens is you get the data, you store that data. After storing only you analyze the data. So the main difference is here is before storing you can analyze the data. So I mean in 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 past days we stored data in databases, and after that after a day or weekly or monthly we are getting reports. In the real time streaming analytics you can get real time data, and you can create real time dashboards and reports. So here I'm trying to explain some examples for streaming analytics. So let's. So the first example is I have taken is from the healthcare sector. In the healthcare sector, we use equipments such as glucometers, heart rate, and blood pressure monitors. And these equipments have sensors to monitor patients' vitals and other essentials. So through streaming analytics, hospital can get real-time insights about their patients and get immediate actions. And the next example is I'm taking from the retail businesses. As we all know, most of the retail businesses uses IoT devices. If the data gathered through these devices can be analyzed real time, then company can do location-based marketing. They can get insights of trends and they can improve operational efficiency. Also, business will be able to understand what customer wants at the exact moment. So any company that is able to understand and respond immediate to the customer needs, then they will have better chance of being successful. And my third example is I have taken from social media. For an instance, if we take social media bullying, and if the social media bullying continue to rise, then it is important for the administrator to identify bullying at that time and able to take actions against it. So for that also they can use streaming analytics. And my final example is I have taken from the finance. So streaming data will help any company to identify fraudulent activities and many more. For example, MasterCard is using data and analytics to help financial organizations. So the financial organization can so quickly and easily identify fraudulent merchants to reduce risk. And even for an example, we can get stock market data as well. And there are many more examples we can get from the business from businesses. And okay, so I have given some examples for streaming analytics, and now I'm going to explain about why streaming data and real-time analytics matter more than ever. So I'm going to talk about 3 points. The first one is improve performance. So how can we improve performance? Normally we have data in databases, so data warehouses, and we analyze historical data. So we take a reactive approach there. So instead of taking reactive approach with this real-time stream analytics, now we have given the option to take the proactive approach, where then and there we can analyze data, and then and there we can take decisions without waiting until all the things are concluded and then analyze. So and the second one is how can we get competitive advantage over the competitors? As I said earlier, most of the businesses and organizations, they follow reactive analysis. If a company can make decisions proactively, so they have real-time insights there. So they have more advantage over the companies who are doing reactive analysis. Then you don't need to wait until something happens. Before happening that, you actually can make a decision. For example, sometimes businesses might be able to reduce losses because they can proactively make decisions. And the third point is better decision making. How we can take better decision making. As I explained earlier, all these things are interconnected. When companies are able to analyze streaming data they receive, they can get real time insights, and then they can understand exactly what is happening at any given point in time. If you have real time insights, so obviously you can get a capability to do better decision making. So streaming analytics makes companies more agile and responsive to the realities and environments where they operate. Okay, so now we know why we are using streaming data and real-time analytics, and then I'm going to explain about how we can analyze streaming data using Power BI. So, I think all of us know about the Power BI, and actually it's a data visualization tool. And Power BI with real-time streaming let us stream and update dashboard in real time. So let's see what are the available data sets in Power BI. There are three types of real-time data sets which are designed for displaying on real-time dashboards. So first one is push data set, the second one is streaming data set, and the third one is PubNub streaming data set. Okay, first let's understand how these data sets differ from one another. So first one is push data set. With a push data set, data is pushed into Power BI service. I think you all know there are two components in Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service. So normally we are using Power BI Desktop to create reports, and basically we are using Power BI Service to distribute and publish those report and create dashboards. So here mainly in my demos, I'm getting Power BI Service as a tool to create dashboards. Okay, and like I said, with the push data set, data is pushed into the Power BI Service, and when the data set is created, the Power BI Service automatically creates a new database in the service to store the data. Since there is an underlying database, reports can be created with the data. These reports are reports, and their visuals are just like any other report visual, which means you can use all the Power BI report building features to create visuals, including Power BI visuals, data alerts, pin dashboards, tiles, and more. Okay, let's see one graph, then you can get an idea about which I talked. So here you can see when we are getting data into the Power BI service using the push data set. Here you can see in Azure SQL database, it's in Power BI service, it's automatically create Azure SQL database, and it store data in that database. So that is what happening in push data set and how it works. And let's get an idea about how streaming data set is working and what is it. So in streaming data sets, Power BI only stores data into a temporary cache, which quickly expires. That means in push dataset, it's automatically, I mean, it's created database and it's stored data. In streaming dataset, it's not storing data. Instead of that, it's creating temporary cache, and it's quickly expires. The temporary cache is only used to display visuals which have more transient sense of history, such as we can create line chart that has a time window like 1 hour, and with the streaming dataset there is no underlying database, so you cannot build report visual using the data that flow in from the stream. You cannot make use of report functionalities such as filtering, Power BI visuals, and other report functions. The only way to visualize a streaming data is to add a tile and use the streaming dataset as a custom streaming data source. So, with using these data sets, we can't do advanced analytics because we are not storing data. And here in this diagram you can see they are using temporary cache in using the Azure Redis cache. They are using data, I mean storing data and getting data to the Power BI service. Okay. So the third one is PubNub streaming dataset. So in PubNub streaming dataset, there is a SDK called PubNub SDK, and using that we are getting data into the Power BI service, and there is no underlying database created, and then we cannot create Power BI report including all the features, I mean filtering and all. So visualization is only via streaming tiles on the dashboards, and here also we can't do advanced analytics. So this is how we are getting data into the Power BI service using here you can see we are using PubNub SDK to get the data into the Power BI service. Okay. So we got an idea about 3 data sets: push, streaming, and PubNub. So let's see how it differs and similarities by using this chart. So here you can see, like I said earlier, in the push dataset we are storing data. In storing data and streaming data and PubNub data, we are not storing data because we don't have a database there. And we can create using the push data. You can see we can create reports, custom visuals, advanced calculations, and analytics. And we cannot do with that using streaming and PubNub dataset because basically we don't have a database. So that's why we cannot do that. So dashboard tiles update in real time as data is published in push data. We can I mean all 3 we can do that. And so the refresh time here you can see when it comes to the push data, it take more than 3.5 seconds because the data is existing in the database. And when it comes to the streaming data and PubNub data, it gets less than 1 second. And the usage, so using the push data, we can create reports and predictive models. And streaming data and PubNub, we can get up to date data. Okay. So next, the previous section described the 3 primary types of real-time data sets you can use in real-time streaming and how they differ. And in this section, I am describing how to create and push data into those data sets. So here you can see we can push data using 3 ways. First one is using the Power BI REST APIs The second one is using the streaming data set UI, and the third one is Azure Streaming Analytics. So in my demo, I'm using the second one and the third one. Okay. Second one and the third one. The streaming dataset I'm going to use the streaming dataset UI and the Azure Streaming Analytics. So the first one is using the Power BI REST APIs. So here you can see it used to create and send data to push data sets and to streaming data sets. Actually, there is a flag called default mode, and actually it's specified whether a data set is pushed or streaming. And if not default mode flag is set, then the data set defaults to push data, and that flag is set to push streaming. Then the data set is both can be pushed and streaming data set. So likewise it's happening. And here in the second one is streaming data UI. Here you can see there are, we can use three ways like API, Azure Stream, and PubNub. And when it comes to the streaming dataset UI, here you can see when I'm clicking API, and we have to give the dataset name and dataset, the stream values, the column names and the data types, and you can see the JSON format here. And after that, actually we can on and off historical. If we want to get the historic data, we can enable this option. And the third one is Azure Streaming Data. Here what happens is we can create Azure Streaming Analytics component in the Azure environment. And in my demo, what I'm doing is I'm creating Event Hub in Azure environment and getting data into the streaming analytics. And here I'm setting one input, and I'm creating a query and one output. And after that, I'm pointed the output into the Power BI service dashboard. So that is what I'm going to do in my second demo. So let's move on to my first demo. First demo, here I'll explain what I'm going to do. So I have a code, Python code, and which generates JSON. These are the values it's generating: surrogate ID, speed, date, and the time. And I'm going to create a Power BI dashboard in Power BI service. And in order to create a Power BI dashboard, I need a streaming data set, and I'm going to use an API to get the data into the Power BI service. So these are the formats I'm going to data formats. So there's a surrogate ID, speed, date, and time. Let's do the demo. First, I'll open my code. Okay. This is the code, and it's automatically generating. Here there is a while loop, and it's automatically generate the surrogate ID, speed, date, and the time. So, and let's open the Power BI service. Here, this is the Power BI service, and I create a one workspace for this session that is called Global Dev Community, and I'm going to get streaming data. So I'm going to get the data using the API. So I select this one and click next, and I can create a. I need to give a, dataset name. So I am giving demo one to the dataset name, and in this code you saw that there are some column. I mean the dataset name, surrogate ID, speed, date, and time. Uh, uh, this name should tally with the value I entered here. So it's surrogate ID, that is a number, and speed, date, time. There's a speed, so that is also its number, and the date and time. Date is date, time also. It's a date, time. That is the so you can see these are the metadata for the for the data set, and here you can see in the below that JSON format. And for the moment I don't need historical data analysis, so I'm not going to enable these options. But if you want, you can enable this option by using a single click. And I'm going to create this data set, and here you can see there are some if you are using PowerShell, you can get this code and get that data into the generate the data. So I'm going to use this push URL. So I'm going to copy this one, and here in my code can see there's a place to give the REST API URL. So I'm going to delete the existing one, and I'm going to paste this one, and I save this one. Okay, and okay, let's go there. And now I'm going to create a dashboard. So this is the data set which I have created, demo 01, and here you can easily create a dashboard using this interface. So you need to create plus sign here. So click this add plus sign here, and you are going to create a dashboard. So dashboard name is, for the moment I'm giving a demo 01, and I'm going to create this one. Okay, so now we have empty dashboard, and now I'm going to add some charts here. So we can add a tile here using this one, this icon, and we can add web content, image, text box, videos. So I need the real time data. So what I'm going to do is click the custom streaming data and click next. And here you can see I have created the demo 01 data set, and you need to click this one and click next. And here you can see there are limited number of charts we can use to this real-time analytics. If any one of you use Power BI, there you can see we can create multiple charts, and there are so many options. But in real time, when we are creating real-time dashboards, they are providing limited number of visualization types. So here, I'm going to use a card, and I'm going to add some values. First one is surrogate ID, and click next. And if you want, you can give titles, subtitles, those kind of things. For the moment, I am not giving any names, title. Okay, and here you can see there's a tile appear, and I'm going to create another tile in the same way. I'm using creating I choose the streaming dataset option, and set is demo 1, and I am going to put the card and value is. Previously I used surrogate ID, now I am going to use the speed. Okay, where now we have 2 cards, and now I am going to I want to create a line chart. So in that case, again, custom streaming data and demo 01. Next, and here you can select the line chart, and for the x-axis I am choosing time, and for the value I'm choosing speed. So here you can see the charts appear, and here I am taking last 5 seconds, take last 10 seconds, and click next and apply. Okay. And the beauty of this is you can drag and drop, and you can create this dashboard a very user friendly way. And now we have the dashboard, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate continuous data. In order to do that, I'm going to run this one. So from the below you can see that the data is generating, and so surrogate ID is here, and the speed, date, time. So you can see those values are generating, and here also based on that you can see it's it's change in the value. So I want to edit this chart, and I'm going to get see what happens. Give me some time. Okay, here you can see based on that generated data, it's change in the values. That surrogate key is changing, speed, and the this line chart. So based on that, actually now you can see we are getting real time data, and if we can get the real time data, it could be business or whatever the situation. If we can get the real time data, we can easily get decisions, correct decisions, and in the the right decision at the right time. So this is my first demo I'm going to which I wanted to do, and let's do the second demo. Hope it's easy, and I think anyone can try this out. And my second demo.
Hi, just a quick question. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Just a quick question. Can you go back to the code that generates the data?
Okay.
So that I can see how it connects the data from the code to Power BI. Okay. So it's random data.
Yeah, it's getting random data actually.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So this is the my first demo, and now I'm going to do the second demo. So I'll explain what I'm going to 2. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. Here I'm going to create a event hub, and after that I'm creating Azure Streaming Analytics job. And after that I'm getting data into the Power BI service, and if time allows me I'm creating a Power BI report there. Okay, so this is the Azure environment, and I'm going to create a event hub. So first of all I need to create a event hub namespace. So I created this resource group global dev community, and I wanted to give a namespace name. So I'm giving global dev community. Demo 2, and fourth location is this, and price in tier I'm going to go with the standard, and I'm going to create the namespace. Okay, it's succeeded, and I'm going to create the namespace here, and it might take few seconds to create this one, and it's now deploying. It's deploying. It might take some few seconds. Okay. Okay, and we'll go to the resource, and we have the event hub namespace, and now I'm going to create event hub. So I'm going to give the name is my event event hub. We'll give okay, give me some time. Name as GDC and I'm going to create this one. Okay, we have namespace, and here I have the my event hub below that, and actually I need to create these shared access policies. So in order to do that, from the left hand side you can see shared access policies there, and I'm going to create a policy, and I'm clicking manage, and that name is my policy, and I'm going to create policy there. Okay, here you can see here we need to copy this string primary key. Okay, I copied this one and I'm paste it here in a notepad. Okay. Okay, this is the my give me some time. Let's see. Okay, I'm creating another event hub. Index. Okay. Okay, I just copy and paste this primary key here, and I have another code. Actually, I've downloaded it from the web. Here you can see it's generating some telco data. So actually, I can share this with you as well. So here it's generating. Here it's generating some call details, including regions. So I'll show how it's generating. So here I got the value here in the app settings. So I just copied and paste this value. So here I need to get this value, this endpoint value, and I need to copy and paste this value here. Okay, and now I'm going to save this one. Okay, saved, and I need to run this one. So here, what I'm going to do is I need to open a command prompt, and I'm going to change the directory. So in that case, this is the path we need to change, and the command is cd change directory, and I'm changing this one. And this is also, I mean, it's generating random numbers here, and the command is this one. So here you can see, so that this 1000 means the number of call data records per hour, and this 0.2 means that the value 0.2 means that about 20% of the call records will look fraudulent, and the 2 means that is the number of hours. So these random numbers generates during 2 hours. So I'm going to, here you can see that numbers are generating. Here you can see some regions are there. So these are the telco. Now it's generating values, and in this here now I created that my event hub, and now I'm going to create, what I'm going to create is my streaming analytic job. In order to do that, here what I'm going to do is I'm creating stream analytics job, and I'm going to create a new one. So job name is I'm creating GDC demo 2, and my resource group is this one, and I chose this region, and I'm going to create a streaming analytics job. After that, you can see there are some, we have to configure input stream and the output stream, and between that we can write some SQL codes. So I mean that we can create queries. So in order to that, I mean we can we can create, we can get data. I mean, summations. We can put aggregation functions used in that queries. So here you can see the configurations here, the location and others which I have selected, and now I'm going to set my input stream. So here when I'm going to set the input stream, there can be a blob storage, IoT hub. For this moment, I'm using event hub. So my input stream is this, and I'm going to configure my input stream. So here my input stream, this is a call stream. So I'm using this one, and these are the subscription is okay, and I'm going to use my existing event hub, and user group is also there, and the authentication mode I'm using this one, and event hub policy. Let me create the input, and we can test it. If it's tested, we can go there and we can test. Here it's, I mean, here you can see it's test successfully, and now I'm going to go to the here. Okay. Here you can see we have one input, and I'm going to set the one output. So output, there can be many outputs. So out of that, I'm select Power BI. I'm going to select Power BI, and my output is, I'm going to name as my PPI output like this, and I'm going to do it manually. So here you need to put group workspace ID. So here you can see, you can get it using this one. So actually I have so many, I mean, here I'm in the my workspace global dev community, and okay, here you can see there is a ID here. You need to just copy this ID, and here you need to just paste this one, and the authentication mode I'm using user token, and the data set name I'm giving this ASA data set, that means Azure Stream Analytics data set, and Azure Stream Analytics table here, and I need to authenticate this with the Power BI. So give me some time, I'm authenticating this one. Here I need to give my credentials actually. Okay. Okay, now you can see I authenticate this one, and I'm going to save this one. Okay, it's 2:44. I think I have another 6 minutes. Okay. I'll refresh this one, then you can see the component input and the output. Here you can see I configure input and the output, and here this is the place where you can do the query. So I'm going to edit query here, and I have already written queries. Here this is a basic query. It's a select statement. My input is call stream here, you can see, and the output is my PBI output. So I'm going to select all the values from call stream. So I'm going to test this one. So based on that these are the values. So we have record type, file name, switch number, calling number. There are so many values are there. Okay, so for this moment I need to calculate um, count incoming calls by region. In order to do that, I'm getting this, I'm using this query. Here you can see I'm getting timestamp as window, and switch number. Switch number means you can get the region name here and the count. And in order to get that count, I'm grouped by using this timestamp and the switch number. Okay, I'm going to test this query, and output it will appear here. So window end is here, and the switch number and the call counts are here. Based on that generate that data you can get in this output, and I'm going to save the query. Okay, and we'll go to this one. Now we're going to refresh this one. Okay, here you can see I configure input, output, and this is the query. So input is here, and it based on this query it's giving the output to here into the Power BI. So I'm going to start this job, streaming analytics job. So there are the job output start time. I put it as now because I just need the data. So let run let's start this streaming job, and I need couple of minutes to explain key benefits of real-time streaming analytics. So here you can see key benefits of real-time streaming analytics. It allows organizations to access and analyze data in near real time. We cannot get actually exact real-time data, but there are some less. We can get near real-time data, and it enables quick, actionable, data-driven insights, and it's provide the ability to handle high volumes of complex data, and it can be combined with the batching to deliver a top-tier hybrid solutions. So actually, using this real-time streaming analytics, basically we can get real-time data, and we can provide some real-time insights. So I think it's really useful in order to get some critical decisions. And here I have put some references which I used to create my demos and a presentation. So here you can go through, and I will put these links in the chat also. And let's go to the demo, and it's started successfully. Okay. So if it's run properly in this here you can see that output data set here. So actually it's 249, and here there is one data set which I have created around 141. So there is something I need to check with that. So that is the general way, because the thing is I put the same name here when I'm doing the testing sample. So anyway, it ran correctly, and this dataset should be visible here. And based on this dataset, like I did in earlier in my demo one, you can here add you can create a dashboard here, and you can give a name, and after that you can create nice dashboards using a tile, those that you can follow the same steps here, and you can create a dashboard, and I mean the real time dashboard there. So that is the thing I need to cover in my session. So here you all can contact me anytime using via these links, including my Gmail. You can follow me Twitter and LinkedIn also. So again, I hope you all get some kind of idea about real-time analytics and the Power BI, and it's a pleasure to do a session in this meetup. And thank you, Arosh, for giving me an opportunity to do a session here.
Thank you, Samudra. I'm really happy that you shared everything. I need some help from you. Can you put all the things in the PDF document, which we can share with the community people as well later on? Not now, today, maybe some other time, but at least we can have a reference for all the slides from all the amazing speakers, and we can have record somewhere that they can view it later on as well.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Guys, again, if any questions you have, you can just shoot to Samudra, and then I give for 30 seconds. And because here we have a quiz as well, right? So they have 2 more quiz left. So this is the second last, and just go and shoot a question, and then I'm opening the Kahoot one as well, right? So let's see. Okay. So let me share my screen, and we are all ready for the quiz. Okay, so let me. Okay. Yeah. This is my screen, and I'm going to share my screen. Now this is the ID. Okay, so our number is 588691. Okay, so 588 58861. Okay, thank you, Samit. Thank you, Vaishali, Vasina. Okay, let me put in my Teams chat as well. Okay, so people inside Teams, they can also view it. Okay, so guys, you already know the drill. You have to put the ID. Okay, and I put the same ID in our YouTube as well. Where is my YouTube? Okay, so we have a ID here. Let me put the ID for pin. Okay, women are creative. Yes, of course. All the women are creative. Okay, guys. So let me share my screen again. Okay, and we will see how many people can. Okay, this is a Kahoot. Let me stop presentation. Okay, so we have a. Okay, guys. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, and so this is the Power BI one, which Samudra beautifully explained to us. So it's Power BI 2 p.m. IST, and let's share what's happening, what questions you have. So in which situations we are using the streaming data, okay? And the stock market we can use, in social media, in IoT devices, all of, oh God, I think I'm a bit slower. I think everyone able to answer. Yeah. So which means, Samudra, that everyone was still able to actively listen to you, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yeah. So again, anything you want to share with the audience? These are all the streaming data set, right?
Yes, there are many more ROs. Like we can use stock market data, and there are a lot more examples. RO.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
I explained little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, there are more we can use for stock market is that, and then
Yeah, we can use weather information.
weather
even.
information for manufacturing
Yeah.
plants. Everything they want to see that all the equipments are online, and any heating, because one of the my
Yes.
customer have in Singapore we have a manufacturing unit, and they want to see the some IoT devices, and they want to show a Power BI dashboard that the heater and the oil and gas company, where they want to have the gas and the gas center is still not reaching the temperature. So we can have that kind of manufacturing kind of thing. So again, thanks for that. So let me see who's there. I think Sumit is the one who is able to he's the fastest figure, I think. Sumit, you're doing well. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Vaishnavi, Afreen, and then Vesena. Very good, amazing. So next we have which dataset creates a new database in Power BI service to store the data? Push dataset, streaming dataset, PubNub, or above all? Which one? Wow, somebody very fastly he pushed. It's okay, good. At least we have a correct one. So only one person answered well. So some inputs, some insights. Why we're using a new database?
So in push data sets, actually in Power BI service, it's creating a data set to store data. So I mean in streaming data sets and PubNub data sets, they are using SDK and the cache, and we can't store data there. So only the push data set, it creates Azure SQL database, and I mean it's it's store the data. Then using the push data set, we can create some meaningful. I mean, we can add more visuals and we can put filters. They are in that dashboard. Aro.
Yes, yeah, great. So again, Mantra, that for streaming data set and the PubNub, we can't use the default visuals, right? Also.
Not actually, we can use only tiles for streaming and the PubNub.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay, thanks. So we have a last question. I think, let me see who's doing. Wow, this is totally ups and down now. I think, Sumit, you have a tough competition now, right? Okay, so Vanessa is doing well. Okay, so let's see. The third one, I think we'll upside down. We see which is the a benefit of the real-time stream analytics. Okay, so all the questions are here about giving meaningful. Okay, wow, this is too fast. People answer. Okay, so is all the things, right? You can use in the highly complex data, right? We can use in the some enable the quick actionable data sets inside, and we can use for analysis in the on the real time. So these are the examples. Okay, so let's see who's doing well and who's in the podium. Okay, Sumit, wow, Sumit is doing good, right? And then why Vaishali is doing good, and then we have a new person. I think is wow, good, yeah. So again, Vanessa, can you please send your email address, because we will calculate later all the people We have Sumit, her email, his email address. We have Vaishali. I need your email address, please, as well. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm really thank you for your time, and I really appreciate that she did a wonderful job, and I will be passing the baton to Abhinav now. So we have our next speaker is Ruhi. Abhinav, you can introduce Ruhi, please.
Hi, Roy. Thanks much, Aro.
Hi, Abhinav. Hi, Aro. How are you?
Doing well.
We are absolutely fine. Abhinav is also. Abhinav, how are you doing also?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks much, Aro, for driving since morning.
Yeah.
So you have taken up the major of the sessions.
Yeah, really appreciate everybody's efforts that they've been putting in since morning through all the sessions. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I really appreciate. I mean, I was really surprised that at least all the women that we appreciate the women because they're doing so much things for us. They're just not as a mother and a daughter, but also in the professional life, also doing so amazing work. And we thought it's an opportunity to give them how girls can do technical work also, women in tech. So that's why we did this. So Abhinav, you want to say anything? Yeah.
Sure. Thanks much, Aro. Welcome, Roy, to the platform. Thanks much for joining us this afternoon, which is a weekend. It's always difficult to take time away from the family, but we are so glad that you joined here for the benefit of the community, for the larger benefit, and sharing the knowledge. So just for the audience, Ruhi is an early dynamic CRM evangelist. She started as early as 2006 and 9 times business applications MVP to Microsoft MVP. She's the CEO of 𝐬𝐢𝐧𝐠𝐥. And before she begins her session, I would also like to learn about her journey from 2006 till now, from rising, from the startup levels to being the CEO of this company. So Ruhi, some words about that. That would be inspiring for a lot of women around who are tuning into this channel.
Well, I'm not really the right person to be talking on this, but yeah, I think persistence and dedication is the key to it. So just go on, and just be consistent. I think that is what really takes you to the end goal that you have. It is like, there will be situations where things might not work the way you want it to, but the thing is to just go on, just be clear in what you want to do and just go on. So I think, yeah, that's what sums up my journey for these years.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Persistence is the key, definitely.
Yeah.
Be it a man or a woman or in any field, persistence is definitely the key. So really right words to look there. And really excited for your upcoming session, which is on app designing using components. So the stage is all yours, and please, we'd love to watch what you have for us today.
Okay, thank you, Abhinav. I'll just switch on my screen sharing. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, it is visible indeed.
Okay, I'll just go full screen. Okay, you can see my screen now, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, let me begin with thanking everybody, the audience, Abhinav, Aro, for actually giving me an opportunity to present a session here. So what I'm going to talk about is app designing using components. So we're going to see what is app designing, what is components, and how does it all fit in the Power Platform, which is my specialty. So before we begin, a little about myself, my creds. So I have been working with business applications since 3.0, so that's around 20 years now. I do write, so I am a pretty offline or rather online person. So I write. I do not present or speak as much. So blogs is where you will find me sharing the knowledge. And yeah, if you want to connect with me, my credentials on LinkedIn are over here. So feel free to connect with me. I'll want to go ahead and dive into what the agenda is going to be for this session. I'm not a very PowerPoint person, so I don't have too many slides. But I'll show you a few things on what components are, and there'll be a lot of demo stuff that we'll do. So first things first, we're going to cover what are components. Okay. Simple. Why do we need them? And then finally, what are components in terms of Power Platform? Okay. So let's begin with what are components. Now again, my session, app designing using components. So apps is okay. Now you are aware about what are apps. It's like Power Apps. Everything is an app. There's a Canvas app. There's a model-driven app. There is a Portals app, right? So app designing using components. Now components are, you can imagine components to be a piece of code, a piece of it could be a background code, like as in a code logic function, or it could be a UI control. So something like now to very simply explain in terms of UI what a control is, like if you are a pro dev, or even if you are trying your hand at Power Apps and the design studio there, and it allows you to drag and drop a button, or it allows you to drag and drop a text box or a label. These are all components. These are components that are shipped by Microsoft as part of their platform. But they are components. Okay, they are components that are built. So whenever you want to display something, you just pick up the label from the toolbox, put it over there, and you don't really need to do anything to design, or you don't really need to write anything to make the label behave like a label. So you don't have to go and explicitly say, okay, you are a label, so you're not editable, and I have to write the code to set it to editable equal to false. You don't need to do that, because that's how a label has been defined. So label, basically you can consider label as a component. Okay, it's a control. So that is an example of what a UI component could be. Now similarly, you could even have, like I started with, you could have a code, you could even create piece of code logic as components. And in some sense, if we were to see connectors, okay, custom connectors, or even the Power App or the connectors that are available, right? When you work with Power Automate, and you have various connectors available over there that perform a certain action. They're designed to perform a certain action. Now this is again an example of a component. It is an example of a piece of ready-made code written to perform a certain action, and you can just use it as it is without the need. It might require you to set certain properties, but it definitely does not require you to write the code for doing whatever that component or that connector is designed for. So this is what components are really. They are ready-made blocks of code. So when I say ready-made, it is ready-made for someone, but definitely somebody wrote the code to create it. So either wrote the code to create it, or so we are going to see the different types of components that are supported in Power Platform. So we can write we can develop controls using pro code, as pro code developers, I can actually write pure code in VS Code scripting language. I can do everything, or I can even create such reusable components using even the Canvas apps, the drag and drop. What we have, what Power Apps, Canvas apps is all about. We can even design components over there. So let's move forward over here. Okay, so they are blocks of code or controls. Why do we need them? Why do we need them? Reusability. The first most important thing about designing components is reusability. So you could make a lot of effort in designing a control. Say suppose I'll take a simple example of a label. Let's go back to our example of a label. Label is something where it should display the text that the user types, but nobody should be able to override the text. They should be able to set the font of the text, font and color and sizing and all of that things. Now, to design that control would have required some kind of effort, and this is a very common use. Any app you design, whether it's a web app you design, whether it's a mobile app you design, it's a very common use case scenario. You need to display text that is non-editable, and each time that you have to suppose sit and write the code to make sure that somebody should not be able to edit it, or this is how the font, when somebody sets the font to be a specific size, this is how the control should behave. There is no need to do that. So instead, what you could do is you package that as a control that anybody can use by just simple drag and drop without even bothering about how that control was made. So they don't need to get into the details of it. They need not have the knowledge for that kind of a development. They can just use it. The control will behave. You can obviously define and let the people know what your control does and how what properties need to be set for it to behave the way you want it to be. So reusability is one of the most important part of using components. The other is ease of adoption. When I talk about ease of adoption, it is all about empowering everyone. The citizen developers. We want the whole app development process need not be a pro dev experience anymore. The Power Platform story is all about empowering and enabling everyone to be able to design enterprise class applications with ease. And components are an example and of how you could improve the adoption of citizen developers. So you could create components, you could design common behavior components, and the citizen devs could just simply go ahead and use those controls without ever needing to know what it takes to design a control of that sort, right? So this further empowers citizen developers, non-pro developers to actually adopt the technology with great ease, develop enterprise apps, push them to production, and improve the adoption of the Power Platform. And then the third is, again, finally, consistent behavior. So when I say consistent behavior, when you have designed a component, okay, and you make sure that you use that component throughout your app, it guarantees you consistent behavior. Also, say suppose you wanted to add some new functionality to that component, you don't really need to go and write the code everywhere once again. So if you have changed the component, wherever the component was used, it will automatically inherit the new behavior. So consistent behavior, ease of adoption. These are some of, obviously there would be many other reasons to support the use of components, but at the core of it, like without even spending time to think about why we need components, these are the ones that come immediately to your mind. This is the reason why you should use components as much as possible while designing your apps. Moving forward, so how is so how are components supported in the Power Platform world? Now, in Power Platform, so a couple of years, it must be a couple of years or more, there was this buzz about Power Apps Component Framework. Okay, now what's a PCF as we call it now? What is PCF? So the first thing that they enabled was PCF, which was a pro dev technology. So here what it allows us to do is design components, UI components that require pro code experience. So take for example, you want to design a text box or you want to design a lookup. So you want a text box, a button, you want to mimic the same behavior as a standard lookup button of Microsoft Power Platform does, but you want that instead of it showing the results from a particular table, what it should do is it should say probably parse the result from any API. Say suppose you provided an API and it should execute those API at runtime, get the results, and those results are the ones that should be presented in the lookup control. And if I choose one of the options, then that should be set in the text box. So you want to create a control to do this. Now this is an example of where the pro devs can come into picture, design this control, and once this control is designed, anybody, so when you go into a form designer, and as a citizen developer or even as a simple customizer, when you go and into form customizations and you want one of the control to mimic this behavior, you can actually replace the standard text box control that comes with by default with the Power Platform with this custom control or the PCF control that has been designed. So this is so PCF is UI components. Again, it supports two types. So you could choose to. So again, you have to understand that components. When we are talking about PCF components, it is about data representation. Okay. Now, the way you want to represent the data. So you aren't happy with, say, suppose again the Power Platform PCF controls PCF framework supports controls to be designed for a text box, a field. So you can replace the behavior of a field instead of a standard text box or an option set. You can replace the control to behave with a control, something like that. I explained a lookup control box. You could replace it with, but it also supports changing the behavior, changing the representation of views, standard views. So when you go into any of the views, homepage views, so my active accounts or all active accounts or something of that sort, you see a standard grid. You see a standard grid behavior. You are allowed to design those views, choose which columns you want, but those views are a standard behavior of how you want it, how Microsoft Power Platform displays them. What you want is, I don't like the list style behavior of these views. What I instead want is a card style view. I want cards. I want all the records to be displayed as cards, and then when I click on the card, it should take me to the record instead of these tabular format grids that are available. So again, using the Power Apps component framework, you could design a control that could be used to represent visually your tabular data. So views, you can PCF controls supports designing field type of controls as well as list view kind of controls, and you can replace both of them once the controls are available. You can change the standard, you can change them to these custom controls from the standard behavior that is available right now. What is good about the PCF controls is also that it is not restricted to just being used in model-driven apps alone. An app, a PCF control that you design can actually be used in your Canvas app as well. And in fact, it can very recently, the same PCF control can also be used on the Power Apps portal apps. So Power Platform supports 3 types of apps: model-driven app, Canvas apps, and portal apps. And PCF, given certain restrictions that are available, so like I have mentioned one here, unless you make a reference to a web API. So in the config, there is a setting where you make reference to web API. So as long as you're not referring to the web API, any control, any field control that you have designed, again, I'll correct myself, any field control, not view control. So Canvas apps currently does not support view controls, it supports field controls. So any field control that you have designed can be used in a model-driven app, can also be used on a Canvas app. So design once, reuse everywhere, same behavior, consistency, same design, reusability. So all of the topics that, all of the reasons that we talked about in the previous slide, they just come here. So it's simple: design once and forget. You will be able to use it. This control can be used by anybody, whether they're designing a Canvas app, a model-driven app, or a portal app. So that makes adoption very easy. Now, now this was all about the PCF controls that we have designed using ProDev technology. Now, very recently, and it's right now in preview, I believe, but they've come up with component library in Canvas apps. So similar to the way you could design a control in using, the scripting languages and HTML and all of that. When you design a control, you make a text box and you put a button and you say, this is my control. You can actually now do the same thing using Canvas apps as well. So when you design a component library, similar to the way you can, once a PCF control has been designed and registered, you could use it anywhere, any form, any entity. It is a field level control. So it is tied to the type of the field. So you can say that this control is available for a single line text field only. But that is the only way you are tying it. So for across any entity, wherever there is a single line text field, it can be replaced by the PCF control that you have created. Similarly, component libraries. When you create a component library, you can actually use that library across Canvas apps. So you can design a component library and then you can have all your developers or your citizen developers out there who are designing Canvas apps to actually just reuse the component wherever it is required. So components in Canvas app are also not tied to a single app. It is independent. I can create a component library, and wherever I need to use that particular control that I have designed, I can simply just import that control in that particular Canvas app and just go ahead and use it, right? So the only thing to note in terms of Canvas app is, unlike the PCF controls which I said could be used across all the three types of apps, Canvas apps, the component libraries that you design in Canvas apps, they can only be used as within a Canvas app. So you cannot add a component that has been designed using Canvas app components controls in a model-driven app. So that is one difference that is there over there. The most important thing to note over here is that whether you talk about the PCF controls that that is being developed or a component library, they are both solution aware, which means that I can include them as a part of solution, which is the methodology in Power Platform to transfer your work or your customizations from one environment to another. So if you need to distribute any application, then you can use the PCF controls and the component libraries and just include them in the solution files and distribute it through solutions. So they are solution aware and they can be easily distributed within environments. So now what I want to do over here is I'll switch screens over here, and you should now be able to see a CRM screen over here. Now what you can see, let me just, yeah. So now what you see over here is a text box and a map, right? This is not a standard Microsoft control, right? You are not able, you will not find a control. So there is a map control, but that is only a map control. What I have over here is an example of a text box along with a map. So you can type, you can type and search for an address, and that address will point on the map, and at the same time it will also fill up these fields. So these are standard fields. So this is a standard form. I can actually show you. Okay, so here I have it's a standard form. I have created an entity called location, and these are the fields: street, city, state, country, zip, latitude and longitude. And here I have, so again, it is the same street field. See that? The street field is what I have also. I have placed the street field twice on this form. Now this street field, if I were to double click it and check the properties, so you can see this is the same street field that I have. Okay. But what I have said is, instead of it being represented as a text box, which is default, I want it to be represented by a Bing autocomplete custom control. Okay, this is a PCF control that we were talking about, a pro code developer PCF control that has been designed using scripting technologies. Okay, and this is what I say, whether on web, phone or tablet, instead of showing it as a text box, I want it to be displayed as a Bing autocomplete control. Now, what happens because of this? Now, let me take this example, or let me just refresh the screen. Okay, so this is a new location record. You can see that everything over here is empty. Now, let's put 1. So the benefit over here is standard address fields. Okay, if you know the standard address fields in Microsoft Power Platform are simple text fields, right? You need to type in the text. There is no validation of the address. There is no ability to autofill the address. So that is a limitation that is there in the Power Platform. Now, what Microsoft has done by enabling or by making the PCF framework available to us, they are basically saying that they are basically opening up this space for all developers to go ahead and design what they want. So if address validation was an issue for somebody and they wanted that instead of the user typing an address, they should be able to autofill the address so that it will ensure that valid addresses are entered and there is no typo and all of other things, then well, go ahead, design it. We are not restricting you. In fact, if all of the views that you see, so if I go back to any of the views that you see, the list controls that we were talking about, right? Active accounts, when you see a grid over there, everything, all of that is actually a PCF control that Microsoft themselves has designed. So you're with the new modern look that we now see with the Power Platform, almost everything out there is actually a PCF control. So let's take over here, I take the same example of one Microsoft way, and if I select this, you will see that the address fields are auto-filled over here. So you can see that in terms of improving the productivity of my users, it plays a tremendous role. It ensures I don't have to type 6 fields. It also ensures data accuracy, right? Because this is a validated address. I can actually see where this address is on the map itself. So now this is an example of how you can design a control. Now this control is tied. Like I said, this control, when you design a control, all you need to say is what type of field is this control available for. Now, since when I'm designing this control, I had mentioned that it is available for any single line control. Any single. I took the example of street. You could even set it to name and it will do the same thing. So it is tied to the data type and the type of the field that you have so any text field can be switched to be represented with a map and a text box instead of the standard text box that you see everywhere. Now, when I was saying, so here, let me just give some name. Right? So this grid that I was talking about, these are all PCF controls, right? These are all PCF controls that are being used by Microsoft themselves. So they just designed one grid PCF control that has been used across all of the entities. Now, similarly, I took this location entity and I gave an example of placing that control on the location entity. But this entity is available, this control is actually available for anybody. So say suppose I take this, okay, this is also a text field. If I go here, all I need to do is search over here for, so when you install, so when I say install, it means when you import the control through a solution in your environment, or you will start that control is registered in your environment, and then when you click on add control, depending on the data type. Okay, so this is a single line text field. When you come over here and say add control, it is going to list out all the controls, okay, that are registered and available for text type of field. So see over here, single line text, right? Single line text. Again, barcode scanner, single line text. So I have designed a control. So anyone over here, like, you can design a control tied to a data type. And once you've tied it, they're available to use anywhere across the environment. So over here, let's take an example again. I take this Bing autocomplete. Now, like I was saying, because the control is designed by you, you can define, properties that you want the designer to set or the customizer to set so that your control behaves the way you expect it to behave. So right now over here for this control, because I wanted the address fields over here, so if I open this, because I wanted the address fields over here to be auto filled and I should not be required to type all of this information, the control has been designed to accept, please tell me which is the field that you want to be set with the city data or the state data or the zip code or the country, right? So once the customizer, so when you add this control, and because I've said that these are required fields, you are expecting an address to be auto-filled, then these are the basic address field components, address field properties that I want you to provide me with so that my control will behave the way I expect it to. So you can provide, or you can, as a PCF control developer designer, I can design my control. I can expect what the input should be for the controls. So once this is now over here, it will list out all the fields that are available for this entity on which you're adding it, and you can go ahead and bind each of the fields. And that is all that the customizer needs to do. They don't need to do anything more than that. Everything else has been taken care of by the developer when designing the PCF control. So this is where we were even saying ease of use. You don't have to, the control has been designed. All you need to do is just pick it and place it on the form wherever you need it. Now, this was an example of a Procode PCF framework control that has been designed and placed on a model-driven app. Now, let's see, this is a Canvas app, okay? It's a pure Canvas app. I have provided two options over here, location and account. Right now, when I click on location, it will allow me the same address control that was there available that I used in the model-driven app. I was actually able to use that same control on a Canvas app as well and provide the same experience and behavior. So let us just run this app. Same experience, right? Design once, reuse across apps, across entities. So just imagine the increased productivity that is there. It's no longer restricted to just simply, I design it so what you can only use in model-driven apps. No, you can use it in Canvas app as well. You can use it in portal apps as well. I don't have an example of portal apps right now. I haven't really explored the controls on portals, but that is also possible. So here is an example that same control that was designed has been reused over here. Now over here, how do you, over there, I showed you, you go to the form designer and double click the control and go to the property controls, and from the list you will see the controls to be added. How do we go about doing this in a Canvas app? So over here, okay, go to insert, Okay, go to custom. Now over here, choose component, import component. So do you want to import canvas components or do you want to import code components? Code components are the PCF controls that we are talking about. Pro code developer, they designed using scripting technologies. So this is going to list all of the controls that are available in your environment. Okay, so here is the Bing autocomplete control that we have used, that we had used even in our model driven app, right? So all you need to do is click over here, click import. I have already done that. So in your, when you go to insert, okay, this toolbox that you see, once you have imported a custom control, you will see that along with the input display and the standard categories that were available, you also see a code component category. Now all you need to do is just simply drag and drop. That's it. Nothing else is expected. All you just, in addition to that, you need to do is similar to the model driven app, where in the properties I had to bind the fields for street, city, state so that it automatically fills in the value. Similarly, you need to fill the field names over here and it'll do the trick, right? So if I take this, right, if I take this control, right, these are all the values that it has come over here, and here I have set the default value of this control to be Bing control.city. This is the Bing control, right? This is the Bing control. The Bing control has these properties: street, city, state, postal code, country, latitude, longitude. When I select address, I have written the code that it should fill up all of these properties. Now in Canvas app, I need that this street should be bound to this field over here, city to be bound over here. So I go to the city card that is there. I go to the data value card over there, and here simply set the default to be Bing control 1.city. Similarly, I have done it for all of the other properties. So the moment I select an address from the autofill control, it will fill up and show the values over here. So this was an example of reusing a PCF control. Now let me switch to this is another control which I have designed. This is a component library, right? Now this has been designed using Canvas app, okay? Pure Canvas app designing, citizen developer designing through PowerFX functions. Nothing like a code being written over here, okay? So what you can do is when you say a new app, you will always see two tabs over here, screens and components. By default, we always concentrate on the screens. We go add screens and go about doing our thing there. What you need to do is switch to the components tab, okay? Once you switch to component, again, click on the new component, it will add a component, and now this component is your canvas, right? So you are again free to add any of the controls. Drag a text label, put a text box over here. These are certain icons that I've put over here. Now what I have done over here is I have designed a feedback control. So what I mean by a feedback control is that you can type anything over here and it will do a sentiment analysis of what has been typed over there, and depending on whether it is positive, negative, neutral, it is going to highlight these three emojis that I have added over here. Now you know that Canvas app already supports AI builder and sentiment analysis and all of that. So if it was not for Canvas apps, a pro developer would have taken like days of work to get this designed. Now what I'm doing is I am already AI builder concept has been. So if you can see over here, okay. Hold on, I'm just I just wanted to show you the code that has been written over here. Am I on the right screen? Uh, Color actually. Yeah, sorry. Right? So over here, what I want to do is depending on the sentiment analysis, if it turns out to be positive, I want to highlight the positive emoji. If it is sad, then the sad emoji and the neutral emoji. So Canvas apps already has the AI builder, right? So all I had to do is just say AI builder dot analyze sentiment, and content text is this control text box that I've placed over here, and it will return what the sentiment is. If it is positive, then I say change the color of this emoji to green, otherwise let it remain black. That's all that I have written. So I've written this for each of these controls that I have over here. Now for all the three boxes, similarly I have written. Now once you design this similar to your normal saving of a Canvas app, you're going to save it. Now this gets saved as a component library. Okay, so this component sample, if I go over here, so this component library, right? It has been saved like a library that is there. Now this library I can reuse in any of my other Canvas apps that are there. So now what I did is here we just designed the library. If you see, there are no screens, okay? There is only the component. So I designed the component, I placed all the controls that are there. I wrote the expressions to highlight the emojis as required. Now this component I can simply drag and drop over here, right? So over here I can just, all I did is drag and drop this component, and I didn't have to do anything. Now while designing this component, just like we did for a PCF controls, you can design your properties, right? You can say whether it's an input property or an output property, right? Input is where you expect the user or the designer to set the values, and output is what your control will return for the designer to reuse elsewhere. So what we have done is we didn't set any input because we don't need any input, but we need to return the output, which is the sentiment, whether it is positive, negative. So if you see, I have designed one custom property, output property of the type sentiment, and we set this. So depending on what was the result of that AI builder analysis analyze sentiment, we set this property to positive, negative, or neutral. Now what we've done is this control library has been created. Now all I need to do is just import and drag and drop this control over here, and now the control comes as a whole package. So the label, the text box, the three emojis that I have, and it's all ready to use. So now if I run this, okay, and I say this is a fantastic session, so you can see that it is positive, okay. negative. Positive, right? So you can see that wherever there is a feedback, now any place you want to, so Canvas apps are more about mobile apps, right? It is about an easy mobile app to allow users to, it's a role based. You usually create Canvas apps for role based needs. So if there is any need to just, take in user inputs, take their feedback, immediately you can just go ahead, use this control, and it will show you, do the sentiment analysis and show you whether it's a positive feedback or a negative feedback. And again, it is returning this as an output. So if you want this positive, negative to be actually stored as a field in your table, you can do that also. So you could have a field called sentiment, and next to the text field that you have for feedback, and using this control, whatever values that this control returns, you can actually save it in the system along with the feedback. And then you can do further analysis based on the sentiments that you could have a Power Automate flow trigger if it is a negative feedback, right? So there are multiple use cases for such scenarios. So so you can see that a control, the need for designing a component or a control is reusability and empowering everyone to be able to design enterprise applications with ease and with ease. Yes. So that is all that I had to cover today in this basics. So this was a very basic session. I'm not going to delve into designing of either the PCF controls or the component libraries. But again, these are not especially the component libraries that we're talking about in terms of Canvas apps. It is as just similar to you designing a Canvas app that you've been doing all along. It just gets compiled as a library there for you to reuse it. So I would encourage all of you to go ahead and try your hand at component designing, and as much as possible, I would say start using components now that even it is solution aware. So there is no issue in terms of distributing components as well. So that is all that I had in my session. If anybody has any questions for me right now, happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Ruhi, for this wonderful session. Aro, do you see any questions on YouTube? There are none in the Teams channel so far. Ruhi, I'm checking on the YouTube link in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
Abhinav, there's nothing on the YouTube live, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So thanks, Ruhi. It was really amazing session. I mean, I didn't see the mathing, but it was really interesting what you shared with us. Abhinav, anything you want to say to Ruhi?
Yep, I was just waiting for the questions. I do not see the questions in there, but really amazing how you showed the integrations and how we could use components, especially the last part where I learned about sentiment analysis and how well it could be integrated. I guess just picking up these pieces, we could apply a lot in our day-to-day work. So that's how we learn from the community. And really, thank you so much for sparing time. Breaking the boundaries. I realized that you mentioned in the beginning that you don't speak much, you write, you're more of a writing blogger person. But yes, thanks for taking up time and going beyond your comfort zone to present this for us. Thank you so much, Roy.
Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you, Aro, for having me, and thank you so much. And I hope you have a good sessions ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rohi. Thank you.
So Aru, we do not have a quiz for this one. We can
Yes,
stop
we have Kat is here. You can introduce Kat, Abhinav.
Yeah. Just a sec, Aru, we are at 3:54. Our session scheduled for 4. So we'll give a few minutes.
Wait for a
Right.
few minutes.
Till then, we can entertain any questions or general queries from the audience. It's been going really well time considering we had so many speakers lined up. So really appreciate how you have been managing Aru, and many thanks to our speakers for maintaining the timeline pretty crisp, so that we could. We are almost reaching evening time, but we are still not falling back on time or falling short of time on any of these.
Abhinav, we can actually start because Kat is already here, so we can just. Yeah,
sure.
It's a bit early for her, but it's okay. I think we can wrap it early because it's quite late for Indian people as well. So we can start the session with Kat.
Sure.
That's fine.
Do we have you, Kat, online here?
Yes.
Yeah, she's
here.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
Would you like to come on cam too? So, awesome. Thanks much for joining, Kat, today. So, as hosts, we are a bit of stalkers too. We have to do our homework. So I realize that you have been, your journey has been from someone who has worked at BBC as a runner to sales to being a teacher to a MS Solutions specialist. And currently we have you as a Microsoft MVP and Solutions specialist. So you also run a blog called Collab with Kat, right? And would you like to tell us more about your journey and that collab with Kat? We'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. So you are right. I don't have a tech background. I actually got into tech about 6 years ago, kind of by accident. I didn't intend to go into a technology career, and did lots of different things, and didn't really know what I was interested in. And then I started a role as a customer success manager about 6 years ago. And through doing that, I learned more about technology. Although it wasn't a technical role, it was still talking about technology, customer service, and all of that stuff. So when I was in that role, I started really enjoying the technology side of it. So I asked my boss to let me do more technical things, workshops, and go more into a consultant role. And that's where I became a Microsoft Solutions Specialist. And then I recently got awarded Microsoft MVP. So from 6 years being working in retail and being a teacher to now, to get into MVP has absolutely been incredible. And one of the big parts of that is my blog, collabwithkat.com. So it's really focused on the collaboration aspect of Microsoft 365. And I wanted to focus it more on understanding how to use the technology. There's a lot of technical blogs out there. And so I wanted one that was more end user focused. But then I do technical writing for other blogs. So petri.com, Practical 365. Yeah, I'll do my technical blogs for them. But I also... So if anybody is on TikTok, I do have a TikTok account where I share videos. So it's all about women working in tech, how to, build your network, and how do you go from non-tech background? Do you need a degree? Do you need experience? For all those women who maybe are struggling, I do videos to help. So yeah, I'm Collab with Kat on TikTok as well. So it's the same name. But yeah, sorry, I'll stop talking now. I feel like we're talking for a while. But that's me.
Wow, that's amazing.
Are you happy for me to kick off the presentation?
Yes, I guess we can start. Your topic is Viva Insights, right? Analytics to improve collaboration. So I guess we are all ears for that and excited to look forward.
Amazing. What I will do is just share my screen and we can get started. Okay, so thank you so much everyone for joining. I know for a lot of you it is the late shift, so
So I can see your kid in the background there. That's cute. That's one of the great things from working from home. So thank you so much for joining. So obviously it's the late shift for me in the UK. It's actually 10:30 in the morning, so I'm not, probably as drained as you are from watching all of these presentations. But today we're going to be talking about Viva Insights. So focusing more on the analytics that it provides you with, and those analytics are really to help improve your collaboration behaviours in the workplace. So what we're going to look at is, I actually had a slide on an About Me slide, but I've done this, so I'm going to skip past that because you know who I am. So what we're going to be talking about today is some of the hybrid work challenges. And the reason I wanted to start with that is because, actually I'm starting to lag a little bit, let me turn my camera off. The reason I wanted to start with that is because with Viva Insights, it really solves some of the challenges that we face when we're working from home. We're not in the office anymore. How do our managers make sure that we're not burning out? How do we get that well-being piece, when we're not in the room with all of our colleagues? So what are the challenges? And then finally, what then is Viva Insights? How does it solve some of those challenges? What does it mean? What does it do? What I'm going to focus on is the workplace analytics. So that's a portal that you have which provides you with a huge amount of information and telemetry and basically surfaces insights to help you make better business decisions. Privacy is also a big thing when it comes to Viva Insights because of the data that it provides you with and the insights that it provides you with. Some people have concern over what are you kind of looking at, in Office 365, what data are you looking at? Is it personal data? How's it stored? So I'm going to answer some of those questions today. And then finally, why do we need it? Why do we need Viva Insights? And why is it worth the investment? So that's what we're going to cover today. Please feel free if you do have questions throughout the session. I've got the chat open, so I'll see them coming through if you do want to pop them in there. So let's begin. First of all, let's talk about the hybrid work paradox. So recently, Microsoft published its annual work trend index. And what they did was they did a study that interviewed and surveyed 30,000 people from 31 countries, across 31 different countries. And in those 30,000 people, 70% of them said that they wanted more flexible remote work options. But at the same time, 67% of those 30,000 said that they want more in-person collaboration with their teams. We've also learned that 80% of managers say that they want flexible work from home policies. So what we're seeing here is employees are actually saying they want to be more flexible, they want to work from home, but they also want that in-person collaboration as well. So that's what we call the hybrid work paradox. As well as, having a need for flexible working and have that kind of, in-person connection there, what we've probably found over the last couple of years is that many of us have seen how the line between work and life is blurring. We're always on, we're always connected, we're always having to make sense of an incredible amount of information. We've got multiple tasks, multiple deliverables, and that demands our attention at any given time. So that causes a huge amount of employee burnout, and it's been on a troublesome trajectory for several years now. And what we're seeing is clear signs that the always-on mode is just unsustainable. Now, according to a recent global survey, 85% say that their well-being has declined and 56% say that their job demands have increased. Now, in addition to this personal cost for the individual, obviously nobody as a worker wants to have, 56% of their work increasing, having their well-being declined. That can also translate into huge losses across your organization in terms of productivity and attrition. So research shows that personal well-being and balance are really mission critical to the future of every company, because anything that's unsustainable for people is also unsustainable for business. Now, no matter how we approach hybrid work, we always have to make sure that we're empowering our managers to also lead that shift. So Microsoft have actually, when they kind of, home working was happening and they were doing remote working, they actually provided their managers with the tools and the authority to make decisions on behalf of their teams. So Microsoft gave their managers a little bit more, getting them a little bit more involved in the decision making and empowering them to kind of create that culture. So they basically said, okay, the managers at Microsoft are allowed to approve when individuals can work from home. They can authorize new home equipment purchases for their team. They also, are encouraging managers to develop team-specific norms. So things like a no meeting Friday. And having a plan to really empower managers is critical. And that's one of the things that we can do when it comes to Viva Insights, is give the managers the tools to help with their team, to help manage and improve their work habits within their teams. So there's 3 common themes that we're hearing, and people love working from home. Flexibility also has its new strain, and there's different people in different roles having different issues. So individuals are really feeling the blurring of the lines between work and life. Although we as workers, we're extremely connected, we feel still isolated because we are, working from home. And just 6 months into the pandemic, 30% of frontline and information workers were already reporting that they felt increased burnout. Now, in terms of the usage of Microsoft Teams, Microsoft saw a 48% increase in Teams chat per person since the pandemic. And they've actually seen a 69% increase in team chats per person after work hours. So what that's telling us is that individuals are feeling burnout. They're increasing the amount of collaborating and working that they're doing, and they're increasing that after work as well. So there's no shut-off time. So individuals are feeling a strain. Managers are also bearing the brunt of the increased collaboration. They need to focus on helping their teams, focus on what's important. It's hard for them to be able to support their teams when they're not in the same room as them. How do you know if somebody is working too late if they are, if they can't see them in the office? How do you see if somebody's stressed or burnt out if you're not in the same room as them? Leaders also are looking for ways to make their organizations more resilient. And again, that's challenging when we're not in the same room. So what we need to do is look at employee experience through a new lens. And how do we do that? Well, we do that with Viva Insights. Now, Viva Insights comes as part of the Microsoft Viva suite. So Microsoft announced Microsoft Viva, which is an employee experience platform, last February. Viva Insights is one of the modules. And some of it comes in Office 365 licensing, and some of it is an additional license. So at the bottom here, we have what are called individual insights. This comes as part of your Office 365 license. So if you've got like an Office 365 E3 license or E5, you will have individual insights. You might actually recognize this from, you might get emails coming through from Viva Insights telling you about your daily briefing. So if you've seen those, that means you've got the individual insights. And what this does is essentially provides each employee some habits or suggestions based on what they're doing in Office 365. So if they haven't spoken to their manager in a while, it will suggest, you might want to book a one-to-one with your manager. And if you have back-to-back meetings, it might suggest, you should book some focus time so you can get work done instead of being in meetings all the time. And if I just show you what that looks like from a user perspective, Viva Insights, the individual insights come through in an email, but you can also access them through Teams. So on the left-hand side, you'll see I have a Viva Insights tab. And in here, I've just clicked on that, and I can now see my insights. If you did want to access Viva Insights and it's not there for you, all you need to do is click on your 3 dots and just search for it, and it will appear, and you'll be able to go in and look at it. But in here, what I can see is good morning, because it's the morning in the UK for me. I can see some suggestions. It's saying, maybe you should send praise to your colleagues because you haven't done that in a while. How are you feeling? Let's reflect on your mood. Do you want to, have a minute, have a break and do some meditation? But there's also things like actions for you to do. So it will use your data from Office 365. So that's your email and your usage in Microsoft Teams to basically say, you've told someone over email that you're going to do a task. Have you done it? And it will suggest people, things that you need to do. Here, book some focus time in your diary. You've got free time here. There's no meetings. Quickly book that so you're not in meetings all the time. It integrates with Microsoft To Do, so it's asking if you have any tasks that you need to complete. So what this is doing is trying to help me build better work habits so I'm not burning out as much. I have the ability to, based on my usage in Office 365, get suggestions of things I can do. And for the individual, this is private. So each individual will see their own suggestions. It will not show anybody else your kind of tasks or, anything that you don't want them to see. So this is private to the individual. Again, that comes in Office 365 licensing. There is another level to Viva Insights, which is Manager Insights. Manager Insights is an additional license. So I think it's a few dollars per user per month. And you can purchase this, and this will give managers the ability to actually look at the telemetry of their teams. So what they'll be able to see is, overall, are my team working after hours? Are they in meetings back to back? Is there risk of burnout? Are they collaborating with each other? And it will give me recommended actions and things I can do to improve that. Let me show you what that looks like. So if I'm a manager, I will have this. It's called the My Team tab in Viva Insights. And when I click on this, you will see that initially I'm brought with here's some best practice for meetings. On the right-hand side, I've got My Team. Now, the My Team, you can actually customize this at any time. So I can go into my settings and I can actually choose my team members. Viva Insights will do this automatically for you, and it will base the information from Azure Active Directory. So however you've set up your Azure AD and your org charts in there, it will base it from that. But if that's not correct, you can remove and add people to your team. So you can choose to update your team at any time, but it will do it for you based on Azure AD. When I scroll down, I can see that there are some of my team members that I haven't spoken to in a while. So it's telling me maybe you should schedule a one-to-one with Sophia. Maybe you should schedule a one-to-one with Lee. I can also choose to send praise to my colleagues, but if I scroll down, what I'll be able to see are habits. And this is going to look at me and my team. So in here, I can see my meeting habits. My team members spent a combined total of 130 hours in meetings that I organized. So that's suggesting maybe I'm setting up too many meetings for my team. I can see how many team meetings that lasted an hour or less. So am I having meetings that are too long? And I can actually dig in and explore this in a bit more detail. So I can go in and I can see how many, team meetings that have been scheduled. Were they overlapping? Did I reply to them? Did I accept or decline? Was I multitasking? Was I sending emails at the same time as the meeting was happening? I can scroll down. I can also see when is the last time I had a one-to-one with my team, and when's the next one-to-one scheduled. So in here, I've had my one-to-ones with some of these people, but here, Marta, it's been 4 days. I might need to, schedule a one-to-one to check up. I also have quiet hours, so I can see where I've contacted my team in their quiet hours. So quiet hours is after work or before work. So in here, I can see that I sent emails 95% of the time. So this is suggesting to me, actually, you're contacting your team after hours too much. Like, you're sending them emails. You shouldn't be doing that for the sake of well-being. What I can also do on the right-hand side is I can actually view suggestions. So here it's telling me the biggest things from my usage and my team's usage are meetings. There's too many meetings, and I'm not talking to my team members enough. I should be having, daily contact with them. What I can do here is view suggestions, and what it's going to tell me is things that I can do to actually improve the amount of meetings that I have, or why it's important. Just to go back, one of the other things I can do as a manager is I can go in and I can create a plan. So if I just end this plan for now, so I can show you how to create one. So it's suggesting a plan to me. It's telling me that I should schedule a no meeting day for my team because we're in too many meetings. So I can get started. I can choose a frequency. I can add my team members. I can add a text in there to tell them why I'm scheduling this for them. and I can send that invitation directly from Viva Insights. So now my team have a no meeting day. So that's going to improve their well-being and reduce the amount of meetings that we're in. So the manager insights give the managers that insight that they wouldn't necessarily get working from home, not in the same room as their team members. What you would have noticed from there is that I did not see any employee information. Privacy is a topic we will cover in this session, but I do not see names. I do not see any personally identifiable information. It's just aggregated data. So it's just pulling the data from my team and it's showing me insights that will be useful. The next level up is leader insights. Again, this is an additional license, and the leader insights is one step higher up. So what that means is that I can look at the data for my entire organization. So individual insights, I can see my own information. Managers, I can see my team's information. But leaders, I can see everyone, the whole organization and how we're working together as a business. The leader insights is really useful because you get a huge amount of data that you can totally customize. You can choose what insights you want to see based on what your goals are. And it's going to give you a huge amount of information about how you can improve and put processes in place that will improve your organization. Now, the leader insights, again, you can access them from Microsoft Teams, and I'm still remaining in this Viva Insights app. But at the top, I'll see my organization. And in here, what I will see initially are business scenarios. So what are things that I could do to improve my organization? Do you want to boost engagement? And what it's doing in this card is it's telling me, well, if you wanted to boost engagement, you've got some employees who are working after hours. So you might want to, take action on that. And it's telling me, how many hours. Again, no personally identifiable information, just aggregated data. I can scroll down and see, do you want to improve your organizational resiliency? Because 49% of employees are not speaking to their managers each month. What I can do in each of these business outcomes is I can click and I can open this up in a bit more detail. I can see a bit of information on what data it's looking at. I can see, in order to enhance my resiliency, I should enable work-life balance. And here's how you do it. Here's a best practice on would actually go about doing that. And that's based on this data. I can scroll down. I can say you should also provide support. Get your managers to have more meetings with their teams or speak to their teams more. Improve your cohesion within teams. So you can see what it's pulling down for me are queries, are things that I could do to enhance my organizational resiliency as a business leader. On the left-hand side, you'll see I have different cards. So I have my boost engagement. Again, it's telling me all the things I can do here. If I want to develop more effective managers, again, here's some things you can do, and here's some data to support why you should do that. Now, this is accessible for business leaders, but you also have something else. Because I mentioned you can customize that data. So all of these cards that I've just shown you, you can kind of customize these and customize what data you're actually looking at. And you can do that through a portal called Workplace Analytics. Workplace Analytics is like an admin center that you typically would assign an analyst or an administrator. So a business leader wouldn't necessarily go in and have access to this. They would typically have access to this. So they'd consume that data through Teams, through their Insights tab. But an analyst or an administrator would go in and they would customize that data so then, they can present that back to the leaders of the organization. The Workplace Analytics portal comes with the Leader Insights license. So if you buy that Leader Insights license, then you will get the Workplace Analytics. You'll get access to this. What I can see initially is on the right-hand side, I have my organizational data. So this is telling me where the data is coming from. The data is coming from Office 365. It's coming from the usage of Outlook and Teams. You've got just under 2,500 people. You've got 466 managers. Here's the teams that you have. Here's the levels and so on. Now, in terms of this data, where the data comes from, there's a couple of different sources. So that's Office 365 data. This is our typical Outlook and Teams, and we've got some organizational data in there as well. If I just go to the left-hand side, and I'm going to zoom in slightly for you, you will see data sources. So I just wanted to talk about the data before we get into the insights. So first of all, you'll see there's 3 different types of data. There's Microsoft 365 data, organizational data, and CRM data. The Microsoft 365 data is your Office 365 telemetry. So this is your Outlook and Teams usage. This is based on people using your using Office 365. Now, note, if you want to look at your entire organization's data, in terms of how many people are doing meetings after hours and so on, every single employee would need a workplace analytics license. So that's one thing to note, is that it will measure your employees, but they have to have a license for you to be able to pull that information. So this 2,326 employees, each of these employees would have a workplace analytics license where I would be able to go in and look at that data. But I can see in here, I've got Microsoft 365 data. So this is, you can see in here where it extracts it from. It's email usage, meetings, chats, channels, calls. What I also have on the left-hand side is organizational data. So as an analyst, what you can do with Workplace Analytics is upload your own data from a HR system. Again, this is why you probably want an analyst rather than a leader to go in and do this stuff. In here, this is one that I've done before. So I have uploaded it, and there is guidance online on how you should kind of curate that data and upload it. It's all done through a certain format in a spreadsheet, so Excel spreadsheet. But you would upload that information from your HR. So I would update the, function type, the group name. What about my hourly rate? So you can upload payroll information. And the reason why you might want to do that is because insights can tell you how much money you will save by saving your, organization, your employees' time. So time is money, right? And you'll actually be able to see the dollar value of how much money you've saved by implementing some of the recommendations from insights. You don't have to, obviously, you don't have to upload this information, but it just makes it a little bit more accurate. So you could upload time zones and regions. Instead of just looking at the 365 data, we can get our actual data specific to our organization. What I can also do is upload data from CRM. So I can, well, not upload data, but I can connect my CRM to Viva Insights and to Workplace Analytics, which means that I can look at external collaborators. So I can not only look at how my teams are working internally, but also how, are they speaking to more customers? How many partners are we looking at? Suppliers that we're talking to. So I'm able to actually look at and connect to a CRM system to get a full view of my organization. Instead of just being limited to the data on Office 365, we have the other elements that we can upload. So if I go back to home, what this is showing me is this kind of information, the levels and the teams and the managers. This is information that's more coming from my HR data that I've uploaded and Office 365 data. So that's what we can do to customize it. We can really make it more accurate to us. What we can also do on the home page in Workplace Analytics, I can see that, again, these are the cards. So these are the business outcomes that we saw in the Teams app. So I have enhance my resiliency, improve agility, develop effective managers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on one of these cards, and you can see again that data, and I can see my recommended actions. So from an analyst point of view, you can see this, and from a leader point of view, you'll be able to see this in the Teams Viva Insights app. But what I can do as an analyst is I can actually go in and explore the stats. So I can dig in a little deeper. And I can see, okay, this is how many employees we're looking at. I can scroll down and I can see which departments are working, which teams actually spend the most time in meetings. Well, in here, it's the inventory management and the human resources. I could actually customize this and see which groups attend the highest number of meetings. Again, it's the inventory management and human resources. So what this is telling me is actually I should probably focus some of my energy on these three, departments that are spending a lot of their times in meetings. So that's something I could pull together and present to my leadership team to say, look, based on the data, these three teams are spending too much time in meetings. They're not getting enough work, focus time done. There's risk of burnout there. And I could present that back to my leadership team. So I can dig in a little bit deeper and have a look at that data and that information. One of the kind of key things with workplace analytics is being able to customize or analyze the data in a different way. So you can customize what you want to see. As a default, what it's doing is it's actually providing me with some of these cards and some typical bits of information that organizations might want to see. But what I can do is actually dig a little bit deeper. And what I could decide to do is create what's called a query. So a query in workplace analytics is something that I would create to analyze the data from a different point of view. So what I can do as an analyst is I can go in and I can create a custom query to say, okay, I want to look at a person query. So a person query would look at how specific groups of people are spending their time, how people use the technology in different departments. We actually saw a really good example of this in a finance organization. Well, they were a bank. And what they did was we had a sales team outperforming all of the other sales teams. So what they did was they ran a group and person query to look at what that sales team that were performing better, what were they doing differently? And Viva Insights actually showed them that, oh, well, they're speaking to more customers and they have better cohesion within the department. They've got better relationships with other departments. So what they did was they put some things in place where, the rest of the sales teams could actually follow the habits of the well-performing sales team, so they could increase the sales targets that they're doing and increase the amount of money that they're making at the end of the day. So there's different queries that we can customize based on the type of organization I am. Not every organization wants to boost resiliency and develop effective managers. What if you already have great managers? Well, what else can we look at? We can customize it. So you've got different queries. There's person queries. You can also even look at meetings. So you can look at the data such as what type of meetings people are having, what kind of attendees, are people multitasking during their meetings as well? So all of these insights that, are things that we can customize so we can actually see how we can improve our organization. How can we reduce the amount of meetings we're having after hours, people multitasking, and so on. So let's take a look and build or customize a query. So in my workplace analytics portal as an analyst, what I can do is I can go to the left-hand side and you will see there's an option to analyze. So what I'm going to do from here is go into my query designer. This is where we can create the queries to manipulate the data to ensure that we're, looking at things that are relevant to us. What you will see is that we do have some templates in here. So there are some suggestions of things. So do you want to look at your manager effectiveness? Do you want to look at your effectiveness? What about your well-being? So there's things in here that we can, work from. If we're not sure where to start, lots and lots of templates available. But what we're going to do is actually create a custom query. So on the right-hand side, I'm going to choose Get Started. And this is what I was talking about with the query types. So the ones that I mentioned was the person, there's meeting, there's also group to group. So if we wanted to look again at that banking scenario, how are sales teams performing against each other? What's the differences? What are they doing? That is a little bit better. I could look at individual meeting trends. So what I'm going to do here is if we look at the group to group and analyze how groups actually collaborate with each other. I'm going to start a new query. And what we have initially is giving it a name. So I can say, okay, we're going to call this, let's do finance. We're going to look at our finance team's query. I can choose the date and the time. And then I can look at what are the interactions. What do I want to know? What do I want to find out about the groups? So do I want to look at the meetings, the invites? Do I want to look at the collaboration hours, email hours, the time initiated, invested in meeting times? So there's a lot of things that I can actually find out. But in this scenario, I really want to look at the collaboration hours. What are people doing overall to, for outperforming other departments or other teams? Now, you can go really deep and customize this. So you can look at specific groups. You can look at their collaborators. So do you want to exclude any collaborators? So do I want to just look at internal collaboration? So do I want to remove, customer collaboration? And this information, again, is that CRM data that we would have connected to look at how people are collaborating externally. I could focus on particular groups, particular areas. I can really go in and customize this. What I would then do once I've decided on what I want to filter and what I want to look at is I can choose run. Oh, it didn't like that. Let me do my function type. There we go. So what you will see then, once you run your query, it takes a little bit of time. So you can see in here that I've got a few queries that I've run. And it takes a little bit of time to run, but once it's finished running, if I scroll down to one that I made earlier, we have here a query where it's looking at hourly collaboration. So what I can do once I'm, this is me deciding to look specifically at meetings and how people are spending their time based per hour. So what I can do is actually look at the visualization of this data. So I can go into here and I can actually see the data in a little bit more detail once it loads for me. It shouldn't take too much longer. But what this will do is I can look at this information all through Power BI. And what I can do is I can present that back to my leadership team to say, okay, based on the hourly, we wanted to look at how people are spending the hours of their day. Well, actually, there's people who are spending hours after work. Here's the departments that are doing that. There's managers who are spending too many hours in meetings and too many hours in large meetings. And so that's something we might want to action. So in here, what I can see is the hourly, how people are spending their time. And I can see per department and get a view on how many people are spending their time in after-hour emails. And you can see in this scenario, we have, again, that inventory management team. They love working after hours in all of our data. Human resources, again, they love working after hours. And every kind of query we've looked at, not only are they spending their meetings after hours, but they're looking at their emails. And they're not switching off. We have unscheduled calls that might be coming through to them in here. So again, this is where we might think, okay, let's create a plan to help with the fact that people are spending too much time after hours, especially these, departments here. So what you could do from here, once we've kind of looked at, customized the query and customized the data, we've seen some of the insights or some of the information. What we can then do is I can go to submit group at the bottom and I could create a plan. So this is a plan of action, and this plan, is it a focus plan? Is it collaboration? Well, in this case, it's well-being, because we want to improve their well-being by disconnecting and unwind in their, after-hour work. So I'm going to start my plan. I'm going to create my plan, and I think I'm going to have to filter this because you do have to have, it's a maximum of 1,000 people that you can create one plan for. So this is quite nice because you can get quite granular. So that plan, I was looking at the HR team. So what I can do is I can say, okay, I want to go down to function, and I just want to create this this query for one specific team because they are working after hours too often. So let's choose IT, for example. So I can then validate that and begin to create that plan. What will happen once we've created the plan? I wonder if I can go into one that I did earlier for the sake of time. What I can do once I've created that plan and clicked submit, on the left-hand side under plans, if I go to manage, I'll see all the plans that I've created. So these are plans based on queries of the data that I'm customizing. I can go in, I can see, okay, we have a couple of well-being plans for specific teams. I have a, seller success plan. So this is more for our sales teams. I've got a plan to reduce meeting times and participants. But what I can do from here is I can go in and I can kind of track the information and what's happening with our plans. So I can see, okay, are we actually doing what we said we would do? So not only am I going to, create my plan that's specific to me, I'm going to see if we're actually doing what we said we would. So have the hours actually reduced of people, spending their time after work hours? How many meetings are people having? Let me just go down. I can see my largest improvement. So I can see this is how many hours have actually decreased and the amount of meetings people are having. So not only, apologies, there's not many insights in this one. I didn't choose a very good one. But not only can I customize it and create a plan, I can track against that plan. So in a month, I can then go to my leadership team and say, look, what we did isn't working. So we need to change the process. We need to improve something else or take another action, because the data is telling us that although we've recognized the problem, we've not fixed it. And you'll see in here, do you remember when I mentioned with the organizational data, you can add your HR information in there and you can add hourly rates and salaries, because you get the information like this, the dollar value, this is how much money you could be saving based on your people's time, because people are your most expensive asset as an organization. So analyze your information and analyze the data, create a plan and track against that plan. And it's all about helping to improve employee well-being and employee experience. There was just something else I wanted to mention before I go into privacy. In the analyst settings on the left-hand side, you can further customize your data. So in here, what we can do is choose to exclude certain roles and certain meeting types from the data that Microsoft 365 is and the organizational data is pulling. What I mean by that is I could choose to exclude things that just might not make the data as accurate as it could be. So cancelled meetings. Let's not include cancelled meetings. Appointments. What this will actually do is recognize where someone's just created an appointment, which is maybe a reminder to themselves or a task they need to do. It's not necessarily an email. And so not necessarily a meeting. So we might not want to include that because it's not going to give us an accurate view. It's going to tell us people are in meetings more than they actually are. We could exclude large meetings. So that will get rid of things like all company meetings and town hall meetings. Because it's not really showing us that people are spending too much time in meetings. Long meetings, that could be a full day event type of scenario. We don't want to include those. And we could even go further to say exclude meetings by topics or exclude them based on certain attendees. So you can go in and create exclusions and customize that. You can also exclude roles. So in this scenario, when I looked at some of the data, the CEO was grayed out because we excluded the CEO from, our data that we wanted to pull and our insights that we wanted to pull. So a lot that we can do with it, and there is quite a large amount of, information that you get that you can upload and customize. Now, what you're probably thinking for all of this is, well, it's lots of data. And for the compliance heads in the rooms, you're probably thinking, alarm bells are going off, oh my goodness. That's lots and lots of information, and yeah, that might worry you a little bit. We're looking at salary information and different roles and what people are doing in Office 365. But please don't worry. Privacy is a huge topic when it comes to Viva Insights. Now, when the data is processed in the Viva Insights app, your employees are protected. It fully complies with things like GDPR, and it protects privacy in a couple of ways. So content in your personal or individual insights are personal and private. They can only be available to you. They cannot be accessed by anybody else in the organization. Viva Insights also does not include any personally identifiable information about anybody else in your organization. The insights and the actions, as you've probably seen, they are based on information generated by you and your organization. And that's generated just you going about your normal workday. So your insights are based on information that you already have access to, but you can't quickly aggregate it without the help of, obviously, workplace analytics and insights to be able to pull that information and make use out of it. Viva Insights also uses Exchange Online, the email and calendar data, and the processes, and it stores any insights or actions inside the Exchange Online mailbox, so the data security is built in and enforced by Exchange. What we also have is when Microsoft Viva Insights produces useful insights about your organization, your employees, and your function, employees by function. It does this by analyzing, again, your Microsoft 365 collaboration data, your HR data that you've uploaded, and data that's also presented in Azure AD. So I mentioned the managers, their teams. We recognize that from information and identities in Azure Active Directory. Now, because of the potential sensitivity about how this data could be used, it's really important to think about, think about planning this in an appropriate way. And what I mean by that is making sure that we know what we're going to use the data for. We have a goal in mind, but also thinking about who's going to access the data, because there are different levels of permissions based on leaders, analysts, and administrators. Now, no matter how the metrics are presented or used in insights, there's no individual activity or metric that can be discerned. So the individual activity, they can never be established with any certainty by any manager or any team leader. They cannot conclude with any confidence anything specific about the individual. There is just no way for them to do that. And Viva Insights doesn't encode any specific policy. So instead, what we're doing is giving control to administrators to configure the products, with any kind of regulations and company policies that we have. We choose the data that we want to use in the application. So you choose your data. You have full control over the data and what's used. And all of the, it uses that M365 email and calendar metadata, external data from the HR system, emails and chats. So you can actually, customize that, filter out, exclude things that you want to exclude. You don't have to add your HR data in there if you don't want to. And what you also have is permissions. So you have an analyst role, you have administrator roles, where you can basically decide on who has access to what area. So you can say, okay, we're going to have our analysts only being able to create queries and analyze that data. Our leaders are only able to consume that data in Teams, in the Teams app. They're not able to access that workplace analytics portal. Now, in terms of compliance with and retention with the data, that's that Insights is looking at. By default, Viva Insights, initially it will collect and process and retain 13 months worth of data. Then what happens is through weekly refreshes, Viva Insights increases this history until 27 months worth of data is collected. So after that point, any older collaboration data is deleted because newer data obviously is being collected. So that means that Viva Insights will not have any collaboration data that is older than 27 months old. And you can file a request to, customize that. So you could say, I want to hold the data, I want to get less than 30 months worth of data. I don't want to look at 30 months worth. So in that case, you could, file a request with Microsoft to say, okay, I want to change it. I want 6 months worth of data or whatever it may be. The minimum amount of data that can be collected is 1 month. So you could change it from saying, I don't want to look at 30 months worth of, collaboration data. The lowest you could go down to is I just want to look at a month's worth. You wouldn't be able to go any lower than that. Now, if a Viva Insights license is removed from a user, Viva Insights will retain that user's collaboration data that was collected during the period the license was assigned. Your admins and your analysts, they can continue to query the collaboration activity, and you can do that on the collaboration activity that the user participated in before they left. Now, that person's collaboration data will be deleted according to the overall retention policy that you've got in your Microsoft 365 tenant. So you do have retention over it. You can customize and change it. And even if you do have a license that's removed from a user, you can still look at, the data up until that point of the user's license was removed. Again, with the licensing, in order to kind of use the workplace analytics and look at overall employees, every employee would need a license for you to be able to do that. So hopefully that's answered if there was any kind of concerns around, how do we work with this privacy and this data, and all these regulations are going to be quite, those are quite important. Hopefully that's answered some of your questions and concerns around that. So I did want to spend the last 5 minutes or last couple of minutes of the session talking about why do we need it. Now, Viva Insights is what makes it unique. Well, hopefully I've shown you some of the ways that it's unique in terms of the different layers of insights that you get. So the individual, the manager insights, the organizational insights. And it really puts the people at the center. It's all about well-being and employee experience. And workers are not machines, right? I mean, it might seem like quite an obvious statement, but for a long time, business technology has really ignored that fact, whether it's an email, CRM, a spreadsheet, the IT tools that we're using are really designed with just productivity in mind. So it's just exclusively focusing on productivity. They're not really about helping people and improving well-being. It's just about getting people to get as much done as possible. And so what we want to really look at is, helping people to do tasks in a productive way, but also remembering the fact that human beings need to stop and sleep sometimes, especially in the era of remote work, where it's easier than ever for us to be totally connected. There's a huge risk of us burning out and employees burning out. So Viva Insights really, therefore, is designed to provide both your individuals, your employees, your people, and the organization leaders with an idea of how people are doing at work. It's got all of the features that we've talked about to really make sure that you know exactly what's happening in your organization, not only improve the organization to perform better, but also care about your people, because your people are your most important asset in any organization. And so Viva Insights is an incredible investment, especially for those organizations who having some of those hybrid work challenges that we talked about at the beginning of the session. So, thank you so much for listening. That was everything that I wanted to cover today. I'll pause now we've got a few minutes for any questions that you might have, but hopefully this has given you an insight into Viva Insights, shown you what some of the data and analytics that are available, and giving you food for thought in terms of looking at your employee well-being. But thank you very much. I'll pause now for any questions.
Thanks much, Kat. This was really comprehensive and really gave us insights, as you said, insights into Viva Insights. And we had seen sessions around usage of it, but the way you explained it, right, in how it could be used comprehensively for managing, it's amazing. I think it can bring a lot of collaboration and productivity increase, and also help the senior management take decisions based on that, and goes a long way towards building a collaborative and productive culture. So really good to learn this.
Thank you.
I'm looking at questions. If anyone from audience has any questions here, the YouTube channel, no, I do not have questions there. Not this side too.
No worries. If there's no questions, I've either explained this very well or very poorly. It's no in between.
Yeah, this was really comprehensive, like a studio recorded, I must say. How many times have you given this? I mean, it was beyond perfection, I'd say.
Oh, wow. This is actually the first time presenting this particular one, yes.
Excellent.
So that's nice to hear.
Right. So have you, do you have any instances where people have asked for reporting out of it, for instance, with Power BI or any other integrations with Viva Insights?
Yes, so it does. All of the kind of analytics that we're looking at, we're kind of consuming them through Power BI. And you can view, you do need the Power BI desktop to be able to do it, but you can view the insights in Power BI. So if you, we can explore the stats just in the workplace analytics, but then we can pull that through to Power BI and view the analytics from there, and then put that into Teams. We can share that to different leaders. I did forget to mention, actually, you can, so we can have a look at obviously the data in Teams as a leader, but I can add that to a team. So I can add ways of working to our leadership team. Again, this is using Power BI, where we can, as a leader, we can consume this information. And an analyst would customize the data in Workplace Analytics for it to then be pulled into, okay, let's look at our meeting culture, let's look at our workload. And as a leader, we can go in and consume the information in Power BI to make those business decisions. So yes, Power BI, you can also, if you did just want to, you know, pop it in a PowerPoint, you can. So if you know, it kind of does the presentation for you. If you need to present this data back to your SMT, download it into PowerPoint, you've got the slides. You can, so it does it for you, which is quite nice. So yes, Power BI and yeah, PowerPoint, it totally integrates with there as well, different ways to consume that data.
Awesome, it's good to know. Oh, wow.
I also just, I always get, whenever I talk about Viva, I always get questions around licensing, but this is the license that you would need for the, used to be called Workplace Analytics. So this is your manager and leader insights. So this is the license that you would need to do that. It also comes as part of a package license called the Viva Suite license. And that includes this, but it also includes the topics and learning. So some of the other modules of Viva, if you're familiar with those, it comes as part of that as well. But this is what you would need, and you would need every user licensed with this to be able to use the Workplace Analytics tool, just as an FYI. Cool.
Nice. Good to know that it's not expensive.
Yeah, it's not too bad unless you're looking at 5,000 people in your organization. Then it might get, it might add up. But it's in terms of the what you get out of it, it's worth the investment, I would say. But yeah, that's all.
Awesome. So for the audience, we have the Kahoot quiz as we have been playing through the day. So since Kat had shared certain questions, so this is relevant to our session, and I've pinned the link. Please feel free to join, and let's see. We'll wait for a minute just for more people to join in. Please take a look at the link in the chat box if you see, or if you are not able to click the link, please go to www.kahoot.it and type in the pin. All right, so we have few people who have joined in. We'll share up and then start. So the question, what version of Viva Insights comes included in Office 365 licensing? All right, so we have 2 rights. And the winner is Sumit. So Sumit, I think we already have your details. If not, then please ping in your ID, email ID in the chat box. Again, thank you so much. We'll be moving to the next question. Okay, so what data does Viva Insights analyze? Do remember there are prizes to be won. We still have a few. Awesome. So we have quite a few correct ones here. Superb. Next one. What type of role is recommended to use the workplace analytics portal? Good one, Kat. Answers are already there. Analysts and administrators. All right. Superb. Vanessa, Afri, and Sumit. Awesome. Okay, please ping in your IDs here inside the chat box. Thanks much for the wonderful quiz too, Kat. And thanks again for your awesome session. It was so good to have you. Thanks much, Kat. Superb. And thanks, audience, for joining in the quiz. Lovely answers. We are collating this information through the day, and we'll get back with all the amazing prizes that you all have won through the day. Okay, I guess we have our next speaker here with us. Zoe, are you here?
I am indeed.
Hi, Zoe. Welcome here. And thanks so much again to spare time for the community over the weekend.
That's all right. Thank you for having me.
Amazing. Zoe, Zoe's, I would like to introduce Zoe. She is a Microsoft MVP too, and the Director of Innovation and Customer Success at Agilysys. And her session is going to be around presenting in Teams Masterclass. I think we can start with it. Kat, it's the last session of this marathon event that we have been having. Started at 9 IST, so like we have had 9 sessions, and definitely look forward to this one.
Brilliant, thank you. Well, if this is the last session of a really long and awesome day, I'm really glad that we've still got people left with us, and hopefully this will be a fun way to end the day. So I am talking to you about presenting in Teams Masterclass, I mean, we're going to start with a few basics in Teams as well. But over the last few months, Microsoft have released tons of really great meeting features that can help you up your game when presenting in Teams calls and meetings. And today I'm going to walk you through some of the different options that you've got and how you can make what you do look really awesome. I won't dwell on this one because we've just had a little bit about me, but I So I am an MVP. My background is with SharePoint, but I have been working with Teams for pretty much the entire time since it was released. And Monday, the 14th, is actually 5 years since Microsoft Teams was launched. And if you look at how many people are using it and the amount of features, the rich set of features that we've got in it, I think it's quite incredible to see where that is, how that has developed over the last 5 years. I'm not really hands-on technical. I've been in leadership roles for the last 5 or 6 years, but I love technology, so I still make sure that I am hands-on as much as possible and that I do get to play around with the technology, because I love to understand what the art of the possible is. Today we're here for International Women's Day as well, and it would be remiss of me to talk about Teams at an International Women's Day event without talking about the Women in Teams community. I am a member of the Women in Teams community, which is a group of women from around the world who work with Microsoft Teams in a technical capacity or an adoption capacity. It doesn't, or some people who just use Teams in their job. It doesn't really matter. So I will add the link in the chat, and for any of you who do work with Teams, please come and join us and get to connect with some like-minded people. So what we're going to go through today, well, first of all, we're going to look at why this matters. Why does it matter? Why is it important that you actually are able to present well in Teams? Then we're going to look at some of the basics just to make sure that everybody's got the kind of same level of understanding before we go into some of the more advanced presenting features that you've got. We're going to look at PowerPoint Live, we're going to look at dynamic presenter views, and we're going to run through some additional tips and tricks as well. So let's just take a second to look at why this matters. Well, I think whether we like it or not, life has become virtual now over the last couple of years, and virtual meetings are absolutely here to stay. So it's important actually that we all can make best use of the technology that we've got. It's easy to do if you know where the controls are and you know what they do. It's so easy now to make what you do look good and to deliver really, really engaging presentations. And if you can deliver a slick presentation, it makes you look really professional, that you can come across really well in that professional work environment. If you present properly in Teams, your content is more accessible, and by delivering things that are more engaging, more interactive, that are making your audience's brain work in a slightly different way to just sitting there looking at lots of icons or lots of icons with people's initials or their photos, you can start to reduce some of the meeting fatigue that people get through being back to back all the time. So it's important, it's easy, it's going to make you look good, and it will help your audience feel a little bit better as well when they're in back-to-back meetings. Now, it is really important that you actually get the basics right from a Teams meeting perspective before you start going into some of the advanced features. And for you to have successful meetings, it's really important that you get some of these key elements right. And actually, some of this ties into the Viva Insight stuff that Kat was sharing before, because the way that you, the way that you start to address the meeting culture in your organisation is by doing some of these things to make sure that people are only going to meetings that they need to be. So all meetings need to have a clear purpose. What is it that you're trying to do in that meeting? Is it a decision-making meeting where you want a small group of people to come and make a quick decision about something? Or is it a webinar? Is it like a lunch and learn that you're doing to share information to an audience? Because those two different meetings are going to be set up in different ways, and you're going to use the technology in different ways. So it's important that you, as the organizer, understand what the meeting's purpose is, and you need to make sure that when you set the meeting up, you communicate this to the audience as well. And that helps the people who you invite to the meeting understand whether they're actually the right person to come along or not. So you can make sure that you actually do have the right people in the room. And to go along with the purpose, all meetings should have a clearly defined agenda, a structure that you're going to follow, with timings, and it's important that you stay true to that agenda as well. You need to make sure that your invite list is diverse, but it needs to, and this can be a challenge in some organisations. So you need to make sure that you've got a diverse list of people, but you need to make sure that you're only inviting those people who are necessary. And the reason that diversity is important is because you need to be able to get different people's points of view to challenge the decision or the thinking that where you're trying to get to in that meeting. And it's important as well to make sure that you share any pre-reading or prep work ahead of time, so that when people come to the meeting, they are able to hit the ground running. And they know exactly what's expected of them. They know what they need to talk about. So these are just some of the things that you need to do before the meeting to make sure that what you do in the meeting is going to work really well. And then when you're actually in the meeting, so you can see we're in the team meeting now. We're just going to run through some of the basic controls and make sure everybody knows what we've got where. So in the top left hand corner, you've got this little frame icon. And essentially what this allows you to do is to change your Teams meeting display. So from here, and this is the camera display. So you can choose between gallery, which will have up to 9 people on it at once. You can have large gallery if you've got more than 9 people with their camera on. And together mode, which moves you out of the gallery type view into the kind of really nice scenes where you get everybody sat in an auditorium or something like that. And that mode actually is super helpful for reducing brain drain as well. I like to do that sometimes if I'm in a client presentation. What I'll try to do if I'm not presenting is put the audience into together mode, because actually it helps you read the room better. So you can read the body language, you can read the facial expressions of people in the room much more easily. You can also choose where the camera gallery is displayed. So is it at the top? Is it at the side of the content? You can choose to focus on content, which gets rid of some of the noise around the Teams meeting, or you can actually put the content in full screen as well. The important thing to note is that this is only going to change the setting for you. So if you change the gallery setting, it won't actually change the view that other people can see. It's an audience task to go and choose how they want how they want their experience to be. So that's just something important to keep in mind. And then if you just move along to the middle of the meeting, you've got a little people icon, and what this is going to do is to bring up the list of the meeting participants. So from here, you can see everybody who's in the meeting. You can see who has their hand raised, which is super useful. And the thing that I really like actually about the raised hands is that now you get the little number next to it, so it tells you what order people raise their hands in. You can go and mute people. You can promote people from attendee to presenter. You can ask other people to join the meeting. You can boot people out of the meeting. So this is really how you manage the people that are in your meeting. And then moving on one further, we've got meeting chat. So pressing this button is going to open and close the meeting chat. You can use this to comment, reply throughout the meeting. And it can be really useful to get in the habit of keeping an eye on the chat during meetings so that you don't miss important messages or questions. What you might have is some people who are attending your presentation, attending your meeting, who might be, they might be traveling, they might be somewhere that's noisy, they might have a lot of background noise. So rather than coming off mute, they'll use the chat to actually contribute and ask questions. So getting into the habit of keeping an eye on that can be super helpful. I have been, even just this week, and it really frustrates me, I've been in meetings where people are just completely oblivious to what's going on outside of the content and the camera. So they're missing raised hands, they're missing comments, they're missing important questions. And from a presenter perspective, getting used to managing all these different parts is super important. Okay, so the reactions. So you've got it looks like a guide, a person doing a high five, doesn't it? So use this for reactions, use it to raise your hand. When you press this, the reaction is going to last for a few seconds. And if we've got slides like I'm sharing at the moment, they're going to float up over the slides. You could also put your hand up and it's going to stay raised until you put it down or until someone else lowers it for you. And that is going to tell people that you've got something to say and you want to contribute. Running an inclusive meeting and keeping it to time and not, some of the other things that I talked about earlier. The way that you do that is actually encourage people to make proper use of raised hands so that you can actually, you're controlling the pace, you can control who comes in when, and it just stops people from talking over each other or interrupting each other, which is important as well. Okay, so moving on a little bit further, we've got another symbol which is for breakout rooms. So if you're the meeting organizer and you hit that button, that's going to bring up the dialogue to create breakout rooms. And you've got a few different options around, how many rooms you want to create, whether you are going to manually put people in rooms, whether you want it to just automatically assign participants to rooms at random. And you can do this before the meeting starts, or you can do it at any point during the meeting as well. It's quite helpful if you know you're going to use them, I think, to get them set up in advance. But breakout rooms are a really handy way of facilitating small group conversation when we're all working virtually. Okay, so moving on again to the ellipsis, the little 3 dots that we've got. If you click on that, that's going to open a menu with a whole load of additional Teams meetings options. So from within here, you can do things like start and stop recording. You can turn on live captions for yourself. You can apply background effects to your camera. You can access things like device settings. So from here, you can change, which speaker or which microphone you're using. You can change which camera you're using if you've got more than one available. And you can access things like meeting notes and meeting health and all kinds of other useful information. And then we've got the camera. So camera on, off. The thing I really like about the camera is that now if you hover over this, it's going to come up with a private preview of your camera that only you can see. And from there, you can do things like blur your background. You can apply background effects. So some of the things that we've just had in the menu that we were just looking at, you can do from here as well, which is super handy for actually knowing that you and your surroundings look correct before you broadcast that to everybody. Okay, so then we've got the microphone, super easy. Pressing this is going to turn your microphone on and off. It's very important to have good mic control. It's important as a presenter or organizer of a session that you have good mic control over everybody else as well. So using that participants list view that we looked at previously. And you're on mute is perhaps one of the most overused phrases of the pandemic, I think, along with another one that we're going to look at in a couple of slides' times. I have a colleague at work who's got a little sign that he holds up that says "You're on mute," which is brilliant. Right, okay, so I think this is the this is almost the last basic Teams meeting control that we've got. So this is the leave button. This is how you exit the meeting. The one thing I did want to show you though, if you're the meeting organizer, you get an extra feature here. So next to the leave button, there's a little drop down. And if you press that, you can actually end the meeting. And what that will do is kick everybody else out of the meeting as well. So if you think about a scenario where this might be needed, you could have a department all hands or an org-wide town hall or something like that, where you've got loads of people in the meeting and some of them might log in and then go and make a coffee or, go for a wander around the house or something like that. And then when the meeting ends, you'll have all of these people just sitting there because they're not actually at their desk. So ending the meeting forces all the meeting attendees to leave the meeting. And this is super helpful where you're recording the meeting, because if you're recording the meeting, unless you manually hit stop recording, it's not going to stop until that meeting ends. And I have seen this where meetings were recorded and you had one person who forgot to leave the meeting properly. So a 50, 60-minute meeting turned into a 3-4 hour let alone recording. So getting into the habit of ending the meeting is super helpful. And then lastly, we've got the most important button that you need to familiarise yourself with as a presenter in a meeting, and the one that we're going to spend a lot of time walking through today. And that is the share icon. So the share icon, when you hit that, it opens up the share tray that you can see on the slide here. And this is where you select the content that you wish to present into the meeting. So from here, you could choose different presenter modes. You can select to send your computer sound or not. You can select full screen. You can select an individual window. You could select Microsoft Whiteboard. You could select content from camera if you've got another camera connected that's pointed at a physical whiteboard, for example, and then PowerPoint Live as well. And we're going to spend a little bit of time going through some of these options. So the first one, if we look at the different ways to present, so at the top, you've got the full screen. So here it's letting me select from the different monitors that I have, and you choose which one has the content on that you want to share. Now, so there are some really good benefits to full screen sharing, which we're going to go through. But the thing to just be aware of as well is that if you share the full screen, it's a little bit easier for you to inadvertently share something that you don't want people to see. Because if I close this presentation down, you'll be able to see what's on the desktop in the background. The next one down selects a window. So, this is where rather than saying I want to share the full screen, you just choose the slideshow view in PowerPoint. And then even if I close this down, if I bring something else over the top of this PowerPoint deck, you won't see that because I've only shared one specific window with you. And then underneath that, we have PowerPoint Live. So this is showing you recent files that you've saved in Microsoft 365 that you can open using PowerPoint Live. So this will be presentations that you have edited and saved or created and uploaded into the cloud. Because it thinks if you've worked on something recently, this is the thing you're going to want to present. And then that will push that content into the meeting in a slightly different way. So presenting via screen share. So here we've hit the share button, we've selected the screen that we want, and then that's bringing that whole window into the Teams meeting. And what happens, you get this this red line that goes around the full screen. So the screen that I'm presenting to you at the moment has got this red line all the way around it, which tells me that I am presenting to you. And then the other thing that you've got, so I don't think that this is actually going to be visible to you, but at the top here, you get this toolbar. So from here, you've got a few quick options, a few quick things that you could do in the meeting. And we're going to have a look at them in a little bit more detail. So if I move forward, so the first thing that we've got is this standout mode. So this is a dynamic presenter mode. And if I do this, so what that's done, so we've got a little bit of duplicate people going on, but essentially that's put me over the top of my content. Now we're going to go through all these dynamic presenter modes. I do love them, and this was the first one that came out, and when it first came out I was super excited because I thought, yes, it could be a little bit more engaging. I could put myself in my content. The The thing that you can notice though is I'm on top of the content. So if this was a detailed slide with really important information that you wanted to share with the audience, I'm covering a quarter of that up, which means that for this to work effectively, you need to think about the slide layout that you have. The other thing that is worth noting with this as well is this won't record like this in a Teams meeting. So if you think about this presenter view, if you if you hit kind of this little button to get the camera over the top of the content, that will be fine for the audience. But when you play back that team meeting later that is recorded, it's just going to have my camera like normal. It won't have me on top of the content like this. So if you move all of the content on the sides to make room for me, then when you actually watch the recording back, you're going to have a big blank space in the corner of the content. So it's really worth spending a little bit of time familiarizing yourself with how this works and the impact that this has on what you're presenting. The thing that I do love about this, though, is the fact that it just makes it really easy for standard users to start to, embed themselves into their content as well. Because this was something that prior to the dynamic presenter mode being released, the only way to get this effect was to use something like OBS. And when they released something called NDI, which is the network device interface, it allowed you to be able to take the content and the camera feed out of the Teams meeting, and you could put them into OBS, and you could build out the screen how you wanted. And I often use this for recording sessions like this because I'd be able to embed myself into the content. But there was a bit of a steep learning curve to be able to get that to work. So for me, the fact that you don't need to do this and that standard users can start to customize how they appear within their content is incredibly powerful. Now, if I move on further, so the next one we're going to look at is side-by-side mode. Don't know if this actually works. All right, let me go to no. There we go. So side-by-side mode. So you can see how I'm here at the side of the content. I'm not embedded over the top of the content. And again, we've got a bit of an inception scenario going on because the slide's showing you the same thing that I'm actually presenting in the dynamic presenter mode. This is better in one sense because you don't have to worry about covering up some of the important content on your slide. But if you've got detailed content, it can be difficult for people to read it because obviously it's putting this border around the content as well. So yeah, this is slightly better. I'm just going to turn this off and we're going to go to the last of the dynamic presenter modes, which is reporter mode. Okay, so I think I'm sat. There we go. So you can see here, you kind of need to understand where you're sitting in relation to your content as well. And obviously, I'm very big in this version compared to my slides. This is I call this the weatherman or the weather girl version of this. You know, you like in the 80s when you'd have people standing there doing the weather forecast. I always joke I'm going to get like a weather map to put behind me for this one. But again, it's a way to make your content more engaging. And what I'd recommend with these three different dynamic presenter modes is that you practice with them, test them, understand which works for the type of meeting you're having, the type of content you're presenting, and just familiarize yourself with how it works, you know, with how much of the screen you're taking up, with where you're appearing on the screen, and just make sure that you're confident with it before you actually doing something that's really important. Now, I'm going to turn my camera off before I move to the next slide. And then the thing that I'm going to show you next is something that is in beta version at the moment in PowerPoint. So and that is Cameo for PowerPoint. Now, I absolutely love this. This is the ability to integrate your camera feed directly into an object in PowerPoint slides. It's an alternative to having your camera in Teams. It's an alternative to the Teams presenting options that we've just been looking at. And it's a really, really powerful way to make the content that you're presenting to people super engaging. Now, I think, again, from a PowerPoint perspective, you probably want to spend a little bit of time playing around with slide formatting and stuff like that, because I suspect it's really easy to kind of go a little bit crazy with this, and it's not appropriate for every type of meeting. If you want to test this, this is available in Office Insiders at the moment for those who are on the beta channel of PowerPoint, and the full release will be coming out fairly soon. Now, at the moment, I am presenting to you via a full screen share. The last two dynamic presenter modes that we've looked at, so the side-by-side one and the weather report one, those are only available if you're doing a full screen share. And at the moment, Cameo will also only work if you're in the full desktop client for PowerPoint. It's not yet working in PowerPoint Live. It will be coming soon though. So when it comes to PowerPoint Live, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And when I get onto some of the features for PowerPoint Live, I'll explain why that is. So it's super easy to add Cameo into a presentation. Essentially, once this is available for you in PowerPoint, when you go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, right at the end, that way you're going to get a little Cameo button. When you press that, it's going to add this little camera shape onto the slide canvas. And then once you've added it, you can change the shape. So in the same way you can change the shape for pictures that you add or other objects, you can change the shape of the Cameo camera object as well. You can apply a border, you can crop it, you can resize it in exactly the same way as you can most other objects in PowerPoint. And you can also apply transitions as well. So you can apply, apply things like morph, which is going to make the Cameo object grow or resize or reshape, depending on the different shapes you've got. And you could apply animations as well, so it popping in, popping out. So you've got a lot of ability to customize how Cameo interacts. How it appears in the slide in the meeting. And for me, I think, when this is properly available to everybody, it's going to give us a whole new set of tools that we can use to look really awesome when we're presenting virtually. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at some of the pros and cons of presenting. 1 sec, it's not letting me put my camera back on. Oh, there we go. Right, so I have to leave my camera off for a sec. Okay, so some of the pros for PowerPoint via screen share rather than the options we're going to look at in a moment. So you can turn on subtitles for everybody within the PowerPoint application. So if I can turn on subtitles that would appear in the I'm so sorry, I'm actually just going to turn this on for you. So I can, as a presenter, I can turn this on to use subtitles. The other thing that I could do as well is actually choose different languages. So let's just pick. So I can speak in English, and you can actually have this providing subtitles in a different language as well, which is incredibly powerful. And the benefit here is that I can turn this on and this is visible for everybody, whereas in the Teams meeting, it's down to the user to turn on live captions for themselves. So I can, as an audience member, go and turn on captions, But actually, the benefit from a PowerPoint by screen share perspective is that I can automatically make subtitles available. It works best if you've got one presenter who's driving the content and speaking, and the reason for that is it's just a lot more slick and professional if you've not got someone saying next slide please every 2 minutes. Edits can be made to the slide deck, so I can come into the slide deck in the background. I can make edits and they will appear in real time. So if I just move this out of the way and show you what I mean. All right, so there you go. So the animation was going a little bit nuts there, but I've just updated that point to say this is what I mean. So that means if you're in a client presentation and you're kind of on slide 2 and the client says something that you think is really important, someone else can actually go into the slide deck later on and update that in real time, and that's going to pick up that amendment so that when you get a little bit further on in the presentation, it looks like you're just hitting the messages that the client's looking for. It's super, super powerful. You've got more options available for dynamic presenter mode, so the side by side, the reporter view, and cameo. There are all ways that you can make the content super, super engaging. Some of the cons, so to be able to kind of manage the meeting effectively, you do need more than one screen, because if I'm presenting this way and I've only got one screen, what it's going to do is the Teams meeting is going to be hidden behind the slides. So it means I'm not going to see your hand if you put it up. I'm not going to see what you say in chat. And it can make it really difficult to actually be inclusive, to follow what everybody's saying. It's easy to overshare as well. So other windows or the little notification toast that pop up, they could be visible as well. It's difficult for other presenters to move their slides forward. Standout mode may cover slide content. And then lastly, this form of presenting requires a stronger network connection. So I'm sharing my entire desktop, and that's going up to the cloud, and then that's being distributed at the moment to all of you. So for people who have a weaker network connection, this can be problematic. And it's just worth understanding that there are better options that cause less issues. Right, okay, so I am now going to share a slightly different way. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong presentation. 1 sec. Okay, so I am now sharing using PowerPoint Live. I still think it might have brought the wrong deck up. No, I think we're okay. Okay, so we've looked at PowerPoint by screen share, so that's sharing your full desktop. What we're going to have a look at now is how you can potentially do this better. And it has actually brought the wrong slides up because it's got the name of the wrong event, but it's the same content, so we'll be fine. So this chap, you might not recognise him, is a chap called Chris Whitty, and he's the Chief Medical Officer for the UK. So for the last 2 years throughout the pandemic, we've had loads of press briefings and, from Downing Street and the Prime Minister. And this chap is typically on those meetings talking about the statistics, how many people are in hospital, how many people have died. And throughout this whole time, he'll talk and he says, next slide, please. And I hear this a lot in work presentations and things like that as well. And it's just super frustrating because it's really, really easy for us to eliminate this phrase from our vocabulary. And I'm going to show you how to do that and how to use PowerPoint Live to absolutely supercharge the way that you present. Okay, so there are two different ways that you can present using PowerPoint Live in Teams. So the first one is by hitting that magic share tray button in the top right. And then from there, you'll be able to choose the list of recent PowerPoint slides that you've accessed in Microsoft 365. The other way to do it is if your file is saved in the cloud, then in the top right-hand corner of PowerPoint, there'll be a button that says Present in Teams. And sometimes, this is what's just happened here, right? It wasn't coming up with this presentation for me to present using PowerPoint Live. So what I did instead was I went to the one in PowerPoint and I hit the Present in Teams button. And then what happens is you get a message that says it's going to present in the organisation that you're in, and then it pushes that into the meeting. Now, I love PowerPoint Live. It just, it makes it so much easier to stay focused on the meeting without having to look at different screens. It makes it easier to kind of keep an eye on the chat, keep an eye on people who've got their hands up, and you can even access the meeting notes as well. So what you can see on screen here is what you'd see as a presenter inside a presentation that you're doing with PowerPoint Live. You can see we've got the chat here. I've got all of the same controls at the top that we looked at previously. So I can press this one here and that will open up the participants list. I can see who has their hand up. I've also got some presenter modes at the top as well. I've got my meeting notes. So if you, if you have a script that you want to follow, if you have some key themes or stats or things like that to support what's on the slide, then you can add it into the meeting notes and you can actually see that live whilst you're in the meeting. And then you've kind of got all of your slides at the bottom, so you can use this to navigate and jump around the deck nice and easily, and some other controls as well, which I'm going to take you through. Okay, so like I said, we've got chat visible, we've got the meeting notes, where I can view participants, see raise hands. At the bottom here, we've got some additional controls. So I've got a laser pointer, I've got a highlighter as well, which is super handy, and I can see that upcoming content. So like I said, I've got the presenter modes at the top. I can toggle the buttons, turn that on and off. I'm going to do that now. There we go. So you've got me nice and big on top of my content again. But it's super easy for you within the meeting to just be able to toggle that on and off. You will notice I've only got 2 presenter modes here, where we had 4 when you present the full screen share. So I've only got the ability to have that one view that I've shown you. I'm hopeful that the other ones will come in time, but I'm not certain on that. That's just me wishing. I think. So there's a little eye at the top as well. So I've toggled this off at the moment. But this little eye button, this is super important, because if I press this again, you'll notice now in the bottom left-hand corner of the meeting, you can actually flick through my slides. So you can go backwards and forwards through the content. And if I turn that off, what that's going to do is to make sure that everybody in the audience is on the slide that I'm looking at. I always turn this off, because I think when you're presenting, it's really important that you control the narrative. You have a story that you want to tell people. You want to be able to take people through this presentation in the way that that you've planned. And if you give people the ability to kind of skip forward, it's going to spoil the end of the presentation. So what happens? So the second screenshot that's just popped up, this shows someone who has skipped forward. and it's telling me that I'm on a different slide than the presenter is on. So if I hit that sync to present button, that's going to take me back to the slide that the presenter is on at the moment. This is the superpower for me for PowerPoint Live. So if you think about that phrase, next slide please, and the fact that we want people to stop saying that, this is how you make that happen. So it's super easy for other presenters to take control, and they just simply hit this highlighted take control button. And what happens to me as a presenter when someone else does that, I get this warning here that says another user took control. Someone else is now in charge of the presentation. The experience that I'll have, so at the moment, I can see the presenter view that was on the slide that I was showing you earlier. If one of you was to take control, what that is going to do is to give you that presenter view and take that away from me. So I just then become a member of the audience. And if you're co-delivering a presentation, if you practice doing this, you can make it look so seamless and slick that the audience don't even know who is in control. So this is one of my absolute favorite features. And another one that I really like here is the audience can translate the slides. So you've got this ability, if you as an audience member, if you go and click the three dots here, you can choose to translate my slides to another language, and that won't just, it's not just subtitles. This will literally change all of the text on the slide into a language of your choice, which I just think is absolutely incredible from an accessibility and an inclusion perspective. So you can see here, I've translated this slide to French, and all of that text is now showing in French. So subtitles, you've still got the ability to have subtitles in the same way that you can when I'm presenting by a screen share. So you can use the ellipsis at the top or the CC button for closed captions, and that will turn on live captions. And the great thing about the live captions is that they appear at the bottom and they have speaker attribution with them. So you can see here, this actually tells you that this is me talking. And then if one of you is talking, it will do the same thing. It will have your name and your picture next to that as well, which again is super powerful. Okay, so some of the pros and cons. So my favorite pro, like I've said, is that it is super easy for other presenters to take control in a way that's really seamless. When you're delivering really important presentations and you've got a group of people who are all going to present a section, the ability for each person to be able to take control and drive their content forward at their own pace, and then have that next person come in and do the same thing, it's just brilliant, and it just makes you look so slick and professional. The laser pointers and the highlighters make it really easy to draw attention to the things that are important on the slide. So if there's a point you want to emphasize, you can do that. The meeting notes, the chat, the participants list, all of that general meeting context that you get around the content. When you do it this way, it's all visible to the presenter, which means that you don't have that horrible scenario where someone's sharing full screen and they say, sorry, I can't see if you put your hand up. There's no excuse for that. If you present like this, everybody you can see everybody. You can kind of keep an eye on the meeting and just make sure it runs really effectively. And again, it just makes you come across as being really slick and professional. And this scenario works really great for those with low bandwidth. So I said with the full screen share, that's taking my whole desktop, it's pushing it up to the cloud, and then it's distributing it to many people in the audience. What this is doing, it's basically taking content that's already in the cloud, and then it's just sending pixel changes for the slide. So all of this blue that doesn't change, you know, that isn't updating every time I move the slide forward. It's only sending the pixels that change. So it can have as much as a 60% reduction on bandwidth usage, which when you've got people with network challenges, or when you're running a very large meeting that's consuming your internal infrastructure, your internal network infrastructure, that can make a really big difference. So I always recommend for big meetings, you should absolutely stream content from M365 using PowerPoint Live. You've got a standout mode now available. I mean, as you saw, it took up a huge amount of the screen with me. And again, as with the full screen share, you need to think about your content. Make sure that the camera isn't covering anything important up. But as long as you've done that, it is available, and it can make the slides a little bit more engaging. Now, I said earlier on when I showed you Microsoft Cameo, I'd talk a little bit about about what that will mean for PowerPoint Live. And, if you think of the scenario where you've got 3 or 4 presenters, if I'm presenting the first bit and then one of you were to take over, what that would do with Cameo is it would initially have me in the content on the slide. And then when you take over, it replaces that Cameo object with your camera feed. And I just think that is, that when that comes out, that's just going to be absolutely amazing. And another plus point, another reason to use PowerPoint Live. And another big pro for me, the fact that slide content can be translated automatically into a language that the attendee, the audience member selects. I think that's brilliant. And then some of the cons. So the thing that you need to be really aware of here is that when you hit present in Teams, or when you select the PowerPoint Live file, that slide deck is cached at the point of sharing. So it is impossible for you to go in and edit the content and for it to appear. Now, there are ways to make that happen. Just essentially what you have to do is reshare the content back in over the top. But I don't think you can do that in a way that's seamless. So it's just important to understand from the type of meeting you're in, whether you're likely to need to change the slides. The subtitles, they're not automatically on for everybody. Attendees have to select to turn them on. And the standout mode may cover the slide content. Okay, so this is the last slide then, just a few tips and tricks for you. Hopefully these have kind of come across as we've gone through this session anyway, but the most important thing to do if you want to look good, if you want to be able to present in a way that's just slick and smooth and professional, is plan what you're doing ahead of time. So that's planning how you're going to run the meeting, it's planning what your content looks like, and it's planning how you're going to present in Teams. Make sure that your content looks tip-top, so spend some time in PowerPoint polishing your slides, making sure that you've got the right transitions, the right animation, making sure that the content looks really good. And one of the things that could be super helpful is the PowerPoint Presenter Coach. So this is a tool that will essentially help test your time and your pace. It can give you tips for words that you might use a lot. So I think for me, things like so or like or and it can help coach some of that behaviour out of you, which again for slick presentations is super important. For important sessions, practice. Where you've got groups of people presenting together, practice presenting together. Make sure that all of the tips that I've taken you through here, make sure that the presenting team are familiar with all of these so that they know how to use the Teams basics. They can use all of the basic controls with confidence, and then they understand which bits of the presenting tools they need to use, what they need to do when, practice, and just make sure that flows seamlessly. Make sure that your slides are accessible, be inclusive, be inclusive in how you run the meeting, be inclusive in the way that you kind of structure the content. If you're sharing the slides afterwards, make sure that you have ran the accessibility checker and that you've got things like alt text on images. Make sure that, the color contrast isn't horrendous for people with vision problems and that kind of thing. Make sure that your tech setup is good. So camera, lighting, mic, PC, background noise, make sure that all of that works. Make sure that your camera's kind of not looking up your nose and that you're not sat in front of a window, so you've got, this big kind of light blur behind you. And then just enjoy it. If you plan it, if you prep, if you practice, then when you actually get into it, you'll find that everything just comes together. It just flows really nicely. And you'll be able to have fun and look good while doing it as well. And that just leads me to say thank you for having me. It's been an absolute blast. And I'd love to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Zoe, for this amazing session. Have been using Teams, for quite a while now, and never knew about these amazing features. Can't just wait to go ahead and use one of them. As you were taking the session, I was trying to play around with those controls too. So,
yeah,
really
what I'd recommend is that have a play around with it on your own, but get some people that you can practice with as well. And practice in a fun scenario rather than when you get to an important meeting thinking, I'll press this and see what it does.
Right. I think this is quite useful for for our sessions to which we take on the community. So they actually struggle with these challenges some of the times. So I think this will ease off. And quite a few of people who are joining here and look at these these sessions, they are the ones who follow the community, speak a lot in the community. So I'll say pretty beneficial for each and every one of them.
Brilliant.
Yeah, thank you so much for this session. I'm looking for the questions. We do not have any as of now.
Brilliant.
So, mentioned Zoe, how we can practice this. So when I am sharing it, right? Do you see that I start a meeting myself, that use that feature of Teams, start a meeting and then share the content? How will I be able to envision that this is how it will look to others, or I'll need to practice it with a colleague?
No, so I'll tell you what. I'll show you. So I'm doing the full screen share at the moment. You can see this presenting Teams button that I've got here. Mm-hmm. So this will only be here if the file is saved in SharePoint, Teams, OneDrive, and then when I hit this. I don't know if it's going to do this when I'm screen sharing. Yeah. So when I hit that, it's going to come up with this message saying you're about to present. Mm-hmm. And then that now brings that up in Teams. So if you hit, so at the top, you'll have take control. If you hit take control.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
There you go. So you essentially now you now have the presenter view. So if you look at the bottom, you've got the laser pointer, you've got the highlighter and the pen and things like that.
All right. Okay. Wow, that helps. That would help collaborate. Awesome.
Yeah, and it's good because you can see, if I put my hand up, you can see, you basically you can see the slides, you can see the notes, but you can still see the meeting as well. So you can see that I put my hand up. You can interact with the chat. It's a lot easier to manage.
Wow.
There you go. So that should have opened a little pop-up window where you can see what you look like.
Right. I do now. Okay. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. And then so the other option as well, if you I'm just going to take control back and stop sharing. If you share your screen, you should be able to see when you let me just put my hand down because that's distracting. So when you share the screen, you should see the presenter mode. So if you choose one of the other ones, you can actually see what that looks like as well.
Okay.
So then if you hover the mouse at the top, you'll get the little bar that comes down, and then you can change the presenter view.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do see a screen on the other side that shows me. All right. That's awesome. Pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's fun. It's worth playing around with it and seeing, because like this one, because it makes your desktop smaller, it won't work if you've got really detailed slides with lots of text on, because it's going to make that smaller as well. But it just gives you lots of options that you can use to look awesome.
Pretty cool. That's great. Amazing. Wow. Anyone has any questions before we close this? All right, none in the chat. So thanks so much, Zoe, for this. Really loved this session. Last but not the, this is one of the best that will help us maneuver and go through everything that we do on a day-to-day basis. I see a lot of benefit from this, and a lot that I just learned, which I'll be using starting tomorrow.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, thank you for having me, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend as well.
Thank you so much for joining us on this weekend, and you too have a great weekend.
Brilliant. All right, thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye. And with this, we also conclude today's amazing session. We'd like to thank all our speakers that we have had through the day, with the keynote from Shalaka, and then Shweta, Priyanka, Shrushti, Shalinee, Chandni, Samudra, Ruhi, Kat, and the last one with Zoe. So amazing throughout the day. We loved these sessions, have been really knowledgeable, and I guess the community will benefit for long, as these sessions will be recorded. These have been recorded and will be present on the YouTube channel that Rubina has hosted. So anyone can go back anytime and look at these sessions. Amazing, guys. Thank you so much for joining today, spending the whole of Saturday, a major portion of your weekend with us for the greater good of the community. Incredible, guys. Thank you so much. Have a very great rest of your weekend. Thanks. Bye. Aru, are you still online? And just a note to all the winners, the prizes declared would be communicated by Aro to you all. Thanks much.